Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the 12th edition of the Bazaar of Boxes here in the King William II Stadium in Tilburg, the Netherlands. Now, my usual co-host is currently spending August in a ski resort. Not my idea, so I hope he's having fun. But I'm joined today with the wonderful VolatileRig, aka Michael. How you doing?
Doing good. And yeah, Volatile is such a long name, so I'll just go with Rig or VR. But yeah, good to be here. And we're already getting into it. So yeah, we picked this list out. I saw the domain zoo list, and we see the ley line of the gate pact down there with every
Guild
single
Pact,
basic
yeah.
land type. Guild pact, yes.
Yes.
And
This is basically a legacy version of the modern deck. It has a couple interesting things. Like it plays straight up duels. It adds fourth Aerlingus, but
right.
It adds broadside bombardiers, also a legacy staple.
Right, and small thing for our production crew. We've got Dorian on instead of 5C Zenith. This is a high tide deck on the left.
Yeah. Just as you said it was changed.
Oh, right on time.
Perfect timing.
So he's like, you have to fetch that? No, you don't have to fetch that. You got that all basic land types. And what that creature is, I believe, a Necatl? Is that the territorial Neshoba Brawler?
It's the Brawler. It is a
2-mana 5/3 trample because he has 5 basic land types.
He has 5 basic land types off of the Leyline of the Guild Pact. There's going to be a lot of cards you don't see in Legacy, folks, so bear with us. We'll try and get a couple of them on screen. Feel free to use some command in chat if you're watching this live. If you're on YouTube, just open Scryfall.
Yeah, and if anybody has any questions on what the cards are, go ahead and put it in chat and I'll keep a lookout.
But the Brawler is currently a 5/3 Trampler for 2, which is pretty good stats, especially if you're an aggro player.
But I still don't know if it's going to be fast enough. I mean, like, High Tide is a deck that straight up wins on turn 3 or something.
Does it? I thought you needed 4 lands, but I'm not sure on that.
Depends. If you get multiple High Tides, you can do 1 High Tide, then reset in your opponent's upkeep, and then do the second High Tide and start turning about.
Fair enough.
Alex asking what Forest does. We're gonna ban Alex now, so.
Freaking smartass. You might see Alex later in on coverage as well. We'll see when and how, and only if he behaves. But
But yeah, so there you go, High Tide. So the trick about High Tide is that as soon as you cast the first one, all your subsequent islands will tap for 2. But then when you cast the second one, they'll tap for 3, etc. So when you start untapping, you're gonna get a lot more mana than just 3 lands can give. So I'm afraid that this might be end of turn 3, Brainstorm. Okay, we're still just setting up. But end of turn Brainstorm does signify that he's got a strong hand, because otherwise he could just lock himself.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he needs a strong hand, but he doesn't have to play through any kind of interaction, because the main zoo it has 4 lightning bolts, and that's basically it. Like, it just needs to go fast.
Right. He's casting as an instant. So I'm pulling up his list.
I think that's an Impulse. I think that's one of the newer printings.
Yes, that is Impulse. Look at the top 4, put 1 in your hand, and the rest on the bottom of your library. So yeah, okay, so he brainstormed just to try and get those. That is a shuffle effect, basically.
Yeah. And looks like he's not really under pressure right now. Like, the Brawler hits pretty hard. I mean, he might die to double Tribal Flames.
Which is a crazy sentence to utter in Legacy.
I mean, if you're gonna die to double Tribal Flames, you're gonna die to double Tribal Flames.
Right?
Let's be honest. I mean, it has to be something, right?
4th land from the High Tide player is major danger for a regular beatdown plan.
Yeah, this is getting kind of dangerous, yeah. Interestingly enough...
Ooh, we've got a bauble so you can counter.
It's a Flooded Strand. I was like, what is that land? But
right, new printings. So just bauble pass. We've got a reset in hand, I see. Oh, endurance, end of turn. This is increasing the clock. It resolves. Shuffle his graveyard in.
I mean, shuffle it to the bottom, so at least it doesn't.
That's true.
It doesn't mess up the brainstorm. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you kind of want it to mess up the brainstorm, right?
Right. Well, he's fetching proactively to try and get a get a card out of there. But now that card's going to be put on top. Yeah. Okay. So it won't shuffle the whole deck again.
Also, really interesting that Dorian is playing Vexing Bauble in his Force of Will deck.
Yeah, that's kind of funny, but I mean, I guess this deck just wants to go off, and so you need Force of Will just as effective. You're trying to win the game on the turn, on the spot, but I think that makes sense still. I think this is only zeros to the Vexing Baubles, or those are the Force of Wills against Vexing Bauble.
For the connoisseurs of the High Tide, this is the mostly instant speed variant to where it doesn't play Time Spiral, but you can just literally wait until the very last second to try and go off and then do everything at instant speed.
Right. We've got 8 combat damage coming in this turn. That's going to be 5 left. That is lethal with 1 Tribal Flames. If Finn's got it.
Yeah, because that's.
We saw Dorian just 5. But we saw Dorian just put a Force of Will on top of his library. So if he can brainstorm instant speed and then force that Tribal Flames, that's probably going to be the play. I don't know how deep Dorian knows about the Domain Zoo matchup.
Yeah, probably not that great, right?
Ooh, we got some hamsters.
That is not lethal, right?
So the hamster is going to put 2+1s on creature. It's a 1/1 with trample. It's just going to be 3 more damage. He's going to Dorian's going to go to 2 life, I believe. Oh wait, sacrifice creature. No, the -2 on Dorian. The -2 might X damage any target where X is that creature's power. So that will be lethal if they can he attacks for 5.
He could fling it. So
yeah. Attacks for 8 and then flings the Nishoba Brawler. It's a 5/3. That's lethal.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dorian realized that he's gonna crack that, draw the force. Oh, that's actually brilliant. Force pitch force. Yeah, get that out of there. I'm gonna take another turn.
And I like pitching the force here because honestly, I don't think counterspells matter after this.
Right. Absolutely not.
Dorian just needs to start going.
Right.
Yeah, nothing else matters. It's just this turn or no turn.
He's got 2 lands in hand, so he's got to deal something with 3 pass, upkeep? No upkeep actions. He's got the reset in hand. Does he have a fog effect? How is he not dead here? Broadside Bombardiers.
Is he gonna turn about all creatures?
That's potential. He's tapping 1 for High Tide.
He's going for the High Tide. Okay. Yeah, and this is what I mentioned. This deck just waits until the absolute very last second.
Yep.
And then just this starts going off.
Ooh, can we get somebody to tell the players? Can he move those cards that he's using to track a little bit to the right so that they're on screen more?
Oh, that's a beautiful art for a High Tide.
Yeah, wow, that's a new one. Mission briefing. That's going to be basically flashback on the High Tide.
So, mission briefing, for those of you who don't know the card, it's Surveil 2. Then you choose an instant or sorcery in your graveyard, and you may cast it this turn. It's a Snapcaster Mage on an instant, basically.
Yeah.
But instead of the body, you get an extra Surveil 2, which is actually really nice here.
Oh, we put another mission briefing in there.
As well as a Flooded Strand, I think.
He's gonna mission briefing his mission briefing. Okay.
That's a little unfortunate.
I don't know about that.
It's not an ideal hit, I think.
Well, because he can then cast his first mission briefing with the second one. He can keep surveilling to try and get more High Tides in the graveyard. And each of these only taps. Oh, he's got another mission briefing from the. Oh boy. Yeah, so he's getting up storm count there. He's trying to get the storm count as high as he can.
Fair enough. He's also just surveilling cards, so I guess he's getting there. He does have to reset to get some more mana.
Well, reset is interesting because it can only be cast in the opponent's upkeep, so he can't reset right now, as far as I know, because his opponent's drawn a card. His opponent has cast. This is with Broadside Vomiters on the stack.
It's during an opponent's turn after his or her upkeep.
Oh, it's after her upkeep. Oh, okay.
Right. Let me get the oracle on that.
After their upkeep. Got it. Never mind.
Yeah, as long as it's after their upkeep, you're fine. But yeah. Yep. Surveils a Cunning Wish.
Ooh.
That's more like it.
So for the dice tracking at home, the one at the top is a Stormcrow tracking the storm count. The one in the middle is tracking the number of high tides cast. So we have storm count 5. And 1 high tide active. Cunning Wish.
What would we be wishing for here?
That's a good question. So generally the win condition is going to be no, Brain Freeze. Brain Freeze is the win condition, which is mill 3 cards storm.
Yeah, but we're a bit too early for that, right?
It's true. He doesn't have nearly the storm count needed for that.
I think he's gonna have to go for Blue Sun Zenith and just dump budget mana in that, but or no, maybe it's.
I think Blue Sun Zenith is probably the. Oh, that's not an. Oh, no, it is an instant. Yeah, okay.
It is an instant.
The entire board is a wish board except for like dress downs, I think.
Yeah, because Tolarian Winds doesn't work. He has 1 card in hand.
Right.
Yeah, it gets the Blue Suns.
Makes sense. X is 2. Okay.
Yeah, I think he's hoping for another reset here. Oh, I think one of them was. Yeah.
Ooh. He's got 1 floating mana. He's got 2 mana to try and get. Yeah, he needs that reset.
Still don't know the other. I think he drew a reset.
He did draw the reset. Oh, no, he didn't.
I think he did, but it doesn't do anything. I think that's the problem.
How does a reset not do anything? Wouldn't it untap his mana? Oh, he would untap his mana, but then what does he do with the mana? He doesn't have. He needs to draw like reset. Like those 2 cards need to be reset, and then another card that
that draws some cards. Yeah,
that draws some cards. Yeah, that's a rough one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was his best case scenario. I think. This is the main zoo putting on the pressure.
Right. Yeah, that is a very quick clock that was so oppressive because I mean he had to force the Minskin Boo, and then even then his opponent had lethal the very next turn. Yes, Finn wins round 1.
Or game 1, not round 1.
Sorry, game 1. Sorry, everyone.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
This is the first time I'm commentating, so if I flub on a lot of stuff, you can roast me in the comments.
So far, you're doing fine. Let's see how you do after another 9 hours of coverage.
Yeah, only 9 hours to go.
Yeah, we got 7 rounds today with a top 8. If people play it out, we're looking for a final confirmation on prices, but it looks like we're going to be playing for 2 slots for the European Legacy Masters, which is going to be in September, so that's coming up pretty soon. As well as just the really stacked prize pool. I think it was a 1K prize pool.
Oh, nice. So
that's pretty sweet.
And it is also the prestige of having more than 100 players. We got 102 or 3, I believe. 1.2K prize pool.
Yeah. That's a pretty stacked prize pool. I like that.
Right? I'm gonna have to determine whether playing 8 rounds of Legacy is more difficult than commentating 8 rounds of Legacy.
Now we'll get there. We'll get there.
Right, especially because we got some really cool decks coming in. Like, I have not seen a lot of these cards recently.
Yeah, we got a bunch of really fun decks for our Brewers Cup today, so we're gonna have to see who has the spiciest deck. We're probably not even gonna be able to get them all on coverage. Like, there's a lot of really sweet decks.
Right? We don't literally have the coverage space to cover every cool deck that people have brought to this tournament. But so wait, do we get to vote on the Brewers? Like, who wins the Brewers Cup? Ooh, are we the lone judges?
Yeah, we definitely get to vote on that, but
nice.
we'll get to that when
judges.
we get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a lovely team of judges. We have a lovely sponsor in the one and only GOAT, Rudy.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, today is gonna be a good day for sure.
And I'm interested what other people think are the coolest decks. Like, if you, I'm gonna forget it over 8 or 9 rounds. Definitely, somebody remind me, and I might vote for somebody a deck that somebody suggests.
Also, before I forget, it's not just Rudy who's sponsoring the tournament today. We also have Rage Quit as our sponsor, which actually I don't have a spiel for them. We'll get to that in the next round because I want to know what our sponsors do. Yeah.
I was gonna say we're super well prepared, guys. You can tell.
No, we'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry. But first, let's go back to this game because I'm really interested in sideboarding here. Now, Dorian's probably going to be interesting, easiest because he's playing Cunning Wish, but
yeah,
he might bring in Dress Down. Dress Down is probably just a fog here.
We've got a. I'm trying to see what Finn has against High Tide. I'm guessing just a red blast. I'm seeing Pyroblast, so 3 blasts on the board. Flusterstorms.
Yeah, Flusterstorm is probably really good.
So let's maybe Surgical. So 2 Surgical, 3 blast, 3 Fluster is what I'd probably put in.
Yeah. And the question is, how heavy does he want to board? I think he wants to board quite heavily.
We got 2 dress downs in main, 3 dress downs in main. In the hand. He's gonna put a card under, keeping 3 dress downs. That's gonna be fun.
That's aggressive, but it definitely works because
it turns off a lot of Finn's creatures because they're all giving extra effects based on domain type. So that's not a bad keep, I think.
It even kills the territorial Kavu, so it's definitely very good.
Right, because it's a star.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been got by the dress down many a times myself, so I know the pain.
I've been got by the territorial Kavu a lot as well. Rug Delver back in the day.
Consider.
Finn getting a ley line down. Game 1 and 2 seems pretty fortuitous.
Yeah, for sure. Like it makes your mana so much easier. Though I think the deck is probably fine on mana without, but it just makes it so much easier. Yeah, there is the Kavu.
Forcing it pitch and dress down because he can't get that second mana. Rough.
Yeah, but it doesn't have haste, right? You could just play a land and then go for the.
He's just trying to draw into that second island.
Oh, he's missing.
He's missing land drops. Oh, we got a brainstorm.
That is unfortunate because that dress down would have been a lot better.
Right.
For the second land.
Oh no, we've got a lock. He's scooping it.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, you're dead before you draw anything else.
Yeah, he shows the double tribal flames and another territorial Kavu. That was rough.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, that's the game, right? Sometimes you just get landlocked. All right, so we'll try and get a backup match. Should be good. We still have 30 minutes in the round, so
yeah,
shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, fun decks for sure.
Right. I'm glad I got to see at least how aggressive the Domain Zoo deck could be, because I mean it sounds almost a little flimsy. Like I'm wondering how the games go where the the leyline of the guild pack doesn't come in at the beginning of the game. You know, like how many games is he winning when he has to cast that guild pact, cast that leyline in order for it to the deck to be on. You know.
I think at that point you really don't want to cast it. I think you just want to just try and play through like a wasteland kind of effect, because the mana base does support turn 2 everything you saw.
That's just true.
It's just the leyline makes it a lot easier, and also has great synergy with Scion of Draco, which just gives everything basically.
Right, that's true. I guess he can get to basically his own leyline by turn 2 by just fetching 2 separate. Fetching a Triome and then a duel.
Yeah. You can go Zekov Triome into Plateau, and that's 5.
Yeah, Plateau.
And even if you're not on 5 land types, at 4 you can still beat pretty hard.
Right.
Your opponent a few fetches.
It's only a 4/3 trample for 2. Like.
Yeah, exactly. So, and you can still just slam a bunch of 2 mana big beaters and just keep slamming them because there's so many.
Right.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these players do later today.
Ooh, we have to. We're gonna try and find our backup match now.
Oh. We get a bit of melee issues.
Yep, Marvin's just gonna pull someone randomly. I bet they have fun decks, regardless. I mean, even if we just see a classic matchup, I'm fine with that.
And a draw 4, usually you're good.
Yeah, you can just take off from there.
Yeah. And
yeah, we're also just
with that first game,
kind of trying to figure out how the new location works, because this is our first time at the new location.
Yeah, it didn't feel good, but that was the only way to.
So
looking for useful cards, because now
still trying to figure things out a little bit. It's a great location, though. It's beautiful.
Oh, the player mic was off. Oh, yeah. Now you guys should be able to hear the players.
Yeah, and I only looked at 2 cards, which Mission Briefing did as well. And in those 2 cards, there was a brainstorm. So that
we could hear the players the whole time.
Yeah,
so...
we could hear them. Probably the people at home couldn't.
I thought people at home could hear them, but apparently not.
I wasn't sure if you were playing Force of Will or
and now
not,
they can.
So that was, yeah. I figured.
Always round 1 where there's something going on, and then the rest of the day is smooth sailing. So
right, that was the beta round.
Yeah,
everybody's awake.
It's become like a rite of passage.
Right. I can't believe I misread reset that whole time. I thought you could only activate in your upkeep, in your opponent's upkeep, but it's after your opponent's upkeep. Yeah.
The wording is so weird on that.
Not exactly a card you see very often.
Yeah.
The early threats is probably good, but yeah, would have loved a 3rd match, but oh.
Not on the reserve list actually, which I'm surprised it hasn't been reprinted yet.
Right? I mean, again, like what kind of it's those kind of effects I think WotC doesn't really want, because untapping lands is a little powerful for most formats.
Yeah. I'm thinking, when was the last card printed that had untap all your lands?
That's a good question. I think Turnabout was Turnabout reprinted recently. Is Turnabout even reserve list? I'm bad at this kind of stuff.
I don't think it's reserve list. No, it's not reserve list. And it was in Ravnica Remastered. And Dominaria remastered.
Right, so Dom Remastered, that's what it was. Yeah, I remember seeing Turnabout printed recently. But Dom Remastered is not a modern set. I don't think it was a... I think it was just a... What was Dominaria Remastered even? I'm sorry, I guess I should apologize. I'm just gonna apologize to all of the listeners. Like, I try to keep up with Magic nowadays, but I kind of play Legacy because I'm supposed to like not be not have to, right? I'm pretty sure there's more than a couple listeners that are like, yeah, same. You know, it's hard to keep up with all the sets that are going on.
I mean, that's on WotC, right? They print like 20 sets a year, so it's
yeah. I'm trying, man. I'm doing my best. Onrad said Wilderness Exploration.
Right, that's pretty recent still. I think that was Guilds of Ravnica.
I can't find Wilderness Exploration.
No, Wilderness Reclamation.
Wilderness Reclamation.
That's what it was. It was...
Yeah, 4 mana at your end step, untap all lands you control.
It was Ravnica Allegiance, its first printing.
Ravnica Allegiance? Is that a set? Man, like, I feel
like... It was 2019 when we went to Ravnica for the 3rd time, I think.
Right.
and then it was reprinted in Murders at Karlov Manor, which is the 4th time we went to Ravnica.
Right. But I need like in relation to like the Apocalypse of 2020. So it's like Apocalypse -1 and then
yeah. No, I mean, for Magic players, the Apocalypse was 2019 because War of the Spark was incredibly pushed. I think that was also the year we got Throne of Eldraine. I think that was that year.
I'm gonna rely on you for that.
Might have been 2020, but it was definitely right after that.
Right. I play a deck that it doesn't take too many new cards in. I play a mono red painter now, so it's like, okay, I got Vexing Bauble. That's about it. That's all I got from Modern Horizons. I think I call that good.
I mean, you probably remember Oko.
Oh, how could I forget Oko? Actually, I top 8 at a tournament with Oko. What is it? With Food Chain, I beat a 120-man tournament with Oko, Renin 6, and Dreadhorde Arcanist, all legal.
Oh my lord!
Insane, and I was playing none of them.
Yeah, no. Oko was Throne of Eldraine, and that was 2019 still. So yeah, 2019 was
dark times.
Was a hell of a year for Magic. I can tell you that much.
Then right after that, I believe we had Ikoria and Companions.
Yeah, that was around that time as well.
Yup.
We got Uro.
Okay, so we've got Martin on Domain Zoo also, and no, just kidding.
Let's see.
We can try and find. I know what Martin's on. Martin, I think, is also on Mono Red Painter. Yes,
he's on Mono Red Painter. Yeah.
Yes, my man.
He's against Johan on Jeskai Control.
Jeskai Control, got you. And I wonder what the records are, but...
we'll get that updated in a moment.
So Martin's going first, so I imagine this is game 2, and he's lost game 1. Turn 1 Grindstone.
Turn 1 Grindstone is usually not the best start, but...
Yeah, it seems this reads to me as a weak start. You generally want to get the Grindstone through a fetch effect, such as Urza Saga.
It smells like I have nothing better to do with my mana, so I'll just play it.
Right. Well, Rob, I guess you are also a Mono Red Painter player, so...
Yeah, we're both Painter players, right?
Right? That's the engineer. Ooh.
And even Justin, if he was here, was a Painter player.
Right?
So... There's something with botcasters and playing painters, so.
And so Martin is playing against Johan, and it looks like the painter. Sorry, the Grindstone got exiled with Prismatic. We've got a Prismatic ending. Yeah, Prismatic ending. And then we got a Dragon Engine coming into the graveyard.
Off of the Goblin Engineer. So we're gonna go for a backup plan here. Looks like Martin does have the 3rd land to start making some constructs. That's probably gonna be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Try and get a clock going. Jeskai control a deck that fell out of favor a bit because of all the powerful green cards, like Uro and, well, I mean, pretty much Uro.
Oh, we got another prismatic ending for the engineer.
But Jeskai control coming back into favor a little bit, thanks to Fourth Aerlingus, a new addition from Modern Horizons 3, Wrath of the Skies, which is probably going to be really good in this matchup.
Oh,
Smart is playing a lot of cheap cards.
Which I described earlier as the prismatic. No, not prismatic. What's the
Pernicious Deed.
Pernicious Deed. It is white Pernicious Deed, effectively. X white white. You get X energy, then you can spend any amount of energy and destroy each artifact, creature, and enchantment with a CMC equal to or less than the amount of energy. So that's going to definitely come in play here to get rid of all the little artifacts that are going to happen, especially Saga tokens.
Interestingly enough, it also clips the Great Furnace if Marta has one in play.
Oh, that's spicy. Yep. But we're not seeing any of that. We see 2 Mountain Steel, we got a Painter, and we've got a Welder. The Painter is naming blue, as it should.
Also, looks like we have updated. This is game 3 for these players, for our B match here.
They're 1-1, and Martin went first. We got to brainstorm the main phase for Johan. He's going to want to... He's probably going to want to get rid of the Welder in this case, because that's the powerful engine here. Painter is kind of a distraction somewhat, but the Saga is going to pop and get him a Grindstone to win the game next draw step. So
yeah,
I wonder what Johan's plan is for this. He can't necessarily just remove the Welder, or just remove the Painter.
If it's an exile effect, he can probably just get rid of the Painter and be done with it.
True.
I mean, he is playing Swords to Plowshares. He still has another 3 prismatic endings, so it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, he's got a lot of answers to this. And Martin looks like it's holding 1 card. So this Saga, we'll see whether this Saga makes a construct token. That's going to tell the direction of this game.
Well, that kind of depends on if he still has the Painter, I think.
Yep.
He'll want the mana for the Grindstone. Oh, yeah, no. There goes the Painter. So now, I imagine he's probably going to go for a construct.
Engineer in hand. Yeah, he's going to do the construct just so that he can weld in the Dragon Engine. Draw some new cards, probably. He's got a Blast and Engineer. Floating a mana. Yep. Okay. So he's going to want to cast those cards in hand before getting rid of them. Seemed like sort of a greedy play to play the Painter and the Welder, knowing how much removal is in Johan's deck. But I guess he was trying to just end the game. He was hoping that, oh, you played 2 Prismatics effectively to get rid of 2 things. The third one, do you have a third one, right?
Yeah.
It's a bit more aggressive of play.
Well, I mean, I kind of like the play because you just want to put pressure on the control player. Because if the game goes long, the control player is going to be able to go over you.
That's true. You don't want to ever just give them a chance to just play land pass.
And at this point, we just have a bunch of engines online. And we just try and generate as much value to try and close out the game.
Right.
Looks like Marta's thinking about going for a Chaos Defiler.
I see it. He's holding it. There it is. Chaos Defiler into Welder. Now he's gonna like, oh, I gotta read that. Which again, I found. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say this is a card that a lot of players still don't know about, but it's definitely one of the more powerful pieces in the modern Painter deck.
Right. Well, it's a 5/4 trample. But when it enters the battlefield or dies, you destroy without targeting a non-land permanent an opponent controls. So that's valuable, but not specifically against Jeskai control. So he can exile it so you don't get the dies trigger, and even just putting into play may not have a target. So,
but at least you don't hit your own stuff. So
that's true.
That's a plus, and it's still a 5/4 trampler, which is really good.
Right. Looks like we got a brainstorm.
Yeah, apparently, because I've never seen that art before.
That's some new art. No, that looks like a ponder. The effect was a ponder.
My God.
Now we got a brainstorm.
This is for sure a brainstorm.
I've seen that art before.
I recognize those meatballs everywhere.
They're right.
Okay, so ideally, Marta would look for a target for the Red Blast and then go for the Phyrexian Dragon Engine. Just get a fresh 3.
Right. He's trying to get that blast out of his hand at all costs almost. Because it's just going to be discarded when he puts the Dragon Engine in play. Because I don't see him putting the Chaos Defiler into play without removing something. Especially when he can draw 3 cards and beat down with the Dragon Engine.
I mean, he could... Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they're both good beatdown cards.
Just one draws you 3 cards.
Yeah.
We've got a...
Lorien revealed.
Looking for a island.
The only real downside to welding in something is welding out the Vexing Bauble, which I imagine is going to be pretty good in this matchup.
Only if he's casting things, so I think it's acceptable to
Sure.
leave the Vexing Bubble in the yard and potentially bring it out when you need it.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Like bring it out right before you cast an important spell. And for turn.
Yep, the land we found off of the Lorien revealed.
So we're gonna swap this in. And he's still holding a blast up in case there's any tricksy business. And now he's going to try and bounce it, and that's where the blast comes in. Gotcha.
Oh, yeah. Consigned to Memory, another Modern Horizons 3 card, attempting to stifle the ETB trigger off of the Phyrexian Dragon Engine.
It wasn't a bounce, it was Consigned to Memory.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
It's counter target colorless spell or triggered ability. Yeah. I mean, it's worded the other way, but you know what I mean.
Looks like he drew another bauble, an Agatha Soul Cauldron, a Fable, and I think Engineer. We're going to combat first, though.
There's definitely... Yeah. I think it's a blast.
Might be a blast. We've got 4 damage, then bauble. Doesn't have a 3rd land. But he's going to keep that up just so that the engineer can swap into something valuable. The game might be slipping away from Johan.
I think this was the ponder.
This is the weird ponder, yes.
Yeah, this is definitely a clock. Because again, if Marta is ever low on cards, he can just go for another Dragon Engine. Having 2 of the goblins in play makes it really hard to interact with anything that's going on here.
Right. It's an Alter Lorwyn Ponder.
Oh.
I want to see that up close if he's going to show the camera before he shuffles away, but we'll get him after the match. Brainstorm now. Like, I think Johan is trying to keep this game under control. He's trying to find that solution that's going to wipe the board. I think he's got Supreme Verdict. That would do a lot of damage. And potentially Wrath of the Skies. But he doesn't have the mana for that this turn.
We've already blown 4 cantrips in 2 turns. That's bad news bears.
Right. Yeah, Martin's sitting on quite a bit of gas. If he just draws that 3rd land, he can really take this over. playing around that Wrath of the Skies. That's going to be a rough one because that is destroy all things that cost for 5 mana, all things that cost 3 or less, which will be, well, Martin's Field.
We got here another ponder.
Another ponder. Yeah, this is. Yep. See, these are definitely altered. They look gorgeous, but we're looking at a very pixely, very pixelated image right now. Johannes kept all of his ponders, so he's drawing something out of them.
That's also the 5th cantrip in 2 turns.
Right? Control players, am I right?
Just pointing it out. Just pointing it out.
Yep, Martin pointing out that neither of his creatures have summoning sickness. Johan's passing it back. Engineer's going to sack the Dragon Engine to bring out second Bauble, and then Welder's going to bring out the Dragon Engine again.
Interesting. I forgot what he had in hand, but apparently he doesn't want it.
Crucially, he doesn't have a 3rd land, which is what it feels like he's trying to go for. He's trying to get an Ancient Tomb or another mountain, because he's got nothing he can realistically cast.
Through a bunch of... a 3-drop...
Oh, Upgrade. Upgrade was the 3rd card.
Right, yeah, no, that's not a great hand.
Yep. Ooh, looks like he drew a city and an artifact land.
This is just so brutal. If you're a control player and you see your opponent just untap and draw 4 cards, basically.
And then hit you for 4. Oh, no,
and your counter spells don't work.
Yeah, and you can't counter anything. This is he drew raw mountains. I thought they were artifact lands. So we got a Fable, 2 mountains, a city. He's playing that city just so he can get out a Fable and hold open red for the Engineer.
Yeah, that looks good.
Tokentje.
I'm gonna look for that elusive Goblin Shaman token.
Yeah, that's a rather expensive token. I still didn't even have the the tokens for this. For some reason, it's more expensive than the Fable.
I think at some point that token was like 20-25 euros.
Yeah.
So it was insane. Yeah, I think this game is slipping away. Oh, we do have the Wrath of the Skies. Finally,
Ooh, there it comes.
It's like X3.
That's gonna be literally everything, but we're gonna start getting out creatures out for non-creatures.
Yeah, but it's gonna take artifacts anyway, so I think he's just resetting his hand while he can.
That's true.
Because now he just loses everything. And that was not a moment too soon.
Yeah. Johan was about to face lethal.
But we do have Ursa Saga, so we're not out of the woods yet.
Floating 2 with trigger, yep.
Oh, right, I did mention Wrath of the Skies hitting artifact lands. I forgot to mention...
Right.
It hits enchantment lands.
Enchantment lands as well. Ooh, he's going to straight up unearth the Phyrexian Dragon Engine to discard 3 and draw 3 more. He's drawn a lot of lands. We see another 2 lands from what he's drawn. Combats for 4. Johan's at 4.
Yeah, I like the aggressive play here with the unearth because you really want to keep up the pressure here.
Right.
Especially now with the Lorien Reveal drawing another bunch of cards.
Right, sorcery speed, draw 3 cards for 5.
We have a Tameo coming in, another Modern Rises 3 card. 1 mana 03, it flies. When it attacks, it investigates, and then if you draw 3 cards, it flips.
So technically nothing yet. It's not doing anything currently, but 03 is a pretty big blocker.
I mean, it investigates, and you have plenty of mana to crack those clues and start drawing some cards, so...
True.
I think it's very scary.
We've got a Welder, Blast, Ancient Tomb. The Time in the round. We've got
we have a little bit more time for the coverage crew. So,
right.
For the coverage players.
He's holding up with that Power Blast to surprise, get the Tamiyo, so it can't block, I imagine, or any bigger threats that come into play.
And despite just a massive life total difference, I think this game is actually still pretty close.
This is close. This is how control matchups go. Yeah, like Deep in Space is saying, this is a very exciting B match to pull up. Getting a combat in there for that Investigate token. Or Clue token from Investigate.
Clue token. Now the question is, are we keeping the Clue token or are we cracking it right now?
It will tell... Oh, go ahead.
If we keep it a turn, we can maybe flip the Tamiyo. If that's something we want to be doing.
Right. Swords on the Welder. I was thinking that cracking the clue could say a lot about the strength of Johan's hand. Ooh, we got a Tamiyo.
I think that says a lot about the strength of Johan's hand. He's gonna get blasted. We're gonna make a token. We have plenty of life. Not that life really matters at this point.
Can Martin get 2 other artifacts into play? He's going to, first of all, make another construct token, then fetch an artifact. Hopefully he doesn't fail to find, and then hopefully be able to play an artifact from hand, and that will be 4 lethal from the not summoning sick first construct.
We're gonna see. Yeah, I think Marta's going for the Lava Spur boots.
Oh, that's a good play. +1/+0. That should be lethal.
New addition to the deck from what was it? Outlaws at Thunder Junction.
Correct.
Giving haste to anything that it equips to. It has a equip of 1. Gives ward 1, which is also relevant sometimes.
Yep. It's gonna give it to the summoning sick token, so that they both swing in.
So
and
that's,
yeah, ward 1.
We're attacking for 7. We need to block the 4/3, so Johan is going to 1. Oh no, wait, he can't block.
Yeah, he's no blockers.
He has no blockers. He attacked with the Tamiyo, of course.
He's got to have a swords and pay extra for it. Ward?
Yep.
Yep.
We do have the mana for it. Then we take 2. So we live another turn.
Equip the welder. Now it's got haste. Can you do with a hasty welder?
We don't have the Dragon Engine anymore, but we could go for a Chaos Defiler here.
And so Johan should be at 2, I believe. He was at 4 and then he took 2.
Yeah, I think he went to 1 because he thought the construct was still a 3/3, but it shrank down.
Yes.
Yeah, he needs to be on 2, Marvin.
Each player searching Martin's graveyard for any goodies.
So I think Martin was supposed to be at 19, right? Because he plowed a 3/2.
He played a 4/3.
Oh, he plowed a 4/3.
Correct.
Wait, was he at 14?
Yeah, no, Martin should be at 22.
Oh, 20, right? Because he activated the Ancient Tomb twice.
Oh, that's true. Yes. Oh, we got a judge call.
Game's hard.
We can't figure out what's going on. Players can't figure out what's going on.
Looks like we have a judge call just to make sure what's happening.
Right.
Wait, did he fetch?
Oh, there was a fetch in there somewhere. To cast Tamiyo.
Wait, no, I think he fetched to cast Tamiyo, and then he was at 4, right?
I'm sure.
I don't know. Let the judges sort this out. I don't know.
Good luck to the judges. We couldn't even figure out what's going on. We're watching the game with no other distractions.
Also, we're not actually at the location. This time, we're looking into maybe doing it next time, but to be determined. Well, we'll have to... Let's see, at least Teferi coming down here... Interested in finding out what the Teferi's gonna do here. There we get the Chaos Defiler, as we expected.
Right.
Als ik Timio target en jij brainstormt, dan wordt ze geëxiled, hè? Ja. Nee, dan is die tijd. Ja, oké, maar ik denk dat het transformt.
I think Martin's misunderstanding how Chaos Defiler works, because he's asking if he targets Tamio and then a brainstorm happens, but that's not how this works. You just switch to the Teferi and kill that. But it doesn't matter anyway, because then Johan doesn't have an answer for the Chaos Defiler, so...
Yeah, good games.
Yeah, that was a really tight match. Like, for a second there, I think Johan had a shot at staying alive. But, close for sure.
Yeah, I feel like Johan was like constantly trying to keep that game under control, clear the field, make sure there couldn't be any tricky stuff with artifacts, but Martin was able to draw so many cards off of the Phyrexian Dragon engine.
Yeah, what was it, like 12 cards?
It was something like 12 or maybe even 15 cards, because he did end up unearthing it afterwards as well. He last minute before everything was wiped, he got another trigger and then unearthed it for 5 mana. So that made a huge difference in the game, I believe.
Yeah, for sure. And Johan just a little bit unlucky with draws, I feel. Like 5 cantrips in, and then he found the Wrath of the Skies, which if he found that a little bit sooner,
right,
then he would have been good to go, I think.
And I even saw there's a 3rd Wrath of the Skies in the sideboard for Johan, so that was he tried to do as much as he can to stem the bleeding, but couldn't get there in the end.
For sure. All right, round 2 here at the King William II Stadium in Tilburg, the Netherlands. Who we got here, Michael?
We've got Ruland on, looks like lands, and David on lands, and Ruland on an exciting Planeswalker deck. I don't even know what's going on with how many Planeswalkers this guy's playing.
So, some of you may have heard of the card Iker Moon Gauntlet. It is a 3-mana artifact that gives all Planeswalkers the ability to proliferate and -12 to take an extra turn. So we got 15 Planeswalkers, 8 different ones. and
one other thing on that card: whenever you cast a non-creature spell, choose a counter on target permanent. Put an additional counter of that kind on that permanent. So you do get to proliferate 1 Planeswalker when you cast another Planeswalker. That's a crucial second line. Yeah.
Or when you brainstorm, or when you force of will, or just all the blue-white control-y good stuff.
Right. It's rare to see a lands player playing more creatures than than his opponent.
Yeah, Lance playing 3 Elvish Reclaimer. But it is actually Lance. It's not depths. Like, there's been a discussion. There's always discussion about what is lands, what is depths. I'd call this lands personally, because you're playing explorations. You're really into Life from the Loam, so this is definitely lands.
I see a brainstorm in play, but I don't see the mana that's used to cast it.
Interesting.
Oh, I see a wasteland. Right, it was something got wasted. Got it.
Right.
Okay, we're gonna focus on the game now.
I mean, I was focusing on the decks. That kind of works.
So it looks like leading Thespian stage on lands. I'm not too much of a lands player, but it doesn't seem like too strong of a play. Or maybe you're just trying to get stuff out of your hand. Like, normally you want to run into an exploration turn 1.
Yeah, interesting hand by David here. Looks like Meticulous Archive for Roland binning a Gideon of the Trials. That's a name I haven't heard in a really long time.
Oh man, that's the one that prevents you from losing the game if there's a Gideon in play.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got a Life from the Loam, getting back the waste.
Okay, so we do have some actual colored mana. Looks like a Force of Negation in response. That's a good force to have.
Oh, JTMS. I haven't seen that card in a while.
Man, when's the last time Jace the Mind Sculptor was playable?
When last time Jason Mind was pitched to Force of Will? Like, many years. Second Brainstorm. We're doing a lot of sculpting over here with these Planeswalkers. And I think the Lance player is going to have a hard time interacting with these Planeswalkers because he mostly just has Tabernacle to deal with an opponent's non-lands. But that doesn't work here.
Yeah, I do like the idea of trying to go for a couple wastelands. But I'm not sure what the Thespian stage in between means. Does that mean we just didn't have a green source, or we'd rather just play the Thespian stage because we need 2 mana anyway?
It's like a dupe and is avoiding getting wasted, or like waste protection. I say crop rotation.
That makes sense.
Crop rotation, Yavimaya, I believe, are the 2 cards on the top.
Yeah, I think there was a Swords to Plowshares in the hand of David as well.
Right, which is a dead card.
Yeah, Swords to Plowshares does nothing here.
Second Loam. What's
that
Roosingh going to do? He's going to try not to get waste locked out of this game, because I think if this game can go long and he can avoid a wasteland loop, Roosingh probably takes this game over pretty cleanly with the sheer value of so many Planeswalkers ticking up and down.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a Force of Will.
Yeah.
I believe, pitching. So that's just a temporary stopgap. He's going to have to find a solution.
Yeah, unfortunately only has a single Force of Negation in the main.
Right. Mazebeth, another useless card in this matchup.
Well, I mean, in this one it's a forest, at least.
Sure. I guess, given that Roosingh probably needs to win by combat, like, the Wandering Emperor is probably going to be, like, where that maze gets turned on.
Fair enough. I'm thinking, is there maybe a different ultimate that works? I mean, we already got rid of the Jace, so that's not an option anymore.
Right, that was a one-of. Gideon was a one-of.
Yeah.
I believe... Yeah, it looks...
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we have a Karn, but Karn only gets Lattice. Yeah, I guess you can go on Lattice Beats. That also works.
Right.
Oh no, not this art. No.
The block of text art.
Yeah, this printing.
Amazing. We're getting rid of that maze. This printing is so trolly, though.
Oh man, the Teferi is kind of okay because it's a really played card. The deck Faden one, it's the worst. It's the absolute worst.
Very opinionated casters. Yeah, look at that art. Yeah. Oh boy. I mean, it's not the art necessarily. It's
it's the whole thing together.
You ever try to describe what a Planeswalker does using just text?
And it's also kind of the art, right? Because this is the only printing with this art, so it's not even the original printing. So you can't even recognize it based on that. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I've things to say about this printing, but I'll spare you.
I'm with Rob fighting on this. I really want to see a Jace ultimate, and losing that ability in the very first game against a Lance player, it hurts me too.
Yeah. I mean, there's always game 2, right?
Right.
And sometimes game 3.
If we don't go to time, I mean, Not any knock to the players. Just this seems like it might be a very drawn out game.
Oh, interesting. We're not going for the dark depths. We're porting.
Like crop rotation into port. He's really trying to lock down the mana.
Yeah, I think he'd rather be safe than sorry.
Rob's asking, is there Field of the Dead in the lands deck? Let's check.
No.
No Field of the Dead.
No,
That's
there's no field.
That definitely changes the percentages over here.
It's a third loam? My god.
Oh.
I would like to. Cast the loam.
Yep. That loam is going to
Wasteland, Maze, and Rainforest. Yes.
draw 3 effectively, and
Yeah, and thankfully Roland does have some basics. I think he's still missing the islands. Yeah, it's two planes.
Play the Maze. Play the Wasteland.
And like at some point when all you have is basics, you still have to play through the Rashan port, so
yep.
it's gonna be a rough game for Roland.
Yeah, I think David made the right call trying to just completely attack the mana base here.
Yeah, just play it safe.
Is the Rainforest? Yeah.
Do have to fetch for the island. But this is quickly slipping away for Roland here.
He's going to have to fetch exclusively basics, which now I'm going to count how many basics he's gotten here. 2 planes, 5 island. So this is just a blue-white list. So this shouldn't be too hard for him.
I think the mana base can fight through this. It's not a question of if, but when. And he might be too slow.
Right.
Because
Like,
we're
that was-
loaming every turn.
Yeah, we're loaming every turn, and the surprising part for me was the crop rotation into port as opposed to Dark Depths, because that could have just been it. But it seems that David's playing more conservatively here.
He might actually be scared of like Swords to Plowshares, which is fair.
Right.
I think he'd rather just make sure the game is completely on lockdown,
Right.
and then try to go for the kill.
Typical Lance player, am I right?
Well, it is a control deck.
It's true.
For
It's
sure.
true. That's the correct way to play lands. If anybody caught that.
Like, which of these players is playing more of a control deck? That's an interesting question.
Oh, lands always has to be it. That's one of the most controlling decks I've ever seen. Like, it literally punishing fire as a win condition is like control through the roof. Yo, we've got a questing druid from Singapore tuning in. Welcome.
Greetings to Singapore.
Yeah. Black bordered savannah and exploration. My man wants to kill me. Yo. I've never seen a casual lands player.
Oh yeah, no, the deck is also just absurdly expensive.
You're
So
right.
I wonder how more play it would see if it was just a little bit cheaper. Yeah, just loaming away.
I see, now you think that, but actually one of my first decks I tried was lands, and I found it was so difficult. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
even
no,
if
it's a hard deck for sure.
even if they reprint Tabernacle, even if Tabernacle were €1, like, it would be so difficult to play this deck that I think most people would like, be like, it's not a deck for me.
Yeah, but I think at least people would try, right?
Yep.
Wait, are we? Oh yeah, we have 2 ports, of course, because that's been stage.
Yo, questing druids from I did a masters in Leiden. That's awesome. It's a local city around here.
I think Leiden is like an hour away from Tilburg.
Oh, it's a bit
Something
further
like
than that. It's like an hour away from where I live in Alphen.
I mean, yeah, with public transport, right?
Yeah, that's true. I don't drive. Yet.
I mean, you say that, but how long have you been living here?
About 2 years, actually. I'm still getting my car cleaned up. It's gonna be drivable soon. We're stuck on 3 lands. Rulon is really falling behind.
This is exactly what I was scared of. Like, we have lands, we just don't have enough.
Right? Yeah, at this point, yeah, Azorius WinCon is just a time playing for a draw.
We're wastelanding fetches just to force the issue.
Right.
Now the interesting question is, do you start porting the island, or do you just keep porting the plains to keep him off of swords to plowshares?
I think you just find an opportunity where you can port both planes and then get that Marilage in there. Which might be this turn. No? Didn't end up going for it. Yeah, versus 5 islands, 2 planes. Yeah, the strategy to get all the basics out of the deck isn't really going to happen.
You have to win before there's too many basics, but...
Right. I see a Saga in hand for David.
That helps.
He's really trying to find that depths. Like, that's the... I'm surprised that he won't play the Saga pulling out a Expedition map. Oh, Teferi bounces Saga. Good point.
Well, I mean, Teferi bounces Saga once, right?
True. Yeah, I can't do it over and over.
Except now if you wait a turn, then it does it twice, so... Now it's too late for the Saga.
And you're going to want to do it immediately so that your opponent doesn't even get 1 construct token. But, I don't know, players might know better.
Okay, so we are tapping the blue. And we got another island.
Prevented him from getting Narset out with tapping that blue.
Yeah, but now we have Swords to Plowshares. Right? That's the thing I'm scared of. I mean, you can still tap the... No,
you can still tap and get in there, but yeah, not quite. Ooh. We dredged into 3 lands, Bajuga Bog, Caracas, and Wasteland. It's an excellent dredge. I wonder if we're going to cast that again, bring those cards right into play. Not directly into play, but soon enough. Yep, Bajuka.
I'm not actually sure what David is looking for at this point. Because everything I would be looking for, I think we've kind of missed.
Right. I think it's also it's a tricky matchup without the field. Like he's trying to draw further into his deck to probably eventually just get the Dark Depths. I don't think did he draw that Dark Depths?
No, I don't think he hit the Dark Depths yet.
Right. That's probably what he's trying to draw straight into. We've got a Wandering Emperor.
Flashing
Looks like in upkeep, I believe, because in response to getting ported.
Yeah.
You want to use my mana? I'm going to use my mana instead. It looks like he's been tapping his mazes. David's been tapping his mazes, so actually we're going to get maybe a combat step. I'm not sure if these have haste. I don't think so.
No, they don't.
No, vigilance, that's what it is.
I will minus and bounce the exploration and draw cards.
Gonna bounce the exploration, draw a card. Oh, that's some sick Wandering Emperor art, actually.
Yeah. I love the design of the Wandering Emperor. Just the character in general.
Right?
The armor is, I think, really well designed.
I was told she's the ADHD Planeswalker. Because she can't control her spark. Emperor should be on 2. No, that's true, actually. I believe the Emperor should be on 2 because it's a -1 to make the 2/2 with Vigilance. That's a good catch.
We only had 1 activation, so yeah.
Maybe someone on the casting team can notify the players. I'm not sure how that works. 1 ring Emperor. That would be a busted card. Just 1 ring flash. Can answer instant speed.
They figured it out.
There we go.
1 ring Emperor. No. No.
You do 2 cursed. 2 cursed.
Like, it's bad enough we have all the Lord of the Rings cards when Transformers is getting no love in this format.
Ooh, we've got a 3rd Planeswalker hitting the battlefield.
Now, one thing I just realized, Karn can actually get the Iker Moon Gauntlet from the sideboard.
There is one in the sideboard. Exciting.
I didn't even think of that until I saw it, because I was thinking, oh, we're at 3 Planeswalkers, we're actually getting up there. I think at 4 Planeswalkers, with a Gauntlet in play, you can make infinite turns.
Right.
And then with the 5th, you can actually start activating some relevant Planeswalkers.
Right, because it's -12 to take an extra turn after this. Oh, we're getting the mixing Lattice though. We're gonna try and just win the game by turning off our opponent's lands.
Okay, I'm gonna make a bold statement. I think the Mycosynth Lattice here is bait.
Really?
Because you're never casting it with all these Rishadan ports in play. I think it's bait. I think he's just gonna minus again next turn, get the Gauntlet, and then go off with that.
Interesting. What is he trying to bait David into doing?
That I don't know.
It's like 5D chess.
No, it's just like, ooh, scary Mycosynth Lattice, because it's Karn, right?
Right.
But I think the Lattice is not what's gonna happen here.
Right, because he maybe sees that David will always be able to keep him off 6 mana.
And, for example, we had the Elfish Reclaimer coming down to try and keep the Karn down. I mean, it's also just a way to find your Dark Depths, so...
Way to find the Dark Depths, yeah.
I don't know. I feel like maybe the threat of a Lattice can make people do things that they otherwise wouldn't.
Potentially.
And it really goes into the... give your opponent the opportunity to make mistakes. Like, put them in a situation where they can make a mistake, and then maybe they will, maybe they won't.
Yeah, I think this is an opportunity where he could minus Karn, grab the Iker Moon Gauntlet, and cast that, and then start going off. Because each one of these Planeswalkers can proliferate every Planeswalker.
Yeah.
And every creature token that has a +1 from the Wandering Emperor.
Oh, because it's a proliferate.
It's a proliferate. Every target, every thing with a counter on it can get another counter, and each Planeswalker has that ability.
We literally need one more Planeswalker to have infinite turns here.
Right. Right, because then we've got 4 Planeswalkers, each giving +4/+4. Sorry, 4 loyalty to each one of them.
Oh, you have 3 giving...
Giving 3.
How does that work again?
So 3, like giving like each Planeswalker having 3 means that they each gain 9. Wait, is that right?
No,
is that right?
They each get 3 a turn, but because you have 4, you get 4 turns worth. So you get 12. 12 over the turns.
Oh,
and then you go back to the first one.
Them. Right, each of them gets 4 total. Interesting.
Each of them gets 3 a turn, but because you have 4, you cycle through them to take extra turns. It's...
Oh, I see. Where 1 goes to 12 pops. Oh man, I hope we get to see this. Yeah. I hope we don't have to like describe this and we can just see it in action. We get a shuffle. Because he's already got a Karn in play. It looks like he drew multiples of some of the Planeswalkers, so now we're gonna try and get the 4th Planeswalker. But I'm still wondering if that Karn is gonna go fetch the Gauntlet. I'm not sure how Ruland is playing this. He drew looks like a Scalding Tarn. Untap.
I'm thinking we didn't see a channel land from David, right?
I don't believe so.
I don't think we've seen that yet.
You're talking specifically... Oh, you're talking like Otawara and stuff like that.
And Boseiju. Yeah, because those could break up the combo.
Ooh, interesting.
But I don't think we've seen either of them.
I think actually you may be right about the Lattice. Like, the threat of Lattice means that David has to spend basically 4 mana. Has to always do that. I'm not sure that... I don't know, that may not be relevant. How many lands does he have, right? 1, 2, 3...
I'll make another samurai.
Well...
15 lands in play?
it matters less and less each turn, but I think it still matters to a degree. I just don't know if it matters enough. But
Right.
I do agree with the idea behind it. Oh, and there's the Boseiju.
And we got a Loam. So Boseiju Mox Time. Mox Time is offline because Karn. But it's not going to look at it and play anyway. We're going to Loam in
Saga,
Boseiju.
And something... No, we don't have a third land.
Okay.
But I think the Boseiju is the card that matters here, because that means we don't have the infinite lock.
Right. Even it turns off the lock with the Mycosynth Lattice as well.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, I mean, at that point you could say, okay, David isn't scared of the Lattice anymore, so you play the Lattice as bait, and then go into the Iker Moon Gauntlet.
Right. Oh, double tapping the planes now. This is the play where I'm gonna get a Dark Depths. Right? That's the Dark Depths play.
Yeah, but we tapped our Thespian stage, right?
Move to combat.
What is happening? Yeah, we tapped the Thespian stage. I don't think David has another one that's untapped, so he'd need both the Depths and the Thespian stage. We're gonna bounce the Ursus Saga. Yes, we are.
Right, because this was the first turn that Saga came into play.
Interestingly enough, maybe we don't even need any Karn shenanigans. Maybe we don't need any artifacts, because we have a One Ring Emperor that is just making tokens, giving them counters, just...
Yeah, I knew this game was going to be drawn out. We're halfway through the round, but I still can't tell who's going to win this.
And also, we've been dredging every single turn, so it's not like we're getting crop rotations or anything.
Ooh, Dovin Bond.
That is Dovin Hand of Control.
Oh, true. Yes, this is the War of the Spark.
Yeah, it's like a one-sided Thalia effect that -1s to prevent damage from a permanent. There it is on screen. Okay, a nice little stacks piece. It's a Planeswalker. We do finally find the Dark Depths. Now the question is, can we stick a Merit Lage and attack with it? I think we should be able to, right?
Odawara is bouncing a token.
I mean, just to stay alive at this point.
Right.
Just get an extra turn. Wait, we still have only one Thespian stage and only one Rishadan port, right?
I think we have 2 boards. Let's see. Let's see. No, you're right. I think I only see 1 port. The other one was a Wasteland. Yeah.
Then we're still dead to Swords to Plowshares, because the Thespian stage needs to become Dark Depths, and then we can only tap one Plains.
Huh.
So this still doesn't work, I think. My God.
Wow. Out controlling the lands player. Not actually often you see that.
We picked back up the Odawara, right?
I believe so. Yes. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I think that...
So we can at least get rid of the token again?
Right. He drew a Tundra. So he does have a white source, but it can just get immediately wasted. That might have even been a misplay if he if he needs the swords, he needs to do it at instant speed. So he could brainstorm, put that back, and then have the fetch hold on to keep that white source available. You know, because the fetch is blue-red. So that might...
Yeah, playing that might have been a misplay. Right. Especially with Wasteland still on the field. And also, interesting point in chat.
Yeah, why has he not been using the mazes on Vigilance? Like, maze should remove a creature from combat for sure.
Yeah, that would have worked for sure. Well, I mean, that works for like a turn, right? And then the tokens still keep coming, so I guess you want to answer them more permanently?
I guess so.
Looks like we're minusing Karn. There's the Gauntlet.
Oh, Maze of It doesn't actually remove it from play. Yeah, now we're minusing Karn. Now we're showing off. Now we're doing the infinite turns. He was waiting to assemble Voltron the whole time. He was waiting until he had 4 Planeswalkers so that he could play this card. And then, I think, take infinite turns. But I'm not sure if it gets there this turn.
No, but the thing is, we have the Boseiju. We know that David has a Boseiju. Roland knows it as well, because it was off of a loam, right? He didn't play it, I don't think. No.
But oh, that's true. I was about to say we have Teferi in play, so we can't cast things at instant speed, but we're channeling that instead. It's not casting.
All 0.
Man.
And also, he tapped the Tundra, so he tapped another white source.
This one, and this one. This one has not been used yet.
Response to the first proliferate trigger, or activation. We're going to Boseiju your favorite thing.
Yeah.
Yep, he gets a basic land.
Oh, he gets specifically a basic island.
True, he doesn't have any more...
Oh, no, wait, it's Boseiju, you can get a duel. But we're not getting a duel. I think he might be out of duels.
Yeah, the Tundra is the only white source that he had. The Tundra is the only white source left. He has 2 planes and the Tundra.
Yeah, so he used both his archives, right?
I believe they're both wasted. I'm not sure, because we did get an early, like, Bajuka Bog that got rid of a lot of things that were wasted.
This has been a long game.
But even then, like, fetching into the archive doesn't work because it's interplay tapped. And then immediately get wasted.
For sure. But, like, it's technically something you could get off of Boseiju.
Right.
But
man, I still think playing that Tundra might cost Roland the game. We'll see. Oh, that's true. We're missing Gay Kappa saying didn't use Maze for several turns. Yeah, he's been taking 7. He's taking life because he hasn't been using Maze. But also, Dave only paid 2 mana for Loam when he needed to pay 3. That's true. There's very few. He could afford to play it.
Oh, right, because the Dovin is there.
The Dovin's now there, yeah.
So, Loam is 3 mana, yeah. Again, this has been a really long, complicated game.
Congrats to LSW for finishing the round early and then having to watch Lands versus Planeswalkers. Congrats, you get to play a deck that you can actually get some food between rounds.
Oh man, I'm really thinking how does Roland come out of this, and I don't know.
Yeah, he did it again. He paid 2 for the life from the loan. I mean, again, not like he's short on the mana, but he should probably pay it. It's hard. Well, at the same time, we're standing back. Like, this is hard for these players. There's a lot going on. The complexity in just having a lot of these Planeswalkers on board is really high.
And also, just Roland having all the cards in the world, like... David still has to worry about the Wandering Emperor because he just cannot get rid of this damn thing.
Right, yeah, Rob saying, like, Dovin's not really played that often. Did you guys know what this card did? If I said Dovin Hand of Control, would you guys know what this card did?
I would, but that's kind of cheating. I'm a brewer.
Oh, right, okay, fair.
I have played this damn thing in Legacy before.
Dovin Tribal, I agree. We need some Dovin Tribal decks. This is the closest deck to a Dovin Tribal.
Like, this is probably the most playable Dovin. Because it's just such a good stacks piece.
Right. Interacts with your opponent, which is what all those War of the Spark cards like were really aggressively doing. Ooh, we've got an aggressive Wasteland on the fetch to get a
Just the last island.
Yep.
And now we have all lands in play. Right. And at this point, we're going to have to worry about maybe decking ourselves, because we've been loaming every single turn this game.
Right.
I feel like maybe 2 turns. Like the first 2 turns, we didn't loam.
Right. We just need to replace life totals with cards remaining in deck, because that's probably the better determining. That's the more important resource.
At this point. Because, again, we have... Roosingh has Swords to Plowshares. I think he could power through a bunch of Merit Lages if given the time. Like, I think if David waits too long, he just decks himself.
I'm still wondering what David's opportunity is what that looks like. Right? What is he waiting for that he hasn't popped the Dark Depths yet? And again, I'm not a Lance player, so I can't really tell. Oh, we're gonna completely get rid of our Wandering Emperor to have a 3rd body in play.
Are we tapping double white? What are we casting for double white that we wouldn't rather just have Swords to Plowshares?
We just assume that there's a Swords to Plowshares in his hand. Oh, I see. That's why he got rid of the Wandering Emperor. He's holding another one. Sure. That's front and center. He's going to combat for 2, 4, amaze both.
Okay, we're finally seeing the mazes.
Right.
Don't sorcery speed the Wandering Emperor, please.
Right. We're moving to discards and discarding it to fairy. Crazy.
Like, the way Roosingh loses this is if he taps off of Swords to Plowshares, so please, let's not do that.
We got an Odawara. Bouncing a token. Yeah, because in order for David to remain in this game, actively just holding off this, he constantly has to Life from Loam, which is effectively drawing 3 cards a turn. Effectively putting 3 cards from the library out of library.
And I think we've had most of the lands as well, because we hit double Crop Rotation and Elvish Reclaimer, so...
Right. David can't keep this up forever. He's going to have to make a Merit Lodge at some point.
Preferably before he decks himself.
It's been 84 years, I agree. Lands versus Planeswalkers. Let's put that on stream. It's going to be a match of 1 game.
I'm glad we did, because
right?
I wouldn't want to miss this for anything.
I wouldn't want to... I need to learn what Dovid Hand of Control did.
I mean, this is why we put Legacy, right? We have an actual tiered deck in lands.
Ooh.
And then we have a complete brew, and it's a really close game.
Right? Would you rather watch this or Grief and Eldrazi? This is peak match. I agree, bro. We've got a Merit Lodge in play now. Yep, learn that's been staged can copy one thing and then copy another thing. And we can even loam back both pieces to put them both into play with Exploration and make a second Merit Lodge as an emergency. This could be pretty scary. This may be what David has been preparing for this entire time.
I also just remembered another thing. The Wandering Emperor can be flashed in and used to exile the Merit Lage after it is declared attacks.
Oh my god, I'm reading cards now? Hold on. Yes, flash, and -2, comes in with 3 loyalty, -2, exile target tapped creature, you gain 2 life. Yeah. Interesting. The second Wandering Emperor, I think that's still a bit greedy to get rid of the first one for the second one, but yeah, if he knew that the Merit Lodge was coming down, this might be extremely well played on Rulin's part. We're gonna get 4 mana?
Wait.
Okay, so
we're not doing that, looks like. Wait, because David made the...
84 years. Classic lands matchup.
Did David make the Merit Lage during his turn?
Correct. At sorcery speed so that he can put both pieces back into play. He is a Merit Lage token pumping machine. Right? He's going to constantly get back a life from the loan and make a Merit Lage token every turn now. Port your planes. Now, if Ruland is smart about this, I think so. So, Wandering Emperor, as long as it's entered the battlefield this turn, you can activate their loyalty abilities anytime you can cast an instant. So she doesn't actually be able to she isn't actually able to activate it any other turn other than the first.
Instant speed any other turn than the first. Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
thankfully after that you can still keep doing it, of course, but just not at instant speed.
Doesn't stop an attacking. Oh, it does. Oh, we've got a Dovin locking down the Merit Lodge. Oh my god, we're reading Dovin again.
I was waiting for this. This is why I love Dovin, because aside from being just a really annoying stacks piece, it's just also turn off your Merit Lodge.
We have to read Dovin again. It's a one of. It's a one of in the deck. That's so funny. Yeah, I agree. He needed to Merit Lodge every turn, about 15 turns ago. However, I'm not sure if you're a Lance player. I'm definitely not a Lance player. They work in mysterious ways.
Yeah, I don't know either.
This is like casual EDH now.
Like I can see the YouTube comments already. Is like every good Lance player is gonna be in the comments saying all the possible lines that could have been made. Because again, like, this is game 1 and we have 10 minutes left in the round, right? Like,
Yep. I own a tabernacle. That's basically being a Lance player, right?
Move to combat. 3 samurais.
We're going to combat for 3 dudes. Merit Lodge may block one of them, but he doesn't even deal any damage.
Yep.
We're gonna bounce a token again.
Bounce 1, block 1, maze
Loam
1.
again. Maze 1.
Just maze both of them.
And then we're gonna. I'm really interested in how many cards David has left in deck, because that's.
And again, I'm sitting here like, how is Ruland winning this?
He's just playing Planeswalkers.
Are we just going for a draw here?
I think he's just gonna win. Yo, he could get Ensnaring Bridge out of the board with Karn. Not that like it prevents. It doesn't prevent David from doing anything, but it forces David to then deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, it forces the Boseiju every turn.
Correct. Oh, just the one turn, then the Ensnaring Bridge goes to the yard, and I don't think he can get it back.
Maybe that's actually a good idea. Hear me out. If we have to Boseiju every turn, we have to Dredge Loam every turn.
Yep. But I think the Boseiju would just get the Ensnaring Bridge once and then come back with one of the other Merit Lodge tokens. But I mean, he's got a Merit Lodge token kind of stuck. He expected, I guess, to be able to make a Merit Lodge token every single turn and have that be removed. But Dovin Bond's like, nah, man, you can keep the Merit Lodge token. It just doesn't do anything. Got Hasty Boots. We got 2 constructs and the Hasty Boots from the Urza Saga.
Okay, so we do actually now have a backup plan, looks like.
Right.
I don't think we actually copied the Urza Saga when that was relevant.
Right.
Because we're still on only 1 Thespian state somehow.
Those vigilance on those tokens actually being very relevant with these.
He can't equip the boots. Because there's a Karn. Equipping is an activated ability.
Oh no!
But the boots don't even do anything.
The boots do nothing. They're just for metalcraft. You're just for pumping the tokens.
They're just pumping the tokens. Oh, we finally have a second Thespian stage.
That's crazy. What a game.
Yeah, Gatecap and Chat is right. He could have, end of turn, make another Merit Lodge token. Which then gets plowed.
Legendary rule, and then he'd have to require a plow. Basically. Wow, what a match! Not even what a game; it's what a match, because this is going to be the whole match.
Yeah. This is round 2, by the way. We still have 5 more rounds in top 8. Like, we got so much still to go.
Yeah, this is insane. We've got a token trying to combat. He's like figuring out which Planeswalker now do I need to combat. What's the play here?
Oh, there actually goes one of the plows. Interesting. I think I would have just taken the hit.
That's very exotic. Yeah, he could have just double blocked and only lost 1 token.
So now we're down a plow. And now I see chat say we could tap the planes and then go for an end step Merit Lage. I wonder if David is scared because there's 2 fetch lands in play? Like 2 Flooded Strands? Maybe there's another planes or something.
Yeah, lots of chatters are pointing out really good plays. And again, I'm not sure how much we're on like the lands player knows best, or do I? Oh, we also still have Lattice in play, or Lattice in hand.
Yeah, we know that.
Copy Saga with stages active. Like there could be a lot of things.
We could potentially still draw an Iker Moon Gauntlet.
Right, there is still 1 left in deck.
Yeah.
Minus.
Yes, you can force the fetches with Wasteland, and then after the first fetch, you know that there's nothing coming. But you do actually need to do that, and I think we're trying to optimize some things here.
Given that also we could waste the fetch just to keep him off the extra mana, the green mana that comes from Yavimaya.
Oh right, because it still taps for green.
It taps for green. Yeah, this is there's so much going on in this game.
Do you think Ron knows that?
I don't know how much each player knows, to be honest. I don't know what layer they're on, what layer we're on. Do we see things that they don't see, or are they seeing things like so many layers deep?
Yeah, no, this like I play the occasional CDH, and this is probably harder than the average CDH board state. Like, there's
Casting
just
through
so
back on topic. 5 minutes left around game 1.
There's so much going on, man. Oh yeah, I see Flooded Strand going sideways.
Uh-oh. Players know what the cards on board do. Uh-oh. We get a 6-mana Lattice. He floats 2 mana. Only floats 2 mana.
Yeah, because he just goes for the Beseiju, yeah. He's just looking, making sure there's nothing to fetch. Yeah.
That is a very small deck.
And now the jig is up. Yes, occasionally, like once or twice a week, occasionally. Okay, are we gonna go for it? No, we can't even because we used all the ports. Now the question is, are we gonna go for the dredge again? Yeah, we are going for the dredge. If I could be a fly on the wall and see how many cards David has in deck, because I think decking David is how Roland is gonna win this.
Yep, I just wonder if he knows that's the win condition.
Saga.
Right. We went back to having only 1 port because all the Thespian stages are now Ursa Sagas.
Saga.
Oh wow.
Another Saga.
Quadruple Saga, let's go.
That's kind of scary.
Oh dear. Now, if David wins this, I think this is how. I think it's just we have a bunch of sagas making a bunch of constructs.
We can just go to the next game.
Ooh, Alex point out like the Supreme Verdict, the 1 of Supreme Verdict. No, 3 of Supreme Verdicts.
Wait, did Roland concede?
I blinked and they ended the longest game of all time. I think David conceded?
I think he conceded, yeah. I saw him picking up his dice first. Wait.
Oh, we're boarding? Oh, we're boarding for a 3-minute match.
There's no way.
They were like, they looked at the time, they're like, yeah, I guess we should stop.
Wait, but
Lance won. Lance won. Oh, did he forget to use Dovin to minus the Merit Lodge? Ruland scooped. Huh.
I scooped, yeah.
What an anticlimactic ending, I agree.
what?
Well,
What did I just watch?
I don't even know. Why did he scoop? Was he at lethal? Why, I guess to start the second game, but I mean scooping to start the second game isn't a great play.
Like, Roland plays Supreme Verdict. He could have wiped the board.
Yeah, except for the Merit Lodge, which was still locked down by Dovin. Like Dovin only minuses, but it minuses for 5 whole turns. Yeah, like the entire game was confusion after like halfway through.
Like, in some sort of weird meta way, that was the perfect ending.
You remember we were talking about, like, would more people play lands if Tabernacle were €1? I think this is maybe clear evidence that I don't think a lot of people would enjoy lands. They maybe could turbo Merit Lodge and win. Yeah, I think we were talking about that. It's like, oh, you can make a Merit Lodge on Ruland's turn, end of turn, and then it's not locked down by Dovin, and then just win. Maybe David saw that and just won.
And like now for game 3, I think David is the only one who can actually win. So I think David just wins by default because David sure as hell can go for I think a turn 3 win with.
Here's a question. When you go to turns, like when you go to actual turns, is it turns per player? Like if they start turn 0 on David and then it goes to turn 1 Ruland and then Ruland makes infinite turns, is each of his new turns an additional one?
Yeah. Then the 2, 3, 4, and 5 go to Ruland and then it's over anyway.
Damn.
And also Andrea with the 260 player raid. Welcome everyone.
Damn, nice.
You're watching the Bazaar of Boxes Series 12. We are... for the European Legacy Masters.
Yeah.
So, we just had a... 48 minutes game 1 here?
Of lands versus Super Friends, I guess.
Yeah. Iker Moon Gauntlet Super Friends.
Right, and we all read Dovin Hand of Control multiple times.
Yeah, I love Dovin, man. It's such a great card. And we are going to turn, so I think this is going to be David's to win this.
Yep, I don't know how Ruland can win in literally deal 20 damage in 5 turns. David has a way to do that, but...
There's no way that Ruland wins this any way, shape, or form. He has nothing in his deck that can win in this short of a time frame.
Yep, we got turn 1 on the board. Damn, but imagine, like, first play of the game was Force of Will pitching Jace the Mind Sculptor, and we're like, damn, we don't get to see a Jace ult to mill out the opponent. And then we almost milled the opponent anyway?
Yeah. If anyone missed the first game, it's going to be up on YouTube in like a week on the Bazaar of Boxes YouTube. So definitely check it out because it was a fantastic game to watch. Just the perfect ending. I'm not going to spoil the ending because it's just the perfect meta way to end that match. It was great.
No matter what you think about lands, this was emblematic of how lands functions.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're gonna let these players play it out, but yeah, we got 5 more rounds today. We have a top 8 after that. We got, I think, 2 rounds where we can pick a few interesting deck lists. After that, we're gonna switch to the more win and in type of matches. So. That should start in about a couple hours.
We got David just slapping him in the face with a choke. That's rough. I'm not sure. Yeah, there's nothing Ruland could do for sure.
Yeah, no, he's just passes, we draw, and
It's going dark past.
that's gonna be it.
Yo.
All
What a
right.
game. What a match.
Yeah, this match was great. These players were great, so that was wonderful. All right, round 3 out of 7 here at the Bazaar of Boxes Series 12 in the King William II Stadium in Tilburg, the Netherlands. We're playing for 1.2k and 2 slots for the European Legacy Masters. So we got some exciting matches coming up. We had a really exciting match, didn't we, Michael?
Oh boy, you mean an exciting game that took the whole match?
48-minute match.
Right, but now we've got one that I personally picked out because I used to play this deck was Food Chain versus Mono Black Aggro. So this is the Rug version of the Food Chain that plays Squee rather than the Bug, which I used to play back in the day. And we have a turn 1 Thoughtseize. Fetch into Thoughtseize, looking at 2 Forces, Brainstorm, 2 Furies, it looks like. And I can't see that final card.
I think it's a Lightning Bolt.
It might be a Lightning Bolt. I think so. Yeah.
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 Yeah,
So,
pretty sure it is.
not sure how much relevance these creature removal spells are going to have in this game because we basically are looking against a Grief Reanimate Troll kind of deck that plays 4 Barrowgoyf.
Yes.
So that's
Yeah,
going to be...
I love Barrowgoyf. When Modern Horizons 3 was spoiled, everyone was talking about the Nethergoyf being able to escape it, even though it shrinks itself. It's a recurring threat, so that's pretty good. But the
Right.
Barrowgoyf, I feel, is a lot more interesting. Is a 2 and a black for a Goyf. I think it's Death Touch Lifelink. When it deals combat damage to a player, you mill that many cards, and then you can add a creature it's from among them. It's not just from your graveyard. That's an important distinction.
Right. We saw the Thoughtseize take a Brainstorm, and then he drew right into another Brainstorm. So Moto Bug and...
Every time, man. I don't know what it is with Thoughtseize. It never works. It just... Man.
And now we've got that Brainstorm coming into play because he drew into Scalding Tarn. So he's gonna get to be able to set up his hand. Oh, I see the Food Chain. He's gonna be able to set up his hand pretty well. Any reason where we're seeing OXs instead of the XOs? We'll see the XOs later. They'll be good. They'll be at the top. We'll cover those. We don't often get to see Food Chain, and I'm strong arming the coverage team to my will.
No, jokes aside, we have 7 rounds in total and a top 8, so we'll see the top tables plenty of times. The first few rounds, we want to give people a chance to show off the diversity of Legacy, because there's so many fun decks in this format.
Right. Yeah, I ended up moving off of Food Chain because I think it's a bit slow and can be easily disrupted, which possibly is how Linnar's games have been going, but I just want to check in on it. And especially because, Mono Black Aggro is not fully a deck we see. We generally see the Reanimator, ReScaminator package, which is in here, but there's also more exciting things going on.
Yeah, being mono black, you miss out on the obvious powerful card being the Frog, the Psychic Frog.
Okay,
right.
Then it's your turn.
But you do have Stalactite Stalker, which is a card that just a couple of months ago was a card everyone was talking about, and then it just vanished.
Right. I think it might still have some legs. I mean, it's got Menace. It's a very small creature. 1 mana, 1/1. But your end step, if you're descended, put a +1/+1 counter on it, and then it can actually kill itself to give -X for X's power. But we haven't seen any of those in play yet. We're just seeing construct tokens.
I mean, if you're Carlos right now, then what you saw is a Temur deck with a bunch of forces, so you might think it's some sort of control list. So then making constructs isn't that bad. I don't hate it.
But once you slam the turn 3 Food Chain, the jig is kind of up. So Wonder how Carlos is going to respond. Does he know how to play around this deck?
Good question. Can he even play around this deck? Like, I think we kind of missed the point where you play around it at this point, right?
Yeah, it's tricky because attacking its graveyard doesn't do anything. Putting things in exile is actually what Food Chain wants.
Yeah.
Ooh, we are seeing now a Bowmasters and a Stalactite Stalker coming out. So we have got some serious beatdowns.
Is that the sort? Isn't that the? Wait, I need to look up the art of the Barrowgoyf because it kind of looks like a Barrowgoyf. I think it has more mana pips than that.
I believe that's the Stalactite Stalker, rather than the Barrowgoyf. Or no, it is the.
It is the Barrowgoyf. Yeah.
How did he get the Barrowgoyf into play? That costs 3 mana, and then Orcish Bowmasters as well.
He ritualed.
Oh, got it. I missed the ritual. Got it. I haven't seen that art on ritual. But this isn't really going to disrupt it. That's the thing. Disrupting Food Chain is actually rather difficult. The Vexing Bauble only stops spells from being cast if they are cast for 0 mana. But Food Chain legitimately casts all of its cards. It gains the mana from exiling a creature card. Then it casts that creature card using that mana. So this doesn't really stop Leonard at all. Like he's not being disrupted. The Orc army might the Orcus Bowmasters might be stopping him from drawing many cards, so he doesn't want to get hit by damage and get a bigger boy.
Honestly, I think the only real disruption that Carlos has is discard.
Right.
Which,
yeah, keeping.
I mean, at this point, if you draw anything, you just play it, right?
Right. You kind of want to just like get some threats into play because you're going to need any creatures as fodder to exile to Food Chain to then get your combo going. But we saw Leonard actually with a couple of Forces of Wills in hand, and he's brainstormed and fetched, but I'm not sure if they're still just stuck in there. 5, 6, 7. Taking 7 down to 8.
Yeah. So I take 9.
Okay, so that's a good hit. We get a Barrowgoyf trigger.
Yeah.
I think the Barrowgoyf trigger is just it doesn't matter at this point, I think. So I think Leonard just needs to top deck what he needs and then go for it.
Voidwalker, which again it benefits Food Chain more than not, because now any cards that go into the graveyard would go into exile instead, which Food Chain can cast from exile.
He was thinking about it.
And thinking about it, and then he was like, "Wait, this benefits my opponent."
Okay, we go to game 2.
Okay, yeah, we got to game 2.
Yep. So remember what I was saying about Food Chain being a slow deck in this meta?
Yeah, like being slow is fine if you have some actual relevant interaction, but I see so many cards that don't see play anymore for a very good reason.
Right. I feel so sad. I want to root for the Food Chain player no matter what, but it's a really difficult deck to keep going when there's so many like resilient threats and resilient ways to remove your main combo piece, Food Chain with like, geez, the green land. It's called the Channel Land, the green Channel Land. Yavimaya.
Boseiju.
Yeah. That gave a huge kick to Food Chain and Alurin, to be honest.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And honestly, I'm not sure what the deck would need to actually come back into the meta.
Ooh, I think basically more things that interact with casting from exile, I think would maybe push it, but they would have to be cheaper, because the current only options are Squee the Immortal, which is 3, and Miss Hologriffin, which is 4. So just straight up having more options to even throw into exile that you can cast makes the main card in the deck Manipulate Fate, which is 1 in a blue, exile 3 cards, search your library and exile 3 cards, and then draw a card. Like, that's generally a draw 4 in Food Chain. But if you're drawing a 3-drop and 2 4-drops, it's like less exciting.
So what you're saying is we need like we need a Titan that you can cast from exile. That's what we need.
That costs 1 mana. Yep.
Yeah.
A green dark ritual would be great, actually. Any day now. But yeah, I'm actually not even seeing any Manipulate Fates. Like, this is hardly a food chain deck, a personal opinion. I'm pulling out the No True Scotsman, but...
Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? If a food chain is just too slow, then you need to start doing something else. And if that something else is interact and just do non-food chain things, then I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. But then this end up looking more like a mid-range list where you have you have Imperial Recruiters to try and find the combo, but it looks like the bulk of your deck is like value, Questing Druid, Iceland Coatls, Fury, Rouw. Like, you're just playing essentially a mid-range deck at that point, and then occasionally you food chain to win.
Also, Icefang Coatl is a card that I don't think is really playable anymore.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, Baleful Strix with Flash is super neat, but it does not have Death Touch unless you have 3 lands. So you can't give it an early block to trade for something valuable early.
I mean, specifically 3 basics, which it's not the worst, but oh man, it's not good enough anymore.
Yeah. Technically, it's like at least the 3 other snow permanents, but since we've gotten rid of Astrolabe, there's not really great snow permanent options. This card was so crazy. Like, the dominance of the Snowco food chain, not Snowco, but like snow-based food chain deck was so good when you could play Astrolabe.
I mean, every deck was good with Astrolabe.
It's true. Like, never. I'm with everybody. I'm not saying we should bring back Astrolabe. All right, like, disclaimer, full disclaimer.
Well, I mean, I kind of want it back, to be honest.
You're banned. Get out of here. get on the next commentator.
No, I mean, hear me out. It messes with Wasteland.
I guess it messes with so much.
It's just you play basics and you still have your colors, so...
Yeah, it's like, okay, Wasteland into Astrolabe, that somehow works. No, you have to face Simone Mana. Either way.
What was Delver playing it?
Yeah, I think it was 4-up.
Okay, then it can stay banned.
As soon as Delver plays it, Deathrite Shaman, Astrolabe.
Yeah.
Get that out of here.
If Delver plays it, it can stay in the ban list, as far as I'm concerned.
Right. So Leonard keeping, looks like 7, and he's going to want to keep something that he can survive a turn 1 grief from.
Let's see, we're going to start with a Ponder.
Shuffle.
And the question is, what is Leonard looking for here? Because, I mean, he's expecting discard spells, right? You have to expect Thoughtseize and Griefs.
So he could have, if he kept the forces in, he could try and keep a force, because then, he doesn't really have the, he doesn't have Mist Hollow Griffin, so he can't pitch force. He's probably just looking for duplicates of his major cards. Or Squee the Immortal. It can be cast from anywhere. So even if it's basically not a discard target. So if he has 2 food chains and Squee the Immortal, that's probably what he's most excited to have in hand. So that's probably where his ponder's going.
Yeah, fair enough. Legacy Council, we are in round 3 of 7, and we have top 8. We're probably going to see plenty of ReScaminator today. So we decided
including
right now. So we decided to start off the day with some interesting decks that we might not see later today.
Yo, what did I call? 2 food chains and a Squee the Immortal is what he's looking for. However, 1 land is a big, big downside.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, it was you! No, you're fine. No, it's this. Well,
yeah, does anybody know what this card does?
I mean, we did have a Ponder, so maybe there's a second land on top.
That's true. He did ponder in KB. He's gonna take the food chain and then he's gonna reanimate and immediately take the second food chain, which is sad.
Yeah. Welcome to scam. Like, can we please get rid of this card already?
I thought this card was banned already, right? Drew fetch land, nice. So he's going to be able to at least get that Coatl in play. It's not going to have Death Touch, but it can't block anyway because Menace.
Yeah.
He's going to fetch.
Wait, is...
Dark Ritual into...
No!
Oh no, the blowouts.
Oh no!
Why you gotta do my man dirty like this? Why you why are you bullying the food chain player?
Why are you doing the man dirty? You wanted to put it on coverage.
I know, man. You just suffer in a corner somewhere. I'm sorry. Oh, geez. So he gets the land into play. Is that how that works?
No, it goes to exile, and he can play it during his turn.
Right.
And it still needs to be the
which it is. Target. It is his turn. Oh man, because he was fetching at his opponent's turn.
So I take 3 then.
Yep. Now, chat, we're here on purpose. We wanted to see the interesting decks before we start like 7 or 8 hours of ReScaminator and Eldrazi.
And we're seeing what happens. Why ReScaminator is a deck that ends up at the top table and Food Chain is not.
Well, we're getting a good reminder of why these decks don't see that much play, because this is brutal.
Yeah, I don't know how Leonard's gonna get out of this. He's gonna have to top deck a land, and then he's gonna have to be able to play that and play his Nacatl or Quaddle, and oh boy, there's a Barrogoyf. Oh man.
At least we got to see Barrogoyf again.
Yup, yeah, look at him showing up again.
I guess we lost the card.
I guess we should try and find a B match. Oh, there's the handshake.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, we're gonna be looking for a B match.
All right, chat. You got what you wanted. All right, I'm gonna go find a ReScaminator mirror match just because everybody's like, yeah, give me more.
No, we'll look and see who's available for a B match here.
Yep.
But yeah, Grief is a card that I don't expect to be very long for this world. To be honest,
Rob, table 1 is Dreadnought versus the Epic Storm. They might already be done with their match, to be honest.
We can check if Marvin can go and see if table 1 is available.
Yeah.
This is the main idea.
Yeah, as a palette cleanser, let's go for something that's a bit more on the higher tables, if possible.
Yep, we got 2-0 players, Epic Storm versus Dreadnought. Hopefully we can get Marvin in there.
I do feel like this match was kind of the opposite of last round. Last round we had a tiered deck against a brewed deck, and that was an actual close match. Like, if you've missed that, I definitely recommend going back and checking round 2, because it was incredible. It's if that ends up being the best match of the tournament, then I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
Oh man, the lands game/match.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was silly.
It was lands against blue-white Iker Moon Gauntlet Super Friends stuff.
Yeah, and the game was determined by the player's ability to read and understand Dovin, Hand of I don't even know.
Hand of Control.
Hand of Control. Did everybody know what Dovin Hand of Control does?
Oh, looks like we found our B match.
Alrighty.
Let's see who we have. We have
this is
table 2.
We have a time extension of
10
minutes
here.
because of deck checking. Sure.
We've got Martin
Yeah, that's Martin again? Okay.
Mm-hmm. This is Oops All Spells by Andre.
I'm on the play.
Okay, so Painter against Oops. How is this match not done yet?
Yeah, like I feel like Painter doesn't have a way to interact with the game 1.
Wait, we're going to game 2.
Yep, I imagine their game 1 was already over, but then that means the Oops player didn't draw into the nuts on their opening hands, had the mulligan a lot.
Yeah. Didn't draw the nuts, but did win the game, interestingly enough.
Yeah, probably just because they just had a hand where they can just like play land, pass, and draw into it.
Yeah, I guess.
It was just a slower start, didn't have the Dark Rituals So you could, I mean, if you keep those hands where you have 7, 3 lands, and you're what is it? What's that guy's name? The one that does the mill.
Oh,
Is he 4 or 3? I believe he's 3.
I'm thinking maybe it was one of those games where maybe the painter player milled the Oops All Spells player, and the Oops player then in upkeep flashback memories journey to put 3 cards back.
What? Is that
I wonder if that's what happened, because that would make sense.
We do have main board memories journey. Undercity Informer is the one I was thinking about. That's the 3 mana, 2/3.
Right.
1 sack a creature. Target player reveals cards until they reveal a land, and mills the rest, which will be 0 lands in this game, because even the flip cards are sorceries and lands. Alex is saying Andre is a very experienced Oops player. All right, that's good to know. We have Martin, who's also a very experienced Painter player.
I think we've seen Andre on stream a couple times before, so... And I think all of those times were on Oops All Spells, so that makes sense.
Right.
But yeah... I wouldn't be surprised if game 1 was a game where Maarten milled Andre into the memories journey, and that's how he won. I wouldn't be surprised.
Right.
Which is a really risky play, by the way, because you're relying on a blue instant against Painter.
Right.
Can we start, Marvin?
Yeah. Oh, he does have a Bob top 8. Interesting. And of course, Maarten is already qualified for the European Legacy Masters, so...
Right. Chat's getting exactly what they wanted. I'm sad I wasn't more ReScaminator mirrors, but we'll deal with this. Oh, we're looking. It looks like we're mulling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mulling to 6.
I mean, I think you have to mulligan pretty aggressively with that deck.
Martin's got a Fairy Macabre and 2 Petals, Painter, and a few other cards. That Fairy Macabre is going to be pretty handy, but I'm not sure if it will be enough to stop a turn 1 Oops. Potentially because it can't be countered.
True. I think Fairy Macabre is fine. I think the question is Oops gonna be able to play through that? Because I think there might be lines where even with the Fairy Macabre you still have winning line, but
These are katanas.
I'm not sure what that looks like, to be honest.
Yeah, Oops milling to 5 though, or mulling to 5.
It's a deck way more than I shuffle in modern day.
It is an aggressive mulligan deck, so
There's probably also a higher concentration of shuffling moments in like 1 minute, then yeah, it's a crazy.
And dump your hands and see if you win.
Yeah.
yep, this one of those resolving mulligans might take longer than the actual game.
Yeah.
That's true. Alex saying the meta pick to play Oops is a bit questionable because there was so much graveyard hate based on ReScaminator's presence, but it sounds like Andre is the Oops player, so like you're gonna do it if the sun shines or not.
I mean, if you're really comfortable in your deck, then it makes sense to just force it anyway, I think.
Right. Play the deck you're better with as opposed to the meta deck that you don't know how to pilot as well.
Yeah, and I think especially with a deck like Oops, you can end up with some lucky matchups and still make your way through.
Martin opening a bit. He's got 2 petals. It looks like a welder. Or is that an engineer? I can't tell.
I think that's a welder.
Okay.
Yeah, looking at the art, I think that's a Welder. I think he's gonna go for it. Oh no, he's going for the Painter.
Blue.
Okay.
Um,
Very aggressive opening, but I mean, he's playing against Oops. Might not take another turn.
This is Martin from Haarlem, yes. The ELM qualified Marta.
Yep. And Patriots coming to play, ostensibly naming blue, and then we've got a Welder coming to play and pass.
Interesting starter for Marta here, because he does need a lot more mana than this.
He does have an Ancient Tomb in hand,
I'll try to cast spell.
so
Try to cast spell.
How Panda asking if there's ever a situation where you don't name blue.
absolutely. If I've named red before, so that I could pitch an extra Ancient Tomb to my Fury.
Yeah, that's probably the most common.
Spoil by exiling the Elvish Spirit Guide.
A good one as well is black if you're worried about snuff out.
Ooh, right. Because then all your creatures become black. He milled this whole deck. Wait up. Wait, we just saw the deck
we
get
go.
put in the graveyard.
So let's see if the fairy is enough.
He gets a free look through and see what have you sideboarded against me. Got a Dread Return in there. And again, Andre has priority. So he's sacrificed his dude. Actually, no, this isn't the sacrifice dude. This is the when it comes into play dude. And he's going to have priority then to cast any card from his graveyard.
Well, no, we actually have the Narcomoeba triggers on the stack first.
Oh, true. That's true. He won't be able to cast until the Narcomoeba triggers resolve.
Yeah.
And in that case, Martin can respond by using Fair Macabre on probably Dread Return. Dread Return and Thassa's Oracle. I mean,
well, regardless of what he targets, I think if he can get some combo piece here, it works. Unless Andre has a green source in hand. If he has another Elvish Spirit Guide,
yeah.
he can flash back the Memories Journey and put whatever gets targeted back in the deck, and then...
Oh, interesting. I see. He uses the green to get the Memories Journey that's already in the graveyard, which will...
Yeah.
No, Memories Journey flashback costs... Oh, it costs 1, yes.
1 green, yeah. Even though it's a blue spell.
Correct.
But the thing is, I don't know where you win from there.
Right. Well, it sounds like Martin let the Narcomoeba trigger happen, and now he's going to see if his opponent goes straight for the Dread Returns. Like, it was only one. Yeah, there's 3 Narcomoebas, right? And then it's like, do you just Dread Return? Do you Cabal Therapy? He can wait a little bit longer to get the Thassa's Oracle and Dread Return out of the deck.
Yeah, because I think now you, in response to the Dread Return, get rid of the Thassa's Oracle.
Exile,
Or...
2 Narcomoebas.
No, he is gonna exile 2 of the Narcos on the stack. They weren't in play yet.
Interesting. Okay. Does he have a win? Does he have a way to win?
Does he have Cabal Therapy? He has Cabal Therapy and a Bridge from Below.
I'll target you. I have a bridge from
So this doesn't work.
And I have
Oh no.
Sorry, fuck.
Oh no. Head in hand. Like.
Yeah.
So this is my graveyard.
Yeah.
You know, exiling the Exiling the Narcos doesn't work.
No, but
Yep.
Okay.
He has Summoner's Pact, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of...
Yeah, I should have taken the Thassa and the Bridge from Below. Not the Thassa and, what's it called? Actually, probably Thassa and Bridge from Below, to be honest.
Yeah, I actually agree with that.
No, update this.
Because you can't remove the fodder for sacking to Bridge very easily, or sacking to Dread Return very easily. Because he
Yeah.
can just make more with the Bridge.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate fumble there.
I miscounted it. So I should have exiled the... because I thought it was in hand, because I miscounted.
If you think I have an Elfish in hand, I think you have to just exile Thoracle and something else.
Yeah.
Maybe Thoracle and Dread Return should be the line anyway.
Andre says Thoracle and Dread Return, maybe.
Yeah.
I could see that as well.
But I'm even saying, like, Dread Return and Oracle are already, like, those will both get the combo, but I think Bridge from
Yeah.
Below gives you resources. So it's like, it's one of Thoracle and Dread Return. One of either of those, and then Bridge from Below. Because then you prevent your opponent from getting zombie tokens for just sacking Cabal Therapy.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But even so,
So,
if you have an upgrade.
that was our B match. Let's see if we have a C match. We got 20 more minutes in the round, so probably.
I cannot win this turn.
Yep, he couldn't win. Yeah, he couldn't win unless he had exactly.
I don't think I can make enough mana.
Yeah.
Chalks this up to being nervous. That's potential. Yep, we're doing one more now. Table 1. If you could still get table 1, I would love to see a Dreadnought versus the Epic Storm. But actually, that may already be over as well.
Yeah, table 1 is already finished.
Yep. Okay.
Maybe we get table 3.
Table 3 has Yorion 5-color Zenith versus Azorius Dreadnought.
Also, worth pointing out, we have 2 Stifle Knot players in the top tables right now.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, this is still round 3, so there's still, like, it's anyone's game at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
He only gets 1 zombie for each Dread Return. Let's see.
That's a good question, yeah.
I think the Oops... yeah, there's only 1 Bridge from Below.
Wait, was it
just 1 bridge, and I was like, okay. So
oh, no, wait, he has,
fine, but I never thought of
he has, Boxwalkers. That's his 3rd creature.
Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, return to your... So he would cast the Cabal Therapy.
Yeah, the Cabal Therapy, which replaces with the bridge and then brings the Boxwalkers into play.
Right. That's such a... I swear, this is such a fine-tuned list. Like, I feel like just the ability to have 1 Poxwalkers, 1 Bridge from Below, and still have all those options, like, it didn't make a difference. He didn't need 2 Poxwalkers, he didn't need 2 Bridge, you know?
No, he needed the Bridge and the Poxwalkers. I mean, this game, you mean in general?
No, I'm saying he didn't need more than 1. He has the exact minimum that minimum that he needed. He doesn't waste extra slots in the deck for a second Poxwalkers or a second Bridge. Like, this is fine-tuned. And even with a Fairy Macabre taking out 2 of the fodder Narcomoebas, which again there's only 3, like 2 of the 3, he could still get that Dread Return on turn 1.
Yeah, so. It's like every way you win through some kind of interaction is really tight, but it just works.
Yeah, he didn't have any extra resources. He had just as much as he needed.
All right, we're back for round 4. Michael, who do you have here?
Oh boy, we've got something spicy. We've got what MTG Melee calls Bant Zoo versus a 4-color control deck. But again, that's not going to really tell you what's going on with each of these decks. On the Bant Zoo side, we've got a Nadu. It's a 4 of Nadu deck with Llanowar Elves, Noble Hierarchs, Nomads and Core, of course, to turn on the Nadu. But then a couple of cards I haven't seen before, like Springheart Non-Tugo, which I believe maybe people have been drafting more in Modern Horizons 3. It's probably a card you'll see.
Yeah, Springheart Non-Tugo is mostly an include if you're playing some sort of Nadu strategy. This is pretty much what you would expect from like a Bant Cephalid Breakfast list, but we're not playing any Cephalid Illusionists. We're really on the Nadu plan. And then the Springheart Nantuko makes a 1/1 whenever a land comes into play.
Right. Yeah, I think that this less classified as a zoo and more of just a Bant Nadu list. But we also the Thassa's Oracle, is that standard? I see a 1 of Thassa's Oracle.
Okay, me too.
Not sure actually. In Modern, I think both lists have gone off of the Thassa's Oracle because you don't really need it. But there's not really something stock yet in Legacy, I think.
Right. Yeah, Bant Nadu list. We have lots of fans of Nadu in chat right now.
Also, I think there might be something wrong with what is on top of the screen here, because that is not Yoko on Maverick. That is Mink on 4-color control.
Yep. Yeah, the Llanowar Elves is really what drew me to this deck, and then I saw it further down. There's a Nadu in there, so Yes, I was joking. We're not. There's not actually fans of Nadu.
Refreshing.
Sorry, my sarcasm didn't come across the stream. We do have 4C. Now the 4C list is playing. We got 4 of Psychic Frog, 2 Uro, 1 Murktide Regent, 2 mainboard Nihil Spell Bombs, and 4 Leyline Binding and Up the Beanstalk. So this is the Beanstalk list.
Yeah, it's basically a pretty standard 4-color Beanstalk list, except it's playing 4 Psychic Frog, which is a card that is the talk of the town. It's kind of replaced the discussion around Grief. At this point, it's just such an incredible tempo card. It's a great threat.
Well, if we're talking about incredible cards, this card called Nadu. It's a bird.
That too.
Sylvan Safekeeper.
So
finding more ways to target things.
One thing that is interesting about these legacy Nadu lists is that they often will go for Quirion Ranger to start resetting some of your effects. It targets, so it triggers Nadu again.
Right. Looks like we just had a counter Nadu and a Swords on the Sylvan Safekeeper. So, control doing control things, and
just
preventing any explosive starts.
I mean, you have to do something, because when Nadu starts going, it keeps going.
Right. Yannick did keep. It looks like a 1-lander with, again, 3 mana dorks. So, somewhat shaky if those somehow get removed.
You have 4 cards in hand? 5.
Also looking, what kind of surprises me is I would have expected Yannick's list to be playing the Wirewood symbiote, but it seems like that is not a card he's playing.
Yeah, this list is a very weird kind of elves mashup with Nadu, and he left like 4 Llanowar elves in there for some reason.
It's an elves Nadu list, but it's less heavy on the elves, which is unusual.
Right. I still think Llanowar elves seems very weird. Like, is there some druid stuff? Because like you could just have what's it called, the exalted goblin shaman, ignoble hierarch.
True. Just get some more exalted triggers in, I suppose.
Right. Okay, we got another force drawing 2 cards off of beans.
Yeah, Mink with double beans is trying to pull ahead here and is forcing an Allosaurus shipper just to get the 2 draws, but doesn't find what he actually needs.
Right.
Yeah, no, the Allosaurus Shepherd cannot be countered, but you can still try to counter it, so that the Force of Will is still cast and you still draw cards off the Beanstalk.
Yep.
So that's a cute little play you can do.
Cycling 2 cards in your hand. For 0.
I mean, it's a good play for sure.
We got a frog. He just wanted to put his stuff in his graveyard so he can get that frog active.
Sure. My turn. And top.
Yes.
Drop.
Nosman, correct. It is still a legal target.
No lands.
It doesn't counter.
Response. Force. Pay 1.
Speaking of legal targets, but the Nomads is definitely still counterable.
Right. Not a green creature. Or sorry, it's not a green spell. I believe Allosaurus Shepherd has all green spells.
Yeah, green spells can't be countered. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's a good thing, because Nomad's Encore with Nadu, if you've never seen that happen before, it does... Oh. If you've never seen it happen before, you're going to see it now, probably.
Swordsing the Nadu. Nadu's going to get a trigger. Revealing another Nadu. Oh boy.
I have no response.
See, you guys prefer this, or do you guys prefer the funny O2 decks that we were watching earlier?
Yes. No, it's
Well, we might still have a brew for next round, because a couple of our brews are actually doing pretty good, so...
Yep.
We'll see. But... For now... I'm not sure... Chat saying he picks the card that he drew.
Ooh, actually, here's a good question. Do we have merch? Do we have playmats or other Bazaar Boxes stuff available on site to purchase? I'm not actually sure.
We do have merch. I don't know if that includes playmats, but there's definitely merch.
There's merch at least online that you can buy from the website. I've seen it.
I think it just jumps really high.
Exactly. I'll take one.
Yeah.
Stickers and mugs. There you go.
Yeah.
So yeah, I put the force on the table, drew a beanstalk, and then pitched frog. Oh, he chose. Oh, did he missequence the force? I also missed that.
Did somebody clip that?
He pitched frog after the draw. Interesting.
Yep, triggers result.
Because these players are moving quite fast, so I just...
Right. We're talking about merch and we're getting rid of more things.
Yes. Drop.
No, I think the white card is just Nomad's Encore.
Yeah, I'll type like this. Sure. Response.
Right? That's the only white creatures playing, right? Yeah.
I did remember seeing him play the force and then but he didn't see any pitch anything. Yeah. Yep. Could just be playing fast because again, high quality Magic is tough.
Yeah, they're playing real fast. Like they are in a hurry.
Right.
Which it makes sense because when Nadu starts going off, it takes really long to actually do anything, and then you're against the 4-color control deck, so that's probably going to take really long.
Right. Somebody's asking what the white card under the Leyline binding is. It's a Nomads and Core from Yannick.
Yeah, the breakfast staple, which has kind of been co-opted by the Nadu.
Yeah. We got the waste on the only land. Yeah, that one.
Spellbomb?
Yep.
Spellbomb.
Correct spellbomb, target 2.
No, not my graveyard.
Black, I assume.
Oh, he still has a land in Two Noble Hierarchs, so...
Under? Yep.
Oh, and the Llanowar Elves.
Yep, he's got 4 lands in play, technically, if we're talking about the creatures that tap for mana. Or no, 3. No, he's got a Llanowar Elves, yep, so he can...
Yeah, he has... technically, he has 4 creatures that tap for mana.
Correct, yeah. can't waste them.
But we kind of want a Nadu outlet here. Like, anything.
Yep. Anything that starts to target things. Which is probably why he wasted the Savannah instead of the Dried Arbor, because the Dried Arbor would then give him a Nadu trigger.
Binding, trigger.
True.
Yes.
I mean,
Binding
he's probably going to get one as well.
Cards. Binding on Nadu.
Trigger.
Yeah, there it is. Gonna get another trigger from that. Flip.
Results. Pick. Combat.
Green Ranger, not ideal when you don't have any lands.
Right.
Blockers.
I think Mink is kind of getting out of control here. I think Yannick's window is closing fast.
Blockers.
Yes. He's lost the engine that could potentially get him out of a bad spot, which was Nadu drawing into more things. And now he's just discarding stuff to the Psychic Frog, making sure that Frog has flying. Now it's a 3/4 flying that's going to draw him a card.
Discard 2 more. Yep.
Oh, never mind. We're going to put 2 more counters on that for fun.
I mean, we have
We're gonna
enough
take
lands
5.
anyway, so...
Yep. Who needs more lands?
Draws, though, we take.
Looks like he's drew a Brainstorm.
Did that land drop?
Oh, looks like after discarding 4 lands, we still have 2 lands in hand.
Yep.
So,
This turn.
At least there's something you can do with all those lands, which is, yeah, the Frog.
And tap. Drop. Yes.
it was a creature. I couldn't quite see what it was.
It's the one that you just drew?
Yeah.
Or the Kyrian Ranger. I didn't see what it is that he just drew, I believe. Kyrian Ranger might see play now. Oh.
I'm trying to look, but it's really hard.
Flashing it, making our lives fun. Allosaur Shepherd coming in for 1. Not
for
threatening.
3.
Oh, right. Exalted Triggers.
Yeah.
To the triggers. Yes. Like the brainstorm.
And a brainstorm in response.
Ooh.
Finds the source to plowshares and more lands.
1, 2.
Is he gonna swords here? Yeah, he is.
I'll gain 1. Go to 19.
Gains 1 just because the triggers were on the stack still.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there is a Thassa's Oracle in hand,
Aquarian Ranger?
and I still don't know what the other one is.
Can I read?
Yes, of course.
To enforce.
He technically does have a forest in the Dryad Arbor, but that's
The Dryad Arbor, right?
that's the worst possible you can find.
He's casting Thassa's Oracle not to win the game, just for the trigger. It does things other than win the game. It looks at the top 2 cards.
Correct, and then puts up to 1 back on top, and everything
Yep.
else. Yeah, the card has more text than just win the game.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, slow preordain.
I'll play it again. Sure. As a land drop, I'll play Collector Oof.
It was a collector. Oof.
I guess you don't like my spell bombs?
Nah, man.
It's turning off exclusively spell bombs.
No spell bombs for you. My greatest fear in any matchup, denial spell bomb.
But the collector oof might actually end up biting him in the butt, maybe, because if he draws Shuko, then he's just SOL.
Yeah, but I mean, Shuko can't really be activated to do great effect in this game anyway. Right, he would need Nadu as well. He's got, again, 0 cards in hand. I think it's fine. Rather have more bodies than less at this point, because this frog is beaten down. Wastelands, maybe gonna take out the Dryad Arbor. Well, he can always bounce the Dryad Arbor in response with the Quirion Ranger, so.
Yeah, you're not killing the Dryad Armor right now.
X is free.
X is 3 for a Greenstone off the top.
So what are we getting for 3?
Sure.
Let's see. I'm looking.
Of course.
Endurance is an option, technically. Nadu, of course. I thought the card cost 4 for some reason. That's, yeah, of course.
Bounce my Dryad Arbor to untap my Noble Hierarch, triggering its ability from
Ooh,
using my
he's
Quirion.
targeting... Oh, with the Quirion Ranger. He's bouncing the Dryad Arbor to then untap a Noble Hierarch and get a trigger from Nadu.
Dryad Arbor, it's put directly into play.
Wait, is that 2 triggers? No, the picking up the Dryad Arbor doesn't target the Dryad Arbor, so it's just the 1 trigger, but...
But every time he returns... Oh no, only once each turn. For each Quirion Ranger, can only activate it once each turn.
Alright. Yep.
And that's what the Upside Down Ranger does.
I'll play land for turn.
You play this one for turn.
No.
Ah,
I
this
hit
one
off
for turn. Yeah, sure.
Nadu and
Yeah, one's in hand, and one's now being played, and now that's being killed. Trigger, technically? Trigger? No? Okay.
Oh man, it's like we're slowly getting there. We have a draw engine, but
Right.
like we're still sitting against double beans.
And something to pitch those extra cards to, the frog.
5 mana. Yeah.
Oh, I'm counting damage, but I have 9 power on board.
Yeah, plus the card draw off of the Psychic Frog.
3, 4, 5.
Plus it's just a clock. Yeah, Yannick is not out of it completely, but
He has removed his combo with Shuko.
Your turn?
End of turn. I'll bounce my Dryad Arbor to untap my Noble Hierarch, trigger.
Oh no, he's not playing Shuko. He's not actually playing any artifacts. That's why he plays...
oh right.
Yep.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense actually.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, just the Nomads and the Quirion Ranger.
Draw.
Which Quirion Ranger is like dual mana dork / trigger
Nadu
so
activator. Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Which is why again I'm kind of surprised that we're not seeing
Make mana.
Wirewood Symbiote, because I would expect that as well.
Right. More ways to target.
So I have 2 green floating. Sure.
Yeah, Chet's saying Safekeeper as well. Yeah, but Safekeeper is a little bit more dangerous because first of all you have to sack your lands for it, and secondly you give Shroud, which means you you either do both of them at the same time, or you do one and then don't get any other triggers that turn,
I have an Elvish Herder.
which is kind of dangerous.
Right.
But in a pinch, it's definitely a trigger.
I would like to bounce my Dryad Arbor, untapping my Noble Hierarch with Korean Ranger trigger.
Right.
Half-blade
Target
Right,
again.
There's also the untapping of other mana dorks to make even more mana. That is a Springheart Nantuko.
Ooh.
But the creatures isn't really the issue right now. We need a consistent targeter. Oh yeah, what is that card? Do you know that, Michael? The card next to the Nadu and the Hierarchs?
I'm trying to look at the list and see.
Elvish Herder trample.
This is
Oh, there's Elvish Herder. Yeah,
For your shorts.
Elvish Herder.
Shorts first.
that is a
Urza
targeter.
Saga.
Sage it. Get
Single green mana, target creature gains trample until end of turn. What?
some of turn trigger. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Verdant Catacombs.
This is kind of go off, because every land can then activate him again.
My Elvish Herder.
Yeah.
This list is wild.
And just like that, with a single draw of a Green Sun Zenith, we go from we're not doing anything to we are now triggering Nadu a couple times.
Right. This is... Again, we always think like Yannick's going to be out of this any minute now, but we're still playing this game.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, Yannick, or as his friends call him,
I would like to
Pingu,
give my Tessus Orc.
showing why
Sure. Trigger.
he was qualified twice for the ELM already.
Calling.
Is gonna try and go for a
This one
third
has been
time
targeted twice.
today.
This one has been targeted once. This one has been targeted once as well.
Yep.
We have your swords on the stack. Beneath that is a trample trigger with a Nadu trigger from the Elvish Herder.
We've got triggers stacking up, then there's the swords, then we've got more triggers on top of that.
Chord of Calling for X's 1.
Horde of Calling comes out at instant speed. We've got a
Then
Daze.
I'll bounce my Savannah.
Wait, do we still have the? No, we lost the Shepherd.
in response?
We've got an we're then in response,
One for days.
bouncing a thing, getting another Nadu trigger to tap a noble, to untap a noble, then tap it to pay for the days. Court of Calling is going to get a
Wait, nomads?
Nomads and Core, and now we're going to start going off. So he needs to track which creatures have been targeted once, 0 times, 1 time, and 2 times for Nadu.
Draw the rest of my deck in.
That's crazy.
Because I'm going to draw a bunch of cards. Would you like to see my main deck list?
He's like, I'm about to draw a bunch of cards. Would you like to just see my main deck? He's just like,
I saw Chad asking if Yannick plays Cradle. He does not play Cradle, which is also an interesting decision.
Yannick does? Yeah, Yannick plays 4 Cradle, as far as you can see.
Wait, oh no, I'm just blind. Just ignore
Different
me.
list.
He plays 4 Cradles. Yeah, I was like, huh? No Cradles?
Most from your creatures, let's take it.
Mink's like, nope, we're done here. Yeah. Yeah, against crazy how fast Nadu can like take back a game where we saw a player with it was 1 to 0 lands almost the entire game.
Yeah.
But then he came back from it with a few triggers.
Yeah, with the amount of cards that Mink has been drawing that game, I did not expect Pingu to get anything done there, but
Right.
man, when Nadu does its thing, it's just so good.
Right.
It's so absurd.
Very interesting.
So this is, I would say, to Nussman, this is Nadu Elves, but with a huge asterisk. Like, does Elves play, like, Fastest Oracle, right? Like, I does play Birch Lore Rangers.
Yeah, no, like a lot of these cards are what you would expect from Elves. Like, what I'm really missing is, well, like the big stuff, the Crater Hoofs, and the Wirewood Symbiote is something I was really expecting.
Yep, no Wirewood Symbiote, no Natural Order. There's no Crater Hoof, there's no big boy coming for you. It's just all these little dudes. And Llanowar Elves. I mean, Llanowar Elves. I feel like he's just kind of styling at this point. This could be upgraded, like strictly upgraded, multiple different ways, right?
Yeah.
Like a minimum Ignoble Hierarch.
I'm not 100% sure on that. Like, my instinct says that, yeah, Llanowar Elves is probably better as Ignoble Hierarch.
Yeah.
But I'm not 100% sure on that.
Fair. Like, maybe a 1/1, like, straight up being able to block as a 1/1 is value, right? Like, maybe Llanowar Elves is really the card that needs to be in here. It's a combo of Elves or Go Big or Wide Pile. It's more wide. Like, there's no big threat here. It's just going really wide with Nadu and doing a whole bunch of tricks to get that in.
Like, it's purely the part of Elves that is there to support the Nadu plan. That is the main attraction here.
Right. Yeah, any deck with Elvish Herder is an Elves deck? I don't know. Elvish Herder triggers Nadu. So these archetypes might be eating one another at some point.
I mean, Elves was already kind of in a not-so-great spot where people have been shifting to Cradle control over the past few years.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with, what's it called? The Orcus Bonemaster, like, that pings the whole deck effectively, minus the things that win the game.
Yeah,
So,
Glimpse of Natures, that's completely unplayable in 2024.
Right.
I wasn't able to put some pressure on you.
And so, like, removing those, like, this is a cool pivot where you instead of seeing that Glimpse of Nature, you do Nadu, which conveniently gets around drawing cards. It just puts them in your hand or puts them into play. It's not drawing cards, kids.
True. And the scry was really relevant. It's like, oh, green sends to the top.
While they're shuffling and taking mulligans, let's quickly look at the sideboard. Is there anything that really speaks out, like, what we want to see?
Well, for the let's look at Mink's options. So he's got Carpet of Flowers, which is not going to do much. Consign to Memory, counter target triggered ability or colorless spell, which could do something. Like, what are we countering there? Like a single Nadu trigger? That's not really going to happen.
No, that's not good enough. I don't think.
Hydroblast, nothing. Wasteland for hopefully Wasteland's coming in. A Dismember.
One less health.
Dismember's probably good.
Force of Vigor doesn't really have any targets. Pernicious Deed. There we go. We got the one of Pernicious Deed and then a Terminus. So we're going to be watching out for Terminus coming off the top from Mink. And that should really set Yannick back. Not just I'm just going to give you a few turns to draw cards, but like, no, that you're out of this game if a turn miss hits.
Yeah, agreed. And then on Pingu's side here, there's one card that really speaks to me here, and that is Harbinger of the Seas.
Is that the sideboard? Oh yes,
that's the sideboard.
Oh my god, that is a Blood Moon effect for islands on a creature.
Yeah, you're playing a moon effect in a deck with 4 Gaia's Cradle. Like, that is such a baller move.
Yup.
Like, I love everything about this.
Right? Here comes the turn 1 Llanowar Elves. I mean, Legacy of 2024, everyone.
Ill-Gotten Games, no, we don't have a date for the next event yet, but it's usually once every 3 months, so be sure to follow at Bazaar of Boxes on Twitter. They'll announce the next one there. Right, bit of pondering for Mink here.
He's already done Brainstorm, so he's potentially shuffling. No, shuffle the pawn. Now he's fetching.
Let's see what we got here. Just get your mana under you.
Like to be?
Age, life total. Same line.
And I mean, again, this Nadu list is really explosive when it wants to be.
Right. Looks like it's a 3 mana. We've got a removal. We got swords on the Llanowar Elves. So just bolt the bird. 2 keep Yannick at bay for a bit. Like Mink knows he's gonna have to play a lot of removal. So the early one's probably the most valuable.
Yeah, just as a tempo play, this keeps Nadu off of the board for a turn.
Right. He kept in dazes. I see a daze in hand, which feels rough, given that, yeah, Yannick's just gone straight into land elf.
Yeah, I think there's an argument to be made for having the days, but maybe not on the draw.
Mink is on the play because he lost.
Oh, right, he's on the play. Yeah.
Yep. So that makes sense.
I could see boarding it out on the draw.
I think it's more that he didn't really have any better targets for stuff in his sideboard.
Yeah, that also makes sense.
He only really brought in 3, maybe 5 cards.
Yeah, discount it. Go ahead. Untap. Yes, draw. Yes.
Got a Psychic Frog in hand.
No heart. Sure.
Second Noble. Is he going to get the daze something in this turn? Yeah, right. Daze is always just another +1 counter on Psychic Frog.
Yeah, and that's also why it doesn't really matter that you can board them out, because sometimes you get a card with it, and then worst case scenario, you just pitch it to the frog.
Yep. Gaia's Cradle. Yeah, that daze is definitely getting pitched to a frog.
Or maybe even to a Force of Will, right?
Yep. Do you think he kept forces in? His Green Sun Zenithing for 1. Just getting another. Probably it could be getting Nomads. No, that's not a green creature. He can't get that. He can get Allosaur Shepherd. Yeah, I think forces probably want to come out. Forces probably. Oh, but let's see. You can't really take forces out in this deck because you play beans. You just want to cycle those into other cards.
Like, I would take out Daze before I would take out Force of Will, just because of Up the Beanstalk.
Yep.
Because we saw in game 1, sometimes you just have 2 Beanstalks, and you throw a Force at an Allosaurus Shepherd, because you want the draws.
It's a discard 2, draw 2. It's a second trigger of Fable the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I mean, also, like, it's not like the Allosaurus Shepherd is always going to be in play, because sometimes you just remove it.
Correct.
In response? Yeah. Next turn, mana? Yes. Endurance?
3 mana Endurance, Sorcery Speed.
No, instant speed. He's doing it in response to the Leyline Binding, because
Ooh, got it.
Random order, right?
he needed to tap the Gaia's Cradle for the mana, and the other Hierarch is still summoning sick.
Got it. Okay.
Right, that was this turn.
Yeah. That was he flashed in the Leyline Binding on his opponent's turn. In response, get the 3 mana for Endurance. So see that frog in play, maybe. Thinking about what to hold up.
Well, we kind of want a Beanstalk, to be honest. Or a frog, that will work.
We definitely want a Beanstalk, but a frog will do. In a pinch.
Yep.
Island cycle first.
The thing Mink really wants here, I think, is just some kind of draw engine, some way of getting ahead, actually interacting, because Yannick is just sitting here building his board, and he's fine either way.
Yep.
He's going to start hitting with the Endurance.
Yannick actually is going to start attacking for 5. Yeah, every turn. That's going to be a very quick clock.
It's currently a 4-turn clock, but might end up being a 3-turn clock later on.
Mm-hmm.
Your turn.
Yes.
Draw. Yes.
And of course, there's always the threat of just slamming a Nadu and being done with it.
Right. There's not really ways to target it, but Nadu is just such a scary... Oh, well, speaking of ways to target it. Pass. Okay, raw pass. No combat even with Endurance. Fascinating.
I wonder why.
End step, Leyline Binding.
I'll have to think about it. Sure.
Yannick has 7 mana available.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Why no attack?
Yeah, why no attack? And I'm wondering what is Mink going to target with the Leyline Binding?
Because Call the Herd? Data Naga
Court of Calling, maybe.
Court of Calling. Oh.
Oh, that is probably what's happening here. Yeah.
Got it. That's a very well projected Court of Calling.
Yeah.
Now we're thinking about it. GG's.
And
Well
calls
played.
it.
That's a crazy set of cards over there.
Mink didn't have the interaction. He didn't have the card draw to keep up velocity, and now Yannick is just gonna drop a Nadu, and it's gonna be all she wrote there.
And it's funny because this was. Oh wow! Look at that playmat. This is why we call him Pingu.
Yeah.
My friends are very, very awesome. So a few years ago, they gave me a custom penguin playmat.
Oh, he got this from his friends as a gift. That's awesome.
Yeah, this playmat is great. It's one of the few playmats where TOs here in the country say, yeah, you can just put it over the coverage mat.
Right? Damn, that's sweet.
Yeah. So, Bingo now 4-0, well on his way to earn his 3rd ELM slot.
Yeah.
He's had to fight for it every other time. So,
and the craziest part was that this was like just the dominance of Nadu's abilities. Like, so what happened was end of Yannick's turn, he Mink ended up using the Leyline Binding, flash it in, trying to get rid of the Nomads in Core, like proactively. In response, Yannick tapped out like 7 mana plus 3 more. Like he had a ton of mana to then do Court of Calling, instant speed to bring Nadu in play, which then Nomads in Core would then trigger twice on 5 creatures total.
Yeah, so that's 10 flips.
10
at instant speed.
At instant speed, draw cards, remove things, everything like that. And then that's when the Leyline Binding would finally resolve, killing the thing that enabled all of that to happen to begin with. Not even the real target, Nadu. Like, that's why the hand was extended. Like, it was just over.
Yeah, there's just an insurmountable amount of card advantage, which it's pretty much what Nadu is known for.
Right. And that's why it's so hard to call this even like an Elves deck.
Yeah, no, it has like an Elves package purely because it just supports the Nadu plan, because it works really well with that. Right. You want most of your mana base to be creatures anyway,
right?
So that you have something to target.
I had a hard thing
about
that one.
And then you just shoot into the stratosphere once you start going off.
Yep, as Open Manual says, yeah, you cradle into Chord, then upkeep 10 cards, do it again. And it's not even, no, I wouldn't say it's to upkeep 10 cards. Like, upkeep, it's more than 10 cards, because he's got creatures coming into play from playing Nadu. Like, oh no, creatures, well, Dried Arbor could come into play and then be new targets.
If he gets a Dried Arbor, the first time is going to be 12 cards.
Right.
If in those 12 cards he finds either the Nomad or the Court, then the game's just done right there.
Right. And that's where the Thassa's Oracle comes into play. It's like, oh, I can just keep triggering this until I have 2 cards left in library, cast Thassa's Oracle, GG. If not, swing for literally like a ton of damage. What an insane game.
I have a feeling like we're going to see a Bingo again today.
Yep.
Like, just a hunch.
Might be in top 8. Undefeated.
Alright, but before we do that, we have our beat match for the round. As our players sit down, looks like we have Tom de Decker, the ELM head from Belgium, on the right here. He's playing, well, ReScaminator, as you would expect. And he's going to be playing Yoko for real this time.
Yeah. Oh, hey, I know Yoko. I played against him at the MagicCon. He was also on Maverick. I did some tricky things. I did some tricky things with Painter that caught him off guard. But I feel like he would have, like, the second match. Like, if we played a whole nother match, he would do so much better since I taught him some tricks. Like, he's kind of a scary Maverick player.
Fair enough. Well, this is going to be an interesting game.
Right.
Because this is Bant Maverick, and guess what the Bant is for? We get more Nadu, so that's going to be interesting. But this is ReScaminator. This is the boogeyman of the format. So
right, it's the two boogeymen fighting against each other. It's like a JC versus Jason versus Freddy Krueger.
So we're gonna have to see how this match goes. I'm thinking, how does Scam do against normal Maverick? I don't know.
Well, that's a good question, because again, how much is this an auto deck? There's only 2 Nadus in here. The rest of this is kind of a normal Maverick deck. Like, we've got Lightning Greaves, Umezawa's Jite, and Cauldron Complete for Stoneforge Mystic. I'm not sure if Maverick normally plays Stoneforge.
It depends. I think some lists do.
Yeah.
I think most of the Abzan lists go more away from the Stoneforge Mystic package.
Right. We got a Gaddock Teague. Haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually. I wonder if there's a particular card that has caused the resurgence of Teague. Now, maybe it's KozaLex command actually.
I think so. That might be it. Kozak's command, I mean, as we just saw, Court of Calling in Green Sun Zenith. It gets a decent amount of targets.
Ja, ik heb nu Nadu gezien, maar volgens mij is het nog altijd Bant trade bind eigenlijk. Dat
Okay, sorry, yeah.
Alright. I'm assuming we push the button to increase or decrease it.
If you're wrong, you can actually
Undo.
So, and
Okay.
this is the time. So.
And where do we see the time? Oh, here's actual
The,
time.
the little thing in the middle, it's a bit small, but so.
I will.
Right, while we have a moment, our players are just looks like. I think it might be game 3 for them.
Yep, looks like they're 1-1. Not sure who's going first, though.
Okay, yes, it is 1-1. So we are going into game 3. Do we have any sideboard cards that we particularly like? Not really, I think.
I'm looking up really quick.
I don't see anything in particular that I think is amazing. The Harbinger of the Seas from Tom's sideboard is probably coming in.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, turning off a Maverick player's lands is probably the highest priority. Oh, we got a Grief on turn 1, pitching Orcish Bowmasters.
There we go. We have Cauldron there. I think that's Assimilation Aegis. We'll see if we can get that up. That is a card that's relatively new, and we don't really see that often.
Assimilation Aegis.
Yeah, it's a new artifact. It's a what's that old card? That old blue-white control card. The Sphere.
Sphere? No, not Sphere of the Resistance.
Sphere of Detention?
Sphere. Oh, yeah. It's like get rid of a named thing and all the other named things. It dealt with Pack Rat.
Yeah, pretty much. Like it's
in RTR. Detention Sphere.
Detention Sphere. Yeah, it's that cost on an equipment. It exiles a creature, and then it can turn the equipped creature into a copy of the exiled creature.
Right. It's like a strict upgrade from Detention Sphere. No, wait.
Well, the only thing you're missing, you don't get all the same name cards.
You don't get all the same name cards. It's just get rid of a thing and then make a copy. Interesting. It's for as long as it's attached to the creature, that creature becomes a copy of the creature card exile with it. Weird.
Yeah, so let's say you played for 3, you exile like an Archon of Cruelty. Now, if you equip the Aegis to, I don't know, Stoneforge Mystic, you have a 2-mana Archon and start beating down.
Ooh, scary. I do see 4 Leyline of the Void in Yoko's sideboard, so it doesn't seem like he started with one of those in play. Doesn't seem like that's going to be relevant in this game, but that would have been huge in his opening 7.
I'm actually not sure about that. I know it's the scam thing, but I think you just want to play through it. I think Leyline of the Void doesn't shut it down effective enough.
It doesn't, but I think that just having that would take a huge chunk off. Like, he wouldn't be able to reanimate this grief. He wouldn't have a clock. He wouldn't have a second removal from the hand. Like, it sets you back pretty far with the Leyline. Even though, it doesn't technically stop Tom from doing anything.
The 13th.
Like, for sure, if you're looking at this board state where you discard 2 cards on turn 1, there's a threat, then Leyline of the Void is incredible, but if you don't have Reanimate, Leyline of the Void just kind of doesn't do anything.
Yeah, you can just play the other half of the deck that just scams you out. We got a waste on your only UC. Floating, maybe getting a troll.
No cycle.
No cycle. Oof.
So 12.
I think I heard that they passed to the next phase before the fetch, but I'm not 100% on that.
Yep, I think we moved on. Yeah, because now it's casting something, which is something Ranger. Script Ranger.
9. Go.
Yep.
Script Ranger, a very staple card in Maverick.
Oh man, Tom going draw pass. No,
that's a really good wasteland.
But Jukabog getting rid of that might be a bit aggressive, but again, like, I don't think Tom's really got anything going on.
You know what's also a really good reason to not bring in Leyline of the Void here? You're playing Endurance, you're playing Swords to Plowshares, you're playing Jukabog.
Ah, that's true, yeah. Actually, I don't see Endurance in the list.
It's there. It's 1 in the main, and that's it.
Oh yeah, you're right. Just 1 in the main. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
So
Script Ranger doing some combat.
6 for you in the meantime. No, it's okay. I'll take care of it. There you go.
3. Return this one. 4.
That's more mana.
Play this. Sorry.
Oh yeah, maybe Yoko messed up. Could have bounced another land with a Ranger and landed Naya the Reliquary.
Go to 13.
Maybe. Looks like Yoko was going for the Assimilation Ages though, which gets forced.
Yep.
Ages would have been really nice here to take the only creature that Tom has right now.
Right? Yeah. Yoko just needs to play a second creature to stop dying, because he's just gonna take 3. Continue taking 3 for a bit.
Yes. 12.
Script Ranger coming in. The pro blue not really very relevant here. If it was pro black, then it'd be great.
Right. There's the Knight.
And
there's
another force.
Pitching a frog.
Yeah, another force pitching another frog. So we're down 2 frogs. We're down 2 forces.
There's our second blocker.
Or is it?
Because you've used this turn around to brainstorm.
Brainstorm response.
Don't think. Yeah, no. There's a fatal push.
Oh, taking out the second blocker. So that's gonna be it. Tom's gonna take the game.
We couldn't give you a better game than this.
Oh, it's still good. I enjoyed the game.
Were actually quite interesting.
Yeah, Yoko worried about not giving a good game. I think that was a good game. I think there were plenty of decisions there that mattered. Interesting draws.
Yeah, Grief into Grief is...
Tom going 3-1.
Yeah, strong.
Grief into Grief is quite the play, yeah. I agree with Yoko.
Yeah. Well, enjoy it while you can, Tom, because I'm pretty sure that Grief is on its way out in a couple of weeks.
Play as much as you can.
At least I think it's going out. Like,
any day now.
I wouldn't be surprised if Wizards is like, oh yeah, the problem is obviously Reanimate, so we'll ban that.
I can totally see that.
So I'm a knock on wood, but you know, Wizards gonna Wizards. We'll have to see.
We'll see how they evaluate it.
All right, before we get into round 5. At the start of this day, I announced that, as always, we're going to give away a Brewers Cup. This is a mug that we
is not doing very well right now. Give it another try, or otherwise I'll take over for a bit. Rob, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yep, you're back. Continue your story.
I think my internet dropped out a bit there.
Yeah.
So yeah, our Brewers Cup for today is gonna go to Andrew on the left here, who is playing a card that fans of Peter Vanderham might recognize in Sibilant Soothsayer, which we're gonna get into that in a moment. Secondly, my co-caster is taking a break, and in his place we have Alex here. Say hi, Alex.
Hello. How are you doing? Glad to be here.
So yeah, we got on the left the Soothsayer deck, which we're gonna try and bring some cards up. But the general gist of it is a Stompy deck that plays a bunch of low mana cards to try and get into a Soothsayer, which then hopefully finds dinosaurs on a spaceship, which makes a bunch of tokens and then comes in with a really big body. So we'll hopefully see that happen as the game goes on.
And we all know what all these cards do, right? So Sibilant Soothsayer will just flip top your deck, hoping to find a non-land card with mana value 3 or greater, which is, sadly enough, other Sibilant Soothsayers. With the other option being the dinosaurs on a spaceship.
Yeah.
Can you explain this one, Robbie? It's a really regularly named card, so...
Yeah, the dinosaurs is supposed to be suspended by itself, but we're not trying to suspend it by itself. We're trying to use the Soothsayer, and then every time you remove a time counter off it, you get a 2/2.
So this suspends the cards, right?
It does, yeah. Suspend dinosaurs on a spaceship.
So every 4 counters.
As early as turn 1.
It's right here. You are just your
Gives it suspend.
Yeah. Alright. Fair.
Go.
time counter from the dinosaurs on a spaceship. You get a 2/2 creature, red and white dinosaur with flying and haste. And afterwards it just comes into play, so it's a really fast beater. If you manage to hit the dinosaurs on a spaceship. And otherwise the rest of the shell is a lot of stumpy elements. You've got the quick mana with Chromax's Lotus Pet.
Combat for 5.
Talia and Harsh Mentor. Pretty good against Nadu these days. So let's see how he does.
Harsh Mentor.
And double check on Robbie here.
I think I'm back.
Yeah, you are. Alright.
Okay.
Yeah.
This becomes an issue. We saw him a bit. I think I'm dropping again.
Yeah, you are dropping again.
Okay, I'm gonna do a quick restart. I'll be right back.
Yep. All right. So yeah. Maverick last time with Dimir Scam. It's not really the ReScaminator, so there's no Entombs or Animate That. He opted to play for with a bit more removal, for example. Otherwise, it's and Orcish Bowmasters too. So here we see the 2/2 dinosaurs already coming in. We got one more suspend counters on the dinosaurs on the spaceship. It's a fast clock. It's a fast clock. So we got the 2/2 mentor, the 3/2 Sibylline.
So I take 7.
Damage, take 7.
I go to 8. Yes, right.
I gotta say, these first time I saw these Sublime Soothsayer with the dinosaurs, I felt it was a bit gimmicky. Until I actually saw it in action. As you can see here, especially we saw a turn 1 Soothsayer actually hitting the dinosaurs, which is an important part and makes it a bit more volatile. Otherwise, the if it does hit the dinosaurs, it's a really quick clock the tokens with also with flying, so evasion and haste. Adds up really quickly.
I think I'm back, by
Yeah,
the way.
hey, welcome. You take a nap?
I think my PC took a nap, so
Ah,
we'll have to see.
yeah, good to have you back.
So looks like we're getting a bunch of flying dinosaurs.
And then of course we will on the dinosaur itself, but look there, there's already 6 power of flyers and hasty flyers in there, so
Yeah, completely uncounterable, by the way, because it's just a trigger.
mm-hmm.
Also worth mentioning, if the dinosaur itself resolves, it's also a lord for all the other dinosaurs, so...
Bouncing, of course, really effective against the dragons. Could it be that they're not updating their own life total?
I think they're not updating, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure these flying dinosaur tokens have more than 0 power, so...
Wasting that cavern of souls. Yeah, okay, so I'm at...
Yeah, they found out.
Yeah, okay, yeah, thanks.
Oh,
That is
already at 2, my god.
yeah. At the bottom that's Italia, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it's the... I know which version it is. Like the Dracula version.
Ah, right. I have no idea what it is, but I believe you. So many different influences there.
Yeah, true.
This beating, but seeing as he's already on 2. It does look like he has a plan. He is still moving purposefully, so purposely picking up cards. Yeah.
Yeah. No, chat. We haven't done a metagame update yet. We can probably look at some of the top tables and see what kind of decks we're seeing there. But unfortunately, we don't have like a nice overview because Melee changed that with their update. That's kind of annoying.
The card, the Savalin card. Yeah.
All right. So that was a quick game 1. I mean, yeah, if the Soothsayer does come down on turn 1 and it does hit a dinosaur, I think the game is probably way balanced to the Soothsayer side there.
Yeah, the Soothsayer does have a bit of a fail rate, because if you hit another Soothsayer, then it's kind of useless, but just hitting a dinosaur wins you the game most of the time.
Peter mess with various builds.
Also, what I do...
As usual, Peter put it in Delver. Well, yeah, just how he rolls.
Since hers. The ReScaminator deck, of course, but still... It's not without a function here. You take a look at the sideboard.
Yeah, if I'm still here.
Yeah, you're still here.
Okay, sweet. Do you think Consigned to Memory is something that is worth bringing in here? If you're looking at somebody's trying to resolve a Soothsayer?
I mean, triggering a Soothsayer trigger, countering a Soothsayer trigger for only 1 blue mana, that might actually be good, you know?
Yeah, I don't hate it, especially given the pressure it gives.
I don't hate it at all, actually, no. Also, I see a Hydro Blast, which is good against the Soothsayer itself. Like, the thing is, if you stop the Soothsayer side, you still have a Stumpy side to deal with.
Sure.
Which I like about the Naya aggro deck, but it makes it also harder to sideboard against, of course.
And then, of course, Tom also has Engineered Explosives to try and clean up all those tokens, which I could imagine is also coming in.
Mm-hmm. Maybe a fail push to get rid of some of the... An extra fail push to get rid of some of the smaller creatures that Andrew's playing.
For sure. Is Moon Effect. A Moon Effect is like traditionally not very good against Stompy decks, but that's also because Stompy decks are usually red, right?
Yeah.
Does Harbinger maybe change that meaningfully?
Sevelin only cascades in cards
Um,
higher
yeah, but this is
than
actually a
3 or higher.
good question, and I think because the other ways to get mana is the Chromax and the Lotus Battle. And there is, let's check, 1 mountain and 1 plains as basic in the Naya deck. It might be a bit slow, to be fair. I'm not totally opposed, but it might be a bit slow, and it seems like you do have a lot to board already, so it might be a bit much.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Makes
sense.
If we're looking at Andrew's side here, I see Swords of Plowshares, like 4 off in the board.
Oh, it must be nice to be able to play 1-drops in a Stompy deck.
Indeed. Yeah, it's difficult with the Chalice of the Void, but probably still worth it, right?
Yeah. Do you still want Chalice? Because yeah, it still hits, like it hits Ponder, it hits Reanimate, it hits Brainstorm.
Brainstorm, Fatal Push.
It does hit Fatal Push, true.
I think so, yeah. I mean, it does stop enough to... and it stops way more on their side than on your side too. So I don't hate keeping Chalice in here at all.
Especially if you get it on turn 1 and then stop any kind of reanimate shenanigans, then it's probably good.
Exactly. Now we're talking about the Harbinger from the Dimir Scam side. How do you feel about the Magus from the Dinosaur side, Naya Aggro side?
I kind of like it personally, because a lot of the times these tempo decks are very greedy on their mana base. It's not a complete shutdown, but I think you can get it fast enough to where you can get them on maybe one color but not the other, and then I think it's still fine.
Yeah, it's not a good hit from the Sibylline probably, but I'm not sure. It might be a bit slow, especially on the draw. I was just considering it and seeing if it's worth it, but might be a bit slow, especially on the draw. Plus, it also makes your best hits from Sibylline way worse, of course. Maybe on a play.
Oh yeah, that is fair. Yeah, the Soothsayer definitely makes that a little bit harder because it does pressure your pressure.
Yeah.
I think if you can get it fast enough, it's worth bringing in.
Okay. I'm curious to see if Andrew what Andrew chooses to board here.
Also, kind of depends on how grindy of a game Andrew thinks this is going to be, because I mean, we saw the fast kill with the dinosaurs, but if Tom has the interaction for dinosaurs, now that he knows what to expect, it might turn into a slower game, and then I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see Seasoned Dungeoneer brought in. Right? If we're going that kind of a grindy game,
it does. It is a dangerous card too, because the especially this Dimir Scam deck has evasive creatures like, for example, the Psychic Frog or Grief to actually take over that
the initiative.
The whatchamacallit, the initiative, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that is fair.
Alright, so let's see what happens. We're going to Ancient Tomb into A.
I think that's an unlicensed hearse.
Alright.
It's the Outlaws prosperity thing. Yeah, there it is.
I do like this art though.
Yeah, the stagecoach that's flipping over.
Yeah, I love the Western theme from these sets. I know a lot of people don't like it. I'm one of those who actually do like it. I love the Western theme there.
Yeah, I think the Western theme is very on the edge. I think it just fits, just barely. Like something like Warhammer is probably over the top.
Wait, there's one
yeah, you can do a lot of things with magic themes. So we see Tom dazing the unlicensed horse, so he does value the opportunity to use his graveyard in this game.
Fair enough.
And a wasteland. Go back to square one.
It might also be because Tom is holding a reanimate, I think. So it is actually relevant in this situation.
Attempt to reanimate on my full. Sure. I lose 6. So I go to
Reanimate,
13.
troll. Now that's a fast clock. So we got a 6/5.
And then it's your turn.
Yeah, and then let's see what the answer is going to be from
Well,
Andrew here.
let's see if it's a dinosaur.
Sure.
Ah,
Oh,
it needs
this
to
is
hit. Yeah.
We're not even gonna see it. No.
It is indeed a enter the battlefield effect. So Force of Will works pretty sweet against that. And then we have an absolute beast of a clock with Andrew being at 18. That's exactly 3 hits from this troll.
Yeah, Troll showing us that fast clock's still king. I mean, both these players know what a fast clock looks like, so
This is true. And here we see what makes these Dimir scam decks so good too, because like the discarding a troll to find an extra land and being able to then just reanimate the troll is.
wait,
one of the-
are we brainstorming off of a ponder?
Whoops.
I mean, that has to be like the most common mistake in Legacy, right?
Yeah, I mean, resolving a preordain like a ponder or a brainstorm or any other. Yeah.
Yeah, whoopsie daisy. Also, I think we just played a land and there's still a City of Traders in play.
I was too distracted by the ponder brainstorm to actually notice that one.
I think it was this turn, so I think that's
You can still
fine.
do it in response to the trigger.
I mean, it does happen.
Talia results. Okay.
If you have this happen in a tournament, well, you know, always call a judge, see what they can do to fix it. Maybe sometimes they can't. But I mean, yeah, it's
Yeah, I think the city one doesn't matter because you just float the mana in response.
yeah.
The ponder being a brainstorm, that's a big one. Speaking of big ones, here comes the 7/7 on a ship.
Actually, so let's say that Tom hits next time for 6, bringing Andrew down to 6. Then Andrew gets a 2/2 token, which is enough to block the. He will have 3 creatures, which is enough to block the troll. So let's see if Tom finds maybe a removal. I see a Brazen Borrower. Alright, so get 1 dinosaur here. Maybe cast an extra creature to have 4 creatures on board to be able to block here.
Oh, if only you could play 2 more Thalias and just first strike it to death.
I mean, the way this game has been going, that might be an actual thing.
Oh, this is not a first striker, but this is an Inti. Inti, then some unpronounceable words. It's
Seneschal of the Sun.
yeah, it's a good value piece. Is a good aggro creature.
Oh, he's actually attacking with the Zipline Soothsayer here.
Yeah,
To get some value from his Inti, but it is pretty dangerous. Giving if Tom only has 1 piece of removal or interaction with any of those creatures, that means no blockers.
yeah, 1 fatal push, and this is GG.
Yeah, I think I saw the Brazen Borrower already in hand there.
Yeah, you did. And Andrew's hell bent, so I think that's game 3.
And then hit for lethal. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I get trying to get a bit of value, but it was dangerous there. Maybe he felt he was too far behind to actually play it safe there. On the other hand, like Tom, only having one threat, being able to deal with it.
I didn't spend any mana in my turn.
You know, let's see what happens in game 3 here.
I'm thinking, was Andrew actually behind?
I did remember that.
Because he was making tokens, right?
Yeah, it's yeah. Like if he could deal with the troll first and foremost, then I'd probably say he'd get ahead pretty quickly. Yeah.
Maybe that was the idea with the attack. Like, if you find the Swords to Plowshares, you get rid of the troll, and then you've basically won. But
yeah, you got one draw for a Swords to Plowshares, then versus Tom needing to have only one piece of interaction for one of the 3 creatures. It's maybe a bit risky, but did not work out this time. Maybe.
yeah, just one of those plays where I'm glad I'm sitting here and able to talk out of my ass for a couple hours and not actually playing, because
Exactly right.
Magic is hard, except when it isn't.
You'll play first?
Yeah, I'll take the plane.
I think I saw Tom leaving his Harbingers of the Tides in his sideboard, if I'm not mistaken.
Interesting build. I
So-
saw you got the cup.
Yeah, that
Rule
makes
out. Yeah, I think I agree.
I think I also saw him move around a
My
fatal
dumb head
push.
is like, okay, what's going on?
Okay.
No. So,
I think he boarded in a
so
fatal
fucked
push.
up for, I don't know, us filthy blue mages is that they're like, oh,
Yeah, I agree with that too. I mean, the Soothsayer Dinosaurs is the most dangerous thing from Andrew's deck, I think. Which leaves still a whole lot of smaller, very annoying creatures from Andrew's side, which have to be dealt with. So yeah, I can see an extra just removals good in this matchup from both sides, by the way.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm just a little surprised that he didn't bring it in for game 2.
All right, so you're saying between game 2 and 3, maybe.
Because obviously the main
Yeah.
There's a lot of things he can do with his sideboard. Some of you is just like changing around numbers and trying new stuff out.
Yeah,
I can
fair
imagine Tom not playing this matchup too often.
Three lands.
Fair enough.
One red prism.
The Dutch fucking love playing
Yeah.
lands. Oh, sorry for
Players
your
talking about the Dutch love of lands. It's very true. Not us, but Dutch players, for sure.
There is a lot of lands in the Netherlands for sure.
Like, I feel like maybe saying lands is not the right thing to say. It's maybe just depth strategies.
Maybe land strategies in general, if you're talking about both the lands deck, depths variants, but also Cloudpost variants actually. Maybe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you include that as well, sure.
Land-based decks, maybe in general, is perhaps pretty more popular in the Netherlands than
Yeah.
generally.
Would you say that 5-color control is a lands-based strategy?
Besides them playing lands, no.
Okay.
No, I would not call that a lands-based strategy. I'd say it's more about the different kinds of lands that actually add utility instead of just wanting to cast things. It's a major component there.
Yeah, fair enough. Looks like Andrew might be going for turn 1 Thalia?
Yep.
I can see that being. Actually, he's got a
Obviously, yeah.
ancient tomb. This might be a 3-mana thing. How about? There we go.
Ah.
We got a Force of Will, however.
Force Pitch Frog.
I think I think that Force Will was countering the Soothsayer, not the ancient tomb. But I mean,
Oh, that's a funny game. Like, you wouldn't guess that these players were 3-1 from the way this game has gone, but
I
We
mean,
love him nonetheless.
I mean, to be fair, it's round 5. It's a hot day. I am not blaming these people.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Chalice. So a Grief pitching a Psychic Frog here. We also see a Reanimator on Tom's hand, so he can actually do the scammy thing.
Looks like we are gonna scam. Also, Andrew's hand right now is Thalia, Aethersworn Canonist, and some dinosaurs.
Not looking too great. He's gonna have to find a couple of things. Maybe first of all a white land so he can actually cast his creatures.
I'll take the Thalia this time. Okay. I'm just replacing the sleeve and then...
fine. Yeah, I see it's split.
But with just the Aethersworn Canonist and the dinosaurs on a spaceship. The last one, not being a card probably for a long time. To suspend the dinosaurs from your hand, it costs 3 colorless and a red and a white mana. So that's 5 mana.
So no, this is the broken one.
Yeah, and it does repay itself rather quick, but still, you have to get the 5 mana.
Mm-hmm.
Some card draw would be nice here.
I'm actually at 14, by the way. 1 fetch, 1 force of will, and 4 life from the grave. There you go.
I untap a Drew and I'll pass.
Takes turn and a draw. We see a daze being drawn. Might actually not be too bad here.
Yeah, mana is going to be somewhat of an issue here. I think for the Aethersworn Canonist, it's not going to be all too great, but like coming up, it just helps you to keep on the pressure.
Yeah. Even if it's another, like maybe a red mana and another Sublime Soothsayer, you can daze that one for example later on. That's or maybe an Unlicensed Hearse here or a Chalice, and you can daze it. That's pretty good. For now, Andrew though not drawing extra lands or stuff to cast from his Ancient Tomb. So this Grief is going to town. It seems like for now.
And there's always the possibility of Tom just ripping a wasteland, and then this game is pretty much in the bag.
Alright, so that's something here, a plateau. We can make both white and red. Maybe a Sibylline. Although we know that's going to be running into a daze.
I see something red.
Play a Canonist.
Yep, to the 10.
It's the Aethersworn Canonist. Playing around daze here.
I'm not sure if by choice. I didn't quite catch the rest of his hand.
No, I'm not sure either. We'll see, hopefully. And we're going down 2-7. So I'm at a comfortable 14. With Grief having managed, of course. Andrew getting 1 extra creature to maybe trade would be nice. Almost like, yes, make my days active.
That's going to be the Inti.
Alright. Inti here.
Another 2 life.
So with Andrew at 5, do you want to go for an Inti activation or do you want to stay back and block?
Sure, yeah. Inti's good.
Yeah?
Yeah, you have to block here. You're too low.
Agree. 2 is a bit too iffy. And both besides the Ancient Tomb. Right.
Oh, and the Fatal Push.
And yeah.
That's actually not the smartest way to do it. Yeah.
Okay, so...
Yeah, I should have done it before blocks. It's just a mistake by me. They both died.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, right, it's a 2-1. Sure.
Each one is a 2-2, yeah. So it's still straight.
2-2, yeah.
Maybe... No. So, yeah, I'm now actually wondering why not pushing before combat in that case.
Yeah, I think I heard Tom say he was wondering the same thing.
Yeah,
So-
okay, yeah. Honest mistake, yeah, cool.
Again, nothing from Andrew here.
Does have a reanimate, I see, so... See if we can Now that would be cool. You could either hit like maybe a grief or a although like the it being on suspend is probably suboptimal, right? Maybe just a grief. Yeah, he's going for the grief here.
It's like that's the whole point of playing the dinosaurs, right? Because even if you suspend the dinosaurs, you still get value out of it.
Still get value,
immediately.
of course, yeah. Oh, and let's see. Andrew actually drew a sword here, which is good.
So I lost 4, so that puts me to 10, and then I gain 3, that puts me to 13. Yeah. Okay. 5, and then the grief trigger resolves. And you're still at 5.
Actually having 2 creatures to cast, I mean, Andrew being on 5 and still with his Ancient Tomb out, it is getting a bit iffy.
I'll take.
Ooh, and I think I see a Brazen Borrower on hand for Tom. So if Andrew does use his Ancient Tomb only once, Tom's gonna have a really good Brazen Borrower here.
Yeah, that just straight up wins the game, right?
Yeah. Okay. So is he gonna cast the Harsh Mentor from the battle, or? And even then, like, Tom could just flash it in, attack for 3. Yeah, he's playing it from the battle, so it's a bit of foresight there from Andrew. Very good. Although, and his next draw.
Yeah. No, this doesn't work.
Oh.
He dazes it, which
Now he still dazes. Is he gonna tap? Go down to.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, like what else are you gonna do? This is one of those moments where you have to say, okay, sure. If you have the borrower, then you know what. Yeah, there it is. All right. Yeah. Congratulations to Tom. Wins 2 versus 1 with Dimir Scam.
Yeah, Tom, a very good player. One of the figureheads of the European Legacy Masters. So.
I got it. The brazen was.
And a overall nice guy. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever met him. Well, we'll have to change that in the future.
Good plan. Good plan. Right, so that was Dimir Scam taking it down against taking Naya Aggro down. It was fun to see that Sublime Soothsayer. I'm glad we had that game 1.
Yeah, no, that's it's a fun deck and definitely worthy of the Brewers Cup for sure. We'll try and get maybe a B match, see if there's any tables that we can move over. But yeah, we're going into the final couple rounds. So you can see the standings too, right, Alex?
Yeah.
Any players standing out? Any decks standing out?
Let me double check here. We got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players on 4-0 currently. I see Yannick, who was on stream earlier, also on 4-0 with 4 others there. We got a 3-0-1 and then a whole bunch of 3-1s. So there's still a lot of people in contention for the top 8.
Yeah, worth mentioning, going into round 5, our undefeated players were playing. Let's see, we have only one scam undefeated, so bless that. Of course, Pengu, who we saw on coverage, with Nadu. We have some depths like the Dutch players do.
I see some Storm.
This is Saga Storm, this mono black variant, and then Gruul Initiative. Interestingly enough.
I kind of feel like I did chuck that one.
Let me double check. Oh yeah. All right. Yeah. It's
very interesting list.
Yeah, really cool design. Is
also looking very cool. It's basically the Stompy list with some initiative in there.
But did you find the list?
We got some cool decks at the top here, to be fair. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Looks like we do have a backup match coming.
Alrighty.
It's gonna be Jund Reanimator. Oh, it's just a classic Reanimator with Chancellor of the Annex in the main. Against, looks like just a standard. No, it's not a standard lands list. I see 3 copies of Uro.
To play one of their.
Oh, okay.
During COVID, one of the events vintage events I played.
This is green-blue lands.
Well, webcam. So I met, interacted with some of the guys.
It's table 9 for you.
Yeah. Double checking. Actually, it's not just a regular Reanimator. That is a World Gorger combo Reanimator.
Oh, is that World Gorger?
It's a World Gorger.
Wait, I don't see World Gorger. Are you sure you have the right list?
No. I was getting so excited. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think you have the wrong list.
Yeah, I do. I'm so sorry about that. I was getting really excited there.
Good luck in the next one and congratulations on your new cup.
Because I do know there is someone today playing
I got it.
World
Sorry.
Gorger.
Yeah. I got the correct list right now.
All right. There is definitely an interesting card in the Reanimator deck. I don't think I've ever seen Ripples of Undeath in a deck before. It's a Modern Horizons 3 card. It's a 1 and a black for an enchantment. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you mill 3 cards. Then you may pay 1 mana and 3 life. If you do, put a card from among those cards into your hand. Yeah, I've never seen this card be played before, so...
That's some nice spice. I mean, you mill cards over, so you have more animate targets in your yard, and you can actually get back reanimate effects if you... I'm curious to see this in action. They're currently... Let's see, 1-1, is it their current score?
Sure. I think so. We'll check with Marvin just to be sure, but I think we're going into game 3, yeah. Which makes sense, because there's 12 minutes left in the round, so... Looks like both of these players at least going 3-1 in the tournament so far.
Still very much alive for top 8 here. If I'm not mistaken, there's 7 rounds in total. So after this round, there's still 2 rounds to go.
Yeah, I think we did the math earlier this week, and with the amount of players we have, I think you're required to go at least 5-1-1 or above.
5-1-1.
Yeah. Which that's a hill to climb for sure.
Yeah. And also there's some very good players walking around, so it's tough to get into those top 8s.
Yeah, for sure. How many ELM competitors are playing today?
From the current team.
Yeah.
So I've seen Jordi and Maarten. Jordi, of course, the Lance players, and Maarten, the Red Painter player we actually saw earlier on stream. And I saw those, and that's because I know those guys. I recognize them from the ELM team. I'm not sure about the other ones, so.
I know, at least from the Dutch players, I know Lars is there as well.
Nice, yeah.
And then I don't know if any of the Belgian crew is qualified already. So one of them might also be qualified. So at the very least, we have 3 people at the tournament already qualified.
ELM, yeah.
With 2 more by the end of the day. So yeah, that's a pretty stacked tournament for sure.
Nice. Always good to see.
Yeah, from the Dutch players, we're missing 2 people. We're missing you. I miss you, Alex.
Well, I mean,
you're right here.
At least I could join from this side. No, I'm really happy to have qualified for ELM and looking forward to it.
Yeah, and we're glad to have you here for a couple of rounds of coverage.
Yeah, happy to jump in for a second. It's fun to do. Right, so I think Lawrence is mulliganing to 6 here, right?
I'll keep this.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, Steven kept his 7, okay. One to the bottom.
All right. Go your game.
Oh, right. I think Paulo is also here. He's also qualified.
Let's see what... So I'm not quite clear what we're looking at here. It's
Oh, I do. It's a swamp. It's the
with
swamp where the entire rules text of Basic Swamp is written out.
just if you don't know what a swamp does, well, just read that card that's on the table there.
Like the easiest card you could ever play, and reading it does not explain it at all, except explains it in its entirety.
Yep. Alright, so what do we have here? I think that's a Witherbloom Apprentice. So what we're actually seeing here is Steven executed his sideboard plan. A bit of a transformational into a Witherbloom Apprentice with Chain of Smocks. So, you know,
that is a hell of a pivot, by the way.
Yeah, like you can have all the graveyard hate you want, Lawrence, but you know what? I'm doing something else.
This might just be a turn 2 kill, right?
That might be a turn 2 kill, for sure.
Land. Gonna hit in for 2.
Making me think he doesn't have the... No, he does not have the chain. I think against lands you just slam the combo there. Especially since I don't see any white. So Lawrence lives another turn. Let's see if we can get something off the ground here. Wouldn't be surprised. Sorry, yeah.
It also just it messes with my mind that I know this is lands, but I see a tropical. I'm just happy he's not playing Nadu as well.
Don't give people ideas there. Nadu lands someone.
I don't know. You're an Ursa Saga deck. I don't know, man. This.
That's quite the pivot there.
I mean, if we're talking pivots, then having Nadu in the side in your land stack, that sounds just absolute baller.
Alright, so we had a fetch into, I think that's the Surveil and the black-green one. And he puts...
You got it.
The discard card again. It's the Grief, only it's not a creature card.
Unmask.
Unmask, that's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. This used to be like a staple in the format, and now it's like, oh yeah, it's the other Grief.
Now we have Grief, yeah.
Yeah. Grief is just so much better. It's insane. Looks like we're searching off of the Earth Saga. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a Mox Opal, but looks like we're going Expedition map instead.
I mean...
Was that a Pongify? Hang on.
Does it? Yeah, that could definitely be one. Yeah,
yeah he's playing 2 Pongify. Oh, this is great.
Cool. Alright, so you went for the map indeed. Maybe, I'm not sure, like the land's answer to those apprentices.
Well, Pongify helps.
Yeah, Pongify, yeah. The green-black creature is a Witherbloom Apprentice. So,
Yeah.
what it does
Marcus
is
can bring up the
when-
apprentice next.
Yeah, so it's black and green 2/2. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. The copy part being the most relevant here,
Together with the colors
because they also play Chain of Smog, which is a sorcery. There we go, with the Bloom Apprentice. The Chain of Smog is a sorcery which says target player discards 2 cards from his or her hand. That player may copy this spell and may choose a new target. So what you do is you actually keep targeting yourself and copying the Chain of Smog, and you just keep on targeting yourself. There we go. And you constantly deal 1 damage to the opponent, and that's how you win.
Yep.
Also, as we're seeing right now, they're turning sideways to come in for 2 damage each time, so, you know, most B.
Yeah, just having a 2-mana 2/2, having a Grizzly Bear is not the worst, where your opponent is not really doing much of anything at this moment.
I have won my fair share of Grizzly Bear matches, so...
I mean, I've won my fair share of Grey Ogre matches, so, you know, power is power. But yeah, the Chain of Smog is definitely not without risk, because you do have to keep targeting yourself, which means your opponents, if they're playing counter spells, can just wait for you to discard your hand and then counter it. But it is a nice 2-card win otherwise.
Agreed, especially against a deck like lands, where you don't expect too much interaction. So is he going to wasteland the land here? No, let's draw the card. We do have a Lotus Petal, so... Yeah, I'm trying to look through the... see if there's any interaction with the oh, there's the Chain of Smog, and he has... So the Pungify doesn't work because he has 2 of those with the Bloom Apprentices.
Yeah, I don't think Lawrence has any kind of interaction that's relevant at this point. Like, he needs double Pungify to go through, but that's not going to work here.
Nope.
He only has 1 blue.
I mean, it could be that he kept a good hand against the Reanimator plan, but...
Did you just top deck it, or did you already have it?
I just drawn it.
Yeah.
Drew it. Yeah.
There we go.
Yep.
Handshake.
Lawrence calls it.
Kept an open.
Yeah, surgicals.
And then you get killed.
Alright,
Yeah.
yeah.
I got the dodge it.
We see a Hydroblast there. Not sure about
Oh,
that one.
it's only for red spells.
But yeah,
A few red spells.
Chain,
I was
yeah,
afraid
that's
of
the
that.
transformational cyborg plan, just showing why it can be really good.
Yeah, because Surgical did nothing that game. Hydroblast normally targets like Faithless Looting or something, but also no targets for that. So
Okay, it didn't
Yeah,
end up
and
being,
I'm
but this was the card
even
that
looking
won
through the
one.
list. I wonder if there's
And then you
any
started with a creature,
interaction.
that combo was like, oh,
Besides maybe a
you had 2 more turns.
tabernacle to that might have been a thing, but I can see him boarding those out. So you know, it's a good cyborg plan against the lands deck, and on full display right here.
yeah, because you have to deal with both of these game plans, and they're so divergent that there's almost no overlap here.
Yeah,
Especially if you're playing lands. Like, what are you gonna do? Play Force?
yeah. I mean, yeah, like maybe put in his members.
Yeah, I do have an English one as well.
All right. Well,
Yeah, interesting deck for sure.
yeah, and he's going. Steven's going to 4-1, so actually he's got a good shot at making top 8. So maybe we get to see this deck again. That'd be cool. I'd be interested in that.
All right, welcome back, Legacy players. We are at round 6 out of 7 in Tilburg for the Bazaar of Boxes 12th in the series. This is Michael from the previous rounds. I took a quick break, and now we're letting Rob take a break, and I'm joined by Alex from the last round.
Hello. How are you?
Doing good. And looks like this was a favorite of yours. You're like, we have to get a green Cloudpost list on stream.
Anybody who knows me knows I'm a huge Cloudpost fan. It's the deck I also qualified with for the ELM. So yeah, the Cloudpost, definitely a big fan. Also, like with the Eldrazi Menace, like on the rise these days, it would be fun to have an actual match with Eldrazi in there. And this was the highest place Eldrazi deck. So
Right.
was like, and yeah, might be a fun matchup this.
Right. Now, I'm only seeing, I guess, 2 Eldrazi in there. Ulamog, Emrakul, and I don't even see any in the board. Is this standard for the list?
It is a quite standard list for the new Cloudpost variants. It has 4 showing Myco spawns in there.
Oh, I missed that one, yeah.
Which is absolutely bonkers. It's a 4 mana Eldrazi. If you cast it, you can look up a land from your deck and put it into play. The Cloudpost deck has a lot of utility for their lands. And if you kick it for an extra colorless and 1 extra, so for 2 mana extra, you can also exile any land from your opponent.
Right. This was like the exile strip mine. That's crazy.
So what you will also often see is so with a kicked one where you exile 1 land and maybe search up your wasteland, and yeah, you can demolish another land. Also, this deck can actually do that on turn 2, so it's a fast deck.
Right. Looks like Paul's maybe mulliganing to 5 already though, which is kind of
to 5.
Yes,
you do need specific tools in this matchup. Rasmus being on Dimir ReScaminator.
Right.
But I mean the deck does mulligan quite well, and there are a lot of hands you do need to mulligan. So.
Right.
Doesn't definitely not mean this game is just over right here. So I'm happy. I'm curious to see what Paul comes up with here.
Right, that Nexus, what is it, Planar Nexus can just cause Urza's Tower to tap for 3 mana immediately, Cloudpost tap for extra mana, like...
Correct. Planar Nexus, the new land that the deck plays, which is basically every land type, which also includes Urza's as a land type, and mine and power plant. So you'll see this deck playing for Urza's Tower and none of the other Urza lands, well, through Planar Nexus actually, so...
Right. Turn 1 Glimmer Post... Opposed by turn 1 Island Ponder. It doesn't look like a ReScaminator deck, but that's definitely what's going on with Rasmus.
Yeah. Not having the most busted opening here.
Right? Where's the turn 1 grief? Maybe he still gets there, you know?
I mean, Paul being on a multi 5 is probably not unhappy to see a bit more relaxed start from ReScaminator here.
Right. And this ReScaminator list does play 4 Psychic Frog. In addition to 2 main ward Brazen Borrower, and then kind of like the classic targets for Reanimator, Arcana Cruelty, and Atraxa.
Yeah, exactly. As the big Reanimate targets, you got the Arcana and Atraxa, and it is more the classic ReScaminator where you see the Animate Deaths too, and the 4 Entombs.
Right, like this is the classic, like I'm going to play 8 ways to reanimate my stuff in the grave.
Yep.
Ooh, we've got a turn 2 Once Upon a Time, because he hasn't cast a spell yet.
Exactly.
Oh geez, he's getting a Glimmer Post. Or sorry, a Cloudpost. I was confused.
Yeah.
So the Cloudpost is now going to tap for 2. The Glimmer Post still taps for 1. But I don't know, it's a soul land, you know.
Exactly. The Cloudpost does come into play tapped, of course. I also think I see a flute in Paul's hand. So
I definitely saw a flute.
A very important wasteland if Rasmus has one or can find one here.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Just waste and pass. He knows that this is the important time to disrupt. What is that? Oh, that's a forest. That's a fancy forest.
Right.
So now, when is he going to use this flute? Like, assuming he knows Rasmus's deck, like, verbatim. What do you name?
I still think Wasteland is almost always a very good name.
Got it.
But there are situations where you want to call out the frog, for example, the psychic frog, or maybe even like an Entomb or Animate Dead, Reanimate, just to stop them from a quick Reanimate plan. So there is definitely some versatility there with this flute.
Gotcha. But instead he just goes UC pass. So no flash and flute.
So Rasmus definitely going for the slower game plan here, which tends... Okay, here we go for an Entomb.
Now that target's gonna be something big for sure. It's not just gonna be a troll or a grief.
Yeah, let's see what he gets. Probably as much interaction as he can. So guessing at yeah, there it is. Attractive.
A draw 6 to 10 cards could be pretty good. That's some sick art. I haven't seen this new printing.
This is really nice, yeah. There we have the Atraxa.
So now, does Cloudpost play any interaction against ReScaminator in particular?
Yeah. So besides the standard bubble, the vexing bubble, and the flutes, you play the crop rotate, and you got like Bazooka Bog.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So that
like
is nothing. I do see that Paul has a crop rotate on hand here. So let's see what he is going to do about this.
Crop rotation.
So this is still the end of Paul's turn here.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, the Entomb followed by a Cycle Troll was the end of. Okay, so this.
Right.
All right, so he sacrifices forest. Let's see. Crop rotate is a very good spell to counter. Yeah.
Right, yeah. He knows that he's going to get the Bazooka Bug. So it looks like we are going to see an Atraxa hit the battlefield, likely.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he just drew Grief as well.
I mean, and there's a Wasteland too. Yeah, it's Animate Dead there on the Atraxa.
Ooh, alright. This is looking pretty bad for Paul, especially after a mold of 5. Oh.
Yeah, like I think it does have the flute in hand, but the flute's just coming too late. Like he's getting double Wastelanded here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the Atraxa just finds so much like interaction there.
Right.
So he's going for Grief or any other cards, maybe Frog.
I think Grief might be the thing here. It's so proactive, and you're gonna be like have some heavy card advantage. Yep, he's putting a Grief down. No, he's putting a Frog down. He's very indecisive.
He might be thinking that, sure, I've got some good interaction now, but I want to go for... This is gonna might be a bit of a longer game, especially if Paul gets a Carcass out to bounce the Atraxa, and he might be saying, okay, I just want to grab as many cards as possible. So over the long run, I got more interaction going on.
Right. Shocking to me, he actually revealed a third Wasteland, and he chose to instead get a Polluted Delta. That's kind of crazy to me.
Yeah?
I mean, seems like you try to waste out the Cloudpost player as much as possible.
Feels like what you want to be doing. Not sure if Rasmus has a plan for this Polluted Delta.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he wants to make an optimal brainstorm. Who knows?
Paul just going no land pass.
No land pass.
Big sign of weakness out of that.
Yeah, for sure.
Attack for 6.
So first of all, he needs to be dealing with this Atraxa. Yeah, he has to hit a serious run cards that are good here to.
Right, like what are his outs? Like what could he possibly draw one after the other?
So there's two ways I see this going. Either he gets a Caracas going, either through just naturally drawing it, or maybe, I don't know, a green mana and crop rotate, stuff like that. But crop rotating against the counts he's playing is not good.
Right.
Either he gets a bit of mana going really quickly, like a Cloudpost now, into something else next turn, and either go for a One Ring, maybe a Sowing Microspawn going. But he does need to do something real quick.
Oh. He drew... I can't tell what that land is.
I think that might be a tower, but I'm not quite sure.
Urza's Tower, so it just does... Urza's Tower still taps for single colorless.
Yeah.
Got it.
I mean, do you see an Urza's Tower or an Urza's Power Plant?
One of those.
You know, maybe just one Planar Nexus.
Right.
Discards.
Yep.
So he's getting that that flute out now, but it seems too late to disrupt. He's just he's naming the frog to prevent him from discarding, but he's like, oh, okay, I'll just discard now. Then you're fair enough.
Well, I mean, it's still on the stack. So what Rasmus is doing right now is just discarding with frog and like using his fetch, and then the flute will come into play, and then Paul will name. I still think Wasteland, to be honest, because if you get Wastelanded,
Right.
um,
You're absolutely out of this game.
you're absolutely out. You need all the mana you can get by now.
Surveil from the fetch in response to the flute, so he's gonna thinking about keeping it.
Result.
Natural Mystic, you did not miss an attack with Atraxa. Atraxa has Vigilance, and so there has been one attack.
Yeah, one attack. Yeah.
Yeah.
For 6. Paul's at 21 from the one Glimmer Post.
Only 6, that's fine.
You're all good. I see a one ring there, right? Yeah.
Force of will.
Okay, he's going for Force of Will. I heard through the microphone, I think.
Yeah.
And then shoots him.
So, okay, there might be something to be like. He knows Rasmus has a Force of Will on hand, and he has a one ring he really wants to resolve. So Paul's going like, okay, you know what? I have to take chance anyway. You're not going to draw a Wasteland, and I'm going to draw something to make me cast that one ring.
Right.
Except Rasmus does have 3 extra mana open for to pay for the extra flute cost.
Right. He doesn't need to devote any more resources to the board.
Like it's going to be a 2-turn clock anyway. Can you see what's written on the paper?
Force of Will, I think so. Oh, it's really grainy.
Yeah, I think I heard Force, but
Yeah, I heard Force of Will definitely.
maybe if someone can confirm. Yeah, just pitch with
Force,
grief.
Force of Will on the paper, yeah. Oh, here comes the grief. Yeah, I feel like this is just the last straw for Paul. He's probably.
Oh, right. Yeah, take the one ring.
Take the only card you can cast. You can go.
I mean, Planar Nexus makes an insane amount of mana. It's just not enough to cast an Ulamog here.
Yeah.
Exactly
He did draw it though.
It is a Planar Nexus though.
That's
And I
funny.
mean, to be fair, like Rasmus has his Force Will blue card and enough mana to pay for the flute here, so
Right.
I don't think it would have mattered here, but you know.
And Planar Nexus also taps for 1 mana by itself.
Yeah.
Got
Or
it.
you can put in the mana into it and tap it to make a colored amount of mana.
Oh yeah, like a colonnade.
Do we have any play left? What's that?
Ooh, we're gonna.
What's that
Okay,
called?
sure. We're gonna use the Boseiju to get rid of Animate Dead.
I
to
did
get
not
rid of your
recognize it
tracks.
as Beseiju. That is good.
Yeah.
That gives you a bit of time.
Can't be countered. Can't be discarded
Alright.
from grief.
Alright.
Graveyard, so
Paul buying himself some more time here.
let's go tapped or untapped.
So, assuming Rasmus still has Force of Will and another card in hand, right?
Right.
He could just pitch 1 card and deal 3, putting Paul to 4, have Force open. And then next turn he draws and he can deal 4 if he pitches
4.
that one. Yeah.
Right.
And then he just has Force of Will, so you know.
Damage.
Sure.
I mean,
Draw.
yeah.
That's probably the play.
He draws an extra card now, so he can still just pitch 3 next turn. I mean,
Correct.
Fix it.
That looks
Oh,
like a Reanimate.
Yeah, I think so.
Oof, bringing Atraxa back.
Yeah,
He's gonna draw a lot more cards. This might be
Yeah.
lethal this turn if he can get enough different types.
He already attacked. This is after combat. I think he drew the Reanimate from the side.
Oh, got it. He swung with the frog in order to get this. Got it. Ooh, what's that last one?
I missed that for a second, I think. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
The one in the back?
The one in the very front, on the top.
Very front.
Yeah.
Just half off screen.
Got something. It's weird looking.
Not quite sure there.
Yeah.
I mean, I see an extra force of will there. We know Paul has just an Ulamog on land.
Oh, the Reanimate from Lord of the Rings.
Ah, thank you very much.
We got the very well cited.
Oh, right. That's yeah, with the hand.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Clear. My first instinct was it's a the Black Titan, the Grave Titan, but
yeah, or Arcana Cruelty.
That's not in this list, so you know.
The land. Reanimate and a polluted belt.
Alright, let's see. He's got way more interaction. He's got a force of will up. Paul has just one Ulamog on hand. Is there anything he can do? Rasmus has enough cards to have this Psychic Frog be lethal. There's an extra. You know what? I think. I mean, Glacial Chasm.
we're running out of options where Paul can come out of this game.
Like Glacial Chasm, sacrifice the Glimmer Post into a One Ring actually. Just say One Ring doesn't resolve, of course. Oh wow!
Right.
It has to be one of those Glacial Chasms and pray something really good comes from the top games. And then Rasmus still has a lot of. I'm not sure if he got a Wasteland or something. Right. Let's see.
It's gonna pass. Anything? Nope. Slowly whittle down his options. So I still think the critical part for Paul, he was already on the back foot, but the playing of the flute could have changed the game a lot. Like, do you think he could have played that flute better?
I think, like what I saw is he's got a Glimmer Post out and then he plays his tapped Cloudpost.
Yep.
While he did have a forest on hand that turn 2, I think definitely with the slow start that Rasmus had, I would have liked to see an attempt to get that flute going before you played that Cloudpost. And you saw he got wasted twice, and then after that he finally managed to get the flute down, but it did not do anything much at that point.
Right.
I see the point. Paul was trying to get that One Ring out as soon as possible.
Yeah, and then that grief took it out of his hand.
Yeah, exactly.
So
also,
what's the
like
board? Oh yeah.
No, sorry. So the board, yeah.
I was gonna say, what's the boarding plan for Cloudpost?
For Cloudpost, so from the side you got the 4 Leyline of the Voids, which are really good. You got Veil of Summers, which are really good. I see he plays 1 Fairy Macabre. I imagine he'd be wanting to bring that into. ReScaminator can definitely shave on their Reanimate plan, but usually they'll still have a Reanimate plan going. So getting the Graveyard Hate in is usually still pretty good. And then you only have to deal with what's being played to the board, right? So he also has Dismembers to board in against Psychic Frogs.
Is Dismember really the play when you also have Ensnaring Bridge? Like, is this a place where you bring in Bridge?
You don't bring in Bridge because you play 2 Karn, the Great Creator, in the main. So it's definitely a tutor target. So from you get the Bridge from Karn, yeah. And we can. You want to do the ReScaminator side? See what.
Yeah, what's on our ReScaminator? We've got 2 Brazen Borrower, which I can't tell the value of Brazen Borrower against Cloudpost because most of their stuff is cast triggers, but also at the same time they do use permanence.
I do not hate it, especially since you can, like, Wastelanding is one of the most important things you can do, and I'm not sure. Like some people, board out the flutes against ReScaminator because ReScaminator has a lot to do anyway. You could board those out. You could board. You could bounce the flutes, for example. You could bounce maybe a bridge, what you were talking about, or
anything that's getting in your way. But actually, Consigned to Memory. Consigned to Memory is clearly you're getting that in here. You're countering the Eldrazi and the trigger for the Eldrazi.
100%.
Yeah. Harbinger of the Seas. Like, yes, I would love to have a Magus of the Moon in blue.
100%. Yeah, definitely. Most definitely.
Bowmasters has no play. Dark Betrayal, single black.
You say no, but no play, but I mean it's still
Maybe it does
against the one rings. I mean you draw a lot of cards, so.
Oh, that's true. So like that's a like a next level play where it's like if we're gonna go somewhat long, I'll just turn off. Just turning off one ring, is that enough value for bringing in a Bowmasters when you have a Reanimator plan?
Also imagine it like this: like it might be that Rasmus might be shaving a lot of his Reanimator plan, and depending on how much he shaves, he might go deeper on that shaving and say like, you know what, I'll shave even more of my Reanimator plan. So Paul's like Graveyard Hate becomes essentially worthless, and then you for sure bring in Bowmasters and maybe like the Force Negation, even Null Rod maybe.
Right. He takes out things like the Archon and attracts and just keeps in Grief, which has play already, Troll, which has play already, and then the Reanimation, like a few Reanimator spells, and then he can still play a game without having to rely on it. Great.
Yeah, you probably still want here we see like
two double ley line. We'll see how much he shaved on that Reanimator plan.
This is always fun, like to see how much how much Rasmus is leaning on his Reanimator plan for this matchup.
I also see a Null Rod on the board for Rasmus. It seems to be tricky whether that has a target or not. Again, like One Ring, but not many other artifacts really get activated on the Cloudpost side.
No, this is absolutely true. It's narrow. On the other side, the fact that One Ring does like run away with the game like crazy, might make it important enough. But once again, I also think that depends on how much Rasmus shaved on his own Reanimate interaction and spells.
Right. He has 4-1, so I would imagine he's got at least a decent amount of experience piloting this. So
Rasmus is a very good player.
Yeah.
He is, probably one of the youngest guys here at the tournament.
Oh, damn.
He's been playing for a long time, and he is very good. It's exactly what you want to be doing from ReScaminator. Just opponent goes Graveyard Hate, you go Psychic Frog.
Yep.
Now Paul's going to be happy that his Cloudpost is still there, though.
Right.
See if we can actually do anything with it. Alright, so I got three mana available, but he's got a Veil of Summer up. That's nice.
Ooh, I've been told he's the son of our sponsor, Goat Enterprises. I didn't actually know that. I think that's cool.
Discard all and animate that.
Alright, he's gonna just discard that. He's like, nope, the Reanimation targets are just straight up out there.
Yeah. And this is where you see the why Psychic Frog is such an insane addition to the ReScaminator deck, where it makes you just pivot hard. And do we see? Yeah, there we go.
Oh, brutal.
Oh, this is
Paul frozen. Like, what do I do now?
Yeah, I mean, let's see if he brought in or drew his Dismembers.
Right.
Yeah, so he floats 2 mana in response, then it resolves, and let's see if he has a Dismember. Kind of looks like he does. Maybe he wants to cast a Flute, could be. No, it's a Dismember.
There
okay.
it is.
That means he's not out of the game. And actually, like, next turn, he might be able to do a lot of stuff. There's the Force.
The counter Force.
Yeah. And he did not float green. That is absolutely a thing. He needed to float green. So he also had his Veil of Summer up. Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh no! Major flub. Yeah, he could have just floated that green for no reason and then saved his own Dismember. Yeah, you just float everything. That thing's going to be turned off. You might as well. That might cost him the game here. This is huge.
The Harbinger is most definitely huge. Yeah. I think Paul's now realizing this, like looking at the Veil Summer in hand, he's like, I could have done this differently.
Yeah, oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, float 2 mana, float a green mana, then for 1 mana you can cast Dismember, you're protected against Daze, and you got the Veil Summer for a Force Will.
Right, he kind of had it in his hands. Oh, that's so harsh to see.
I mean, he had Veil on hand, Veil of Summer. We saw that,
he did
on
have
hand.
Veil. It's so sad. Like at the same time, if nobody's ever played like professional, it's easy for us to be like, duh, of course, just do this. But like, man, it's round 6. Like we've been playing since 10 a.m. or something.
Yeah. Also, it's not. I mean, it's it is not that obvious. You're like, I got to dismember, and also having to make green and have that like floating out, which is like a big chance it's just a wasted mana, which is absolutely fine as long as that Harbinger is off the board, right?
Right. Like at all costs, get the Harbinger off.
It is not I wouldn't say first line obvious play, but it is something if you think about it that you're like, okay, I should have definitely done that, yeah. You saw he also, I think he almost let the Harbinger resolve before actually tapping for his Cloudpost for mana first.
Oh yeah, he did almost just say like, oh yeah, that's good, and be like, oh wait, actually no.
Oh, of course. If you're playing a land-based strategy like moon effects, it's definitely something like what it is, and
It's just another Monday.
And you see, like normally as a lands or Cloudpost in this case player, you are prepared. Well, in this case, Paul was actually prepared for this, but it worked out just a bit differently. Now, it's not to say this is over. He does probably. Okay, it's over.
Yeah, he's just like.
Like maybe a One Ring, maybe.
Yeah, he shows the 2 veils. He was like, yeah, I just want that. Oh, it's brutal.
Yeah, Paul does realize that he had to float green to also be able to fail some of the. All right, it means Dimir ReScaminator. Rasmus wins against Paul on mono green Cloudpost 2 versus 0. Fun match to see though. Yeah.
Yeah, I see a lot of tools that Cloudpost has gotten, so good to see him at least on display for a bit.
Yeah.
But, we're gonna try and find a B match now. What do we got?
I mean, in general, as a last remark, I have played Cloudpost against ReScaminator quite, not too many times, but I have played the matchup quite a few times, and it's definitely not a you get run over all the time kind of matchup. Like you do have a lot of tools that are actually really good. Just for example, just one Vexing Bauble in play would have like changed that whole dynamic too, right?
Right. He's like, well, now you can't force my stuff. Now you're gonna have to, you're just gonna have to like get rid of those cards that Daze and Force that are gonna be stuck in your hand.
Yeah, exactly. And Flute against Wasteland. So you do have a lot of tools, and it's if you ask me, it's actually a fun matchup to play. All right, let's see if Marvin is finding another table. It seems like.
Yeah.
Let me double check.
I found a cool one. Let's see if we're gonna get.
I think we're gonna get table 7. Oh wait, that's you saying that.
That was me saying it. Yep. We might get table 7, which I see as Gruul Initiative. I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, that'd be really cool to see. Oh, you're absolutely right, Kentucky. The Ghostlex commands is so versatile. It's removal against stuff like Psychic Frogs. It's Graveyard Hate. It's Ramp. It does everything.
Like how many pieces did Cloudpost get from Modern Horizons 3 alone? Like 5?
About 98. I've counted twice. It's 98 pieces.
Yeah, it seems like it. I'm like, oh, what are these cards do? Wait, what does that do?
Let me double check. We got the Song Micro Spawn, Disruptive Flute, Vexing Bauble, Ghostlex Command, Planar Nexus, and I think some even play the new Talon Gate. I think.
Gate.
I'm not sure. I think that's also from the last set. Anyway, yeah, that's a lot of tools, and
like 5 pieces.
Yeah, and compared to the old Cloudpost deck, which I also played, it does feel very different and way more explosive, while at the same time being way more interactive or more prison-y, I could say too.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Actually, it looks like we're gonna get a table 23 Domain Zoo versus Bant Depths.
All right.
What makes this Bant? It looks like I see Elvish Reclaimer, Knight of the Reliquary, Endurance. This looks like a Maverick list. No, it's a depths list, but what's the blue?
It is a depths list for sure. It's a consigned to memory sideboard.
Gotcha. There you go. Because the Mox Diamond can cast it, yeah. And 2 drops technically. Huh.
Alright, and we got... So that's... So it's basically green, white Rouw with a blue splash for the sideboard to not instantly die against Eldrazi's, it seems like.
Right.
And on the other side we have, the Domain Zoo deck with the 4 Leyline Binding. Okay, yeah.
Leyline, Leyline Binding, but not Leyline of the Guild Pact.
Exactly, yeah.
Interesting. Oh, we have a companion. We got a Gigantha in the Domain Zoo player.
We do.
So no problem for you to play here?
What is this? No card in your starting deck has more than one of the same mana symbol in its mana cost. Okay, so the creatures are Broadside Bombardier, Keen Duelist, Scion of Draco, Psychic Frog, Boggart Trawler? Oh, this is the land. This is the Calibrated Blast deck? Oh, this is the Calibrated Blast deck. Oh, jeez. We were trying to get this one earlier, but, well, now's the day.
Can you tell us what Calibrated Blast actually does for those uninitiated?
So we got 2 this is the first time I'm seeing it. I'm not a modern player, apparently this is a modern card, but we have 2 in a red. For an instant, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a non-land card. Put the revealed cards on the bottom of your library in a random order. Then when you reveal a non-land card this way, Calibrated Blast deals damage equal to that card's mana value to any target. So you basically cascade into a non-land, and that non-land deals its CMC to damage to any target. So you're basically trying to flip into the biggest thing possible, which is probably going to be a Scion of Draco, the 12 mana 4/4 that costs 2 less for each basic land type you have.
Yeah.
And then we got Keen Duelist.
I see you got ways to manipulate the top of your deck, like Brainstorm, put it on top. I see Worldly Tutors to put creatures on top. So that's how you manipulate it. Okay.
3 Worldly Tutors too.
I think the trick is, if you're going to look at your top card, never beat yourself up for your choice. Still be confident in the choice.
Yeah. So the players given advice like, if you're gonna look at the top card, don't beat yourself up if you think you mulliganed like improperly, because you didn't know that information when you made the mulligan decision. Good advice.
Alright, so this is definitely a sideboard game. I see a Pithing Needle there from this is Rouw on Domain Zoo, and we got Dennis Aufman on Bant Depths, also a really good player.
Would not have worked out.
Comes to Netherlands often for our tournaments.
Yeah, and NDFC land.
I think that Keen Duelist. So let me look at Keen Duelist. So it's a 1 and a black 2/2. At the beginning of your upkeep, you and target opponent each reveal a top card of your library. You lose life equal to the CMC of that card revealed by the other player. You each put so it's a bob for each player, but you swap who takes the damage.
That is wow. So it's the same thing. You try to keep your Scion of Draco on top of your library.
Right. I put a card that costs me effectively 2 mana to cast, and it deals 12 damage to you when I put it in my hand.
We also got an Earthquake Dragon. Now I don't know exactly what it does, but I do know it costs 15 mana.
Oh my god, I just 15 mana card. 14 and a green for an Elemental Dragon 10/10. Costs X less, where X is the total mana of dragons you control. So yeah, the Scion is 12 mana worth of dragons. So the Earthquake Dragon then costs 3.
Yep.
What the heck?
Also, how do you like, for example, say he goes turn 2 Scion of Draco? How do you like the turn 3 Broadside Bombardiers, attack with both, and fling Scion of Draco to your head?
2 plus the sacrifice permanence value to any target. Oh my god! All right, so just straight up take 14 damage.
This is fun. Yeah.
Wow, this could be awesome.
Let's see what happens. They actually started now. We got a great opening here from Dennis with the Elvish Reclaimer, and it gets bolted.
Immediately bolt.
No, says Dennis.
Rolls on a mold of 5, I believe.
Okay. I think he still wants his Elvish Reclaimer.
He's like, no, actually, I want that out.
I've had this happen so many times when I was playing Elvish Reclaimers. Just you play an Elvish Reclaimer, it gets removed. You green something for an Elvish Reclaimer, it gets removed. Etc. Etc. I mean, I'm not surprised. The card is pretty good.
It's pretty dang good.
All right, let's see if we can.
Looking at a full grip, and he's got to put 2 back for Brainstorm, but
See if we can manipulate the library with some fatties on top, and then some stuff to make use of that.
right. I do see a Pithy Needle in hand, so at minimum, even if he can't get rid of the Reclaimer, he can turn it off.
That is also really good. Yeah, I think I'll see a. I think he might have had one of those calibrated blasts on hand. I'm not sure though. Might not be time yet for those shenanigans. Yeah, stopping the Elf Reclaimer seems to be priority number 1.
Fetch.
Just getting the information that Raul, our domain zoo player, won the last 2 Brewers Cups, so he knows what it's like to make fun decks.
Right. Fetching a needle naming Reclaimer, and no doubt.
I'd like to waste into volcanic.
Ooh, then he gets wasted.
I mean, sure.
He's built differently, yeah.
But check the life total. I'm sorry, I'm at 17, I think.
Yeah, you're at 17. Yeah.
I'll take a turn.
Yeah, I'll pass to you.
I see some land, some broadside bombardier in his hands. Not sure about those other 2. Is that a dismember?
And I can't see the 3rd card. Oh, the next waste comes out. Oh no.
Imagine that Reclaimer being dismembered and then the Pithing Needle being used for the wasteland.
Yeah. Oh man.
I mean, that's easy to say. I think this is probably correct, but that's usually they usually play 3 wastelands, so no, it's not their main plan. It's definitely annoying.
Right.
Let me double check here. I think he plays 4 wastelands.
Right. But still, man, the domain deck sitting on a single basic is real sad.
Yeah. Yeah.
15.
Also, for example, if you didn't have the dismember on hand there, it's like really obvious you name the not really obvious, but like yeah, naming the Elf Reclaimers does seem really good.
Root a Worldly Tutor, which doesn't really get him out of this. There's no creature that he can put into his hand, like put on top and then draw, that will then change the way this game goes.
Nope. He does have a plan though. He does have a plan.
Oh, he could get the does it only get a green creature? No, it gets any creature. So he's gonna get the Boggart Trawler, which is a flip card for
It's a creature.
Yeah, it's a creature that turns into a land.
Nice.
So now that's going to be a swamp effectively, but it's going to deal 3 to him when he plays it to counterplay untapped. Depends on if he wants to.
It's Worldly Tutoring for land is actually pretty good.
That's kind of crazy. I was like, oh, Worldly Tutor doesn't get him a land. Oh, wait, it does.
That's cool.
It's not going to take the 3. It's just like, I have nothing to cast here.
Also, just as a like a value exile target player's graveyard creature is just also really relevant, right?
Right.
Oh, we have a quick copy here of.
Oh.
This might be
got
over.
a depth.
Yeah.
Just over.
Oh, it's just main phase. Okay. I mean, Dennis probably suspects Raul might be playing more Pithing Needles, but he's quite sure there's no more. There's no wastelands in that deck because the mana is already kind of harsh.
Got to fetch.
No Carcass. Is there anything we can do?
He's got the Psychic Frog is the last card, I think. But that doesn't. Yeah, 2 Psychic Frogs. So I don't know if that gets him out. He could exile 3. He could throw the Psychic Frog under the bus to save a turn. Right.
Yeah. If he has a blue mana right now. Was it a fetch on him?
He has a red-green fetch, so he could get a drop, I believe.
Or Volcanic. He has Volcanics.
Volcanic. He has a Volcanic, yes.
Alright. Just a jump blocking here, okay. That's definitely a plan. I mean, for now.
Yeah, we'll see if Dennis has removal for the frog, though.
Yeah, I think one was wasted, but he has 2 in his deck.
Mm-hmm. It's frog, go.
Yeah, so now he actually needs a white mana for that ley line he has on hand.
Right.
Alright. So have the Psychic Frog survive, jump it, jump block, draw a white mana. I think Rule has a plan here.
I would like to jump block.
Yep, okay.
Letting the chump block happen. Alright, I'll be back next turn. Naya Reliquary.
There was a Savannah, but he couldn't cast a Psychic Frog if he fetched a Savannah there.
Rainstorm.
He needed to at least get a blue land. And he's not playing Tundra.
He's locked. Oof.
Yeah, he's not playing Tundra either, which you cannot get from. No, it was an awkward mana situation there. Yeah.
Yeah. So rough to see a target for Pithing Needle and then like not just name the thing that's right in front of you. You need to name Wasteland because that's how he actually ended up getting hit the hardest.
But by that time the Wasteland was not in his. Dennis didn't have a Wasteland yet. By that time he cast the Pithing Needle.
True, it's true. He had the proactive name Wasteland.
I'm suspecting that Raoul didn't have his Dismember yet there because. Otherwise, he'd be like, okay, I'll just dismember that thing. So, you know.
Right. Welcome back, Legacy players, to the Bazaar of Boxes Series 12 in Tilburg, Netherlands. And we're looking at round 7. Oh, sorry, we have somebody who hasn't muted their mic, Marvin.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. But that was Marvin. You never get to hear him, but he's pulling a lot of work on scene where while Alex and I are sitting nice and cozy in our homes commentating on this match.
Hello.
So we just watched a round with Cloudpost. Didn't go so wait for the post player, but now we're looking at a game between Jordi and Leon, and guaranteed one of these will get into the top 8. There are 12 players actually trying to get in the top 8 right now.
And that is if one of them wins.
That's true.
Yes.
They have drawn a couple.
I was actually sitting out this round and let you and Robbie do it, but like Mono Green Cloudpost came on, and I'm like, you know what, I cannot not commentate. Well,
right, you took the bait.
This is actually my deck he's playing, so.
Oh, it's literally your deck.
It is literally my deck he's holding.
Oh, damn. You gotta critique him afterwards. You're like, dude, you should have done this and that. Like,
no, I'm not gonna critique him afterwards. I'll critique him during this.
It's just like, dude, just watch the VOD.
Yeah. So just give a quick update. Table 1 and 2 have drawn, meaning that's 4 people in. At table 4, I've heard the information that Tom has scooped to his country mate Remy, meaning Remy is already in. So between table 3 and 5 and probably 6 and maybe 7, there are 3 more spots to get into the top 8. So this is one of them. Jordi versus Leon. Jordi on lands, one of the best known lands players around. Also played the first ELM for the Dutch team. And Leon fairly new to Legacy, so it's good to see him do really well here. Playing on Cloudpost, which he absolutely loves, he told me, so, you know.
Nice. All right, well, Leon's got one card down from all the 6, and then we've already got 3 cards in play. We got Diamond, Pitch, drop a card, play Trop, play Life from Loam, get that card back.
Yep.
Now he's dredging the Loam.
Here's Leon hoping there's no Wasteland coming from Jordi's side.
Oh, thanks to Cowpanda for giving us a raid. We got a few more Legacy viewers now.
Welcome, Cowpanda. I know Cowpanda likes Cloudpost. I've seen his streams.
All the Cloudpost players are coming out of the woodworks now.
Exactly, right. There are dozens of us.
Yeah, we got a Loam just for the maze now.
Yeah, he wants his Loam in the yard and get towards that Wasteland as soon as possible.
We were talking about this ahead of the match. We were saying, who is favored in this matchup, Cloudpost or Lands? And you said you might be toward Post?
Yeah, I think this is favored for Cloudpost. To be fair, like, Jordi, one of the best Lands players around.
Right.
Leon, actually fairly new to Legacy, so not a very experienced, but still a very good player overall. So let's see what happens here.
What did he end up putting his hand from the wish? It looked like is that the sowing Micah spawn?
I'll exile this. And
Yeah, that was the sowing Micah spawn he got from
Got
the one spot in time. So now he's actually exiling the Elfish Reclaimer. Ghostlex command, doing Ghostlex command stuff. I'm curious what the other, like he points towards the Elfish Reclaimer. I'm curious what the other mode is. He could, for example, just exile the Life from the Loam. That's different. Yeah, he chose to exile the Life from the Loam.
Nice.
That's a strong play.
What are you most scared about when you're playing posts against Yordi, like Yordi in particular? What are you most scared of him doing? What's his strongest play against you?
So Wasteland locks are can be scary, and also he's a player where you can never just sit back and think I've got this in the pocket, because he will do some kind of magic trick, say presto, and you've lost. It's
right.
Yeah, he has a knack to come out of really tough situations where he's way back, but then he can claw back, and here we go, a spawn. So 3 mana, one from and one extra from the Elfish Spirit Guide to cast a spawn, and on cast trigger he can actually look up a land, which is a Planar Nexus.
Any land onto the battlefield as a cast trigger, untapped.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And he's got the tower, he's got another 4 mana going here, and he goes for the One Ring.
Oh, jeez.
How you like them apples?
Immediately drawing a card. This is getting crazy.
This is, and now the chances are big. Like, we already see a Karn in hand there. If Yuri doesn't do anything, we might actually just see a Lattice Lock next turn.
It looks like a Karn, another Kozilek's Command, and a Vexing Bubble. I think? Yeah.
Yeah.
Does he have enough mana to do Karn and
So he's now at 4, 7, 8 mana, so he's 2 mana short, which does mean, but he has 2 extra draws from the. So it's either like one Glimmer Post or a tower or another Planar Nexus or a regular land with a Spirit Guide. There's lots of ways to get 2 extra mana next turn. We got though a Wasteland here, very important for Yordi.
What's the waste target for Yordi?
At this moment, I would expect the Planar Nexus, because it removes 3 mana from the tower and 1 extra mana from the Cloudpost, so you'd be setting him back for 5 mana in total.
Right, because it's a Locust and a Urza's X and Y.
Yeah.
Expedition map. Yep, sure enough, he gets that Planar Nexus out of there.
Although the active One Ring is gonna.
Right, he's like.
Yordi, I mean, this was an important start, so the Yordi's not out of it.
Right.
But he is still going uphill.
Now we're gonna draw 2 cards.
So Leon should be at. He took the 1 damage, I think. Yeah.
Yep, should be at 20, I think.
No, I think the Cloudpost was first. The Glimmer Post came second, so he got 2 life from that.
Oh yeah,
so he was at 22, I think. Yeah, so 21, I think, makes sense. I mean, the Life from the Lone Wasteland is good, but I mean, Leon's gonna draw so many cards.
Right.
That's
we only got 4 mana, right?
Yeah, currently it's 4 mana. Alright, so that's
another
up
Nexus.
to 4, 8 mana.
Back to where we were, yep.
Casual, drop a land, get 4 extra mana spent.
Comes the Karn.
Karn? I mean, that's good. Yordi only having... he's got a fetch land, so he has the mana to activate his expedition map in response, so... Gonna get maybe an extra wasteland, so I can wasteland twice next turn. Notable is that there is no for example, Torment Script in Leon's sideboard. So it's not like he can get rid of the Life from Loam and Wasteland that's already in the yard.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, normally that's a strong sideboard card, but I guess having a Vexing Baubles makes Torment Script less exciting.
Yeah. Also, like the Karn package has slunk down from the first reiteration, where it's now just a Mycosynth Lattice and a Ensnaring Bridge in Leon's sideboard. He's got a crop rotate too, I see.
Leon's really thinking about what his next move here.
Mm-hmm. Makes 3 mana.
One for Vexing Bubble.
Got a Vexing Bubble. Does not do much against lands.
Filter to a green.
Real hesitation here.
Yeah.
Is that a crop rotation?
Yeah, it's a crop rot. I think he might be thinking about Pachuca blocking here so he doesn't get double wasted, but...
Yeah.
I mean, even the one wasteland is already pretty good here. Yeah, Pachuca block.
There it is. Would you say that's more valuable? Like if you have an opportunity to get a wasteland or a life from the loam out of Yordi's graveyard, which one are you trying to get?
Well, at least he's getting both now, so I mean that's really...
he is getting both.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he dredged it, but he might have dredged it and then immediately cast it. Yeah. Plus,
at least
the...
I think he did get the life from loam. So we know there's a wasteland in Yordi's hand, and there's one unknown card here. So let's see what it is.
The number 1, the number 2.
Yep. That looks like a dark depths. No, what's?
No, that's the yeah, blast zone indeed.
Not many lands come into play with one counter on them.
There's a lot of things. There's a mic spawn. So if is there a way to make green mana?
Draw 3.
Draw 3.
Lands on 3 mana, but if he plays Locust, he could get 4. Ooh.
Oh, there we go. That's playing Nexus.
There it is.
Yeah.
And now that's going to make enough mana for him to be able to immediately bring Mycosynth Land into his hand and then cast it, right?
I think so. That's 2 from the Cloudpost, 3 from the Tower, 1 from the Nexus, which is 6 mana in total. He minus 2. Karn.
Yordi has to have literally he's got to be able to float green and then cast.
And he does need to tap that planet next to, I think.
Yeah, but he's got to be able to cast a Boseiju.
But it's over. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, it's absolutely over. It's crazy that Boseiju can still get him out of there. You know.
If he had he had to float the mana and then let it resolve and then Boseiju. Yeah.
Right.
Leon is indeed on Kozilek's command, Cowpanda.
Yes. Yeah, 4 of Kozilek's command.
I am being a bit. I don't want to be hyperbolic, but where I'm saying this, but
Taps for colorless, or it can filter.
the previous version of Cloudpost was really good against lands. Like you could definitely. I think this version is better against lands.
Right. Well, because it seems like the important pieces are narrowed more into Planar Nexus. Like Planar Nexus makes a huge swing in mana. If you take it out, you lose 3 to 4 mana. If you put it in, if you play another one, you gain 3 to 4 mana. So
indeed.
But the ability to just be like, oh, I'm just going to crop rotate into +4 mana is kind of crazy. Where normally you'd have to build that up turn over turn.
Yeah, you saw Leon opening his turn with a Cloudpost and a Glimmer Post, exiling a Simian Spirit Guide, casting a Stone Microspawn. He searches up a Nexus, plays 1 tower from hand, and then also casts a One Ring in on turn 3. Just
right. Like turn 3, casting a 4-drop and then a 4-drop.
Yeah, it is insane. All right, so let's see what Yordi has for the tools. I think Yordi being on the back foot might be more important for Yordi to have a good sideboard. So what do we see here?
I see 3 Force of Vigor. Almost guaranteed that's coming. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Actually, Force of Vigor doesn't have too many targets.
The Wasteland being active for Yordi is very important. So being able to take out the Flute could be really good.
Consigned to Memory. 3 Consigned to Memory for sure.
And here we have the reason why he's playing blue, actually. The 3 Consigned to Memory in the sideboard. Just thinking about this deck, like, okay, sure, he does have a Ether Spellbomb in the main. But 3 Consigned to Memory being the only blue card in the sideboard means that this says to me that the Eldrazi matchup is so bad for him that they're actually splashing a new color to deal with this.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
it's been the land sideboard we're talking about now.
Yeah, I haven't seen blue out of a land sideboard in a while. We do have Disruptor Flute, 1 from Yordi, and then also a Damping Sphere coming in from the sideboard, probably.
A Damping Sphere for sure, yeah. Let's see.
And now, is there a lot of artifact removal from Leon's side?
I mean, he does have 2 Force of Figures.
Right.
So, not sure, because like the Wasteland luck is so important for Yordi in this matchup. Either that or a fast Merit Lage. So I'm not too sure if he wants to board the ley lines or the swords, or
right.
The fact that Yordi has Elvish Reclaimers too. I might be able to. I'm tempted to bring in the swords, I'd say.
Yeah, seems like even though that's probably his only targets are the Elvish Reclaimers, 2 Elvish Reclaimers.
Yeah.
Perhaps they're just that important.
Yeah, but also it's the best way to deal with Merit Lage. He doesn't really care about the life anyway.
Ah, true.
And Caracas, it's a land against the lands deck. It's of course pretty dangerous, so you know.
Right. Explain the 1 basic planes in Leon's sideboard. What's up with that?
So there's 1 basic plane in the sideboard. If you want to bring in 4 Swords to Plowshares, you want to bring in that planes too. Just as yeah.
Like, don't waste me out.
It's the classic sideboard with 1 basic land in it for reasons, you know.
Right.
All right, let's see here. Yordi deciding. Leon already saying I want to take a mulligan, so Yordi's keeping.
I'm guessing. Yeah, Glacial Chasm from Leon comes out. Tabernacle comes out. There's a lot of lands that aren't really having any effect in this game.
True. I mean, Glacial Chasm. There's something to be said for it, but Lance is still just winning with beatdown, right? So either Merit Lage or Saga tokens.
Oh, that's true.
There is something to be said for Glacial Chasm, but I'd probably just get it out.
Yeah, the cost is too high. You can't like lands will grind you out with that. They'll be like, all right, so I can't attack this turn. Pass. You know, like deal with that.
Yeah.
Without
also like lands-based interaction against the lands deck. It's always a bit risky. It's not absolutely not worthless, but risky.
Right. Everything could be wasted. It looks like it has a Nexus, a Leyline, Elvish Spirit Guide, Flute. This seems like a keepable 7. He's just probably figuring out what to put under.
If you can go turn 1 Flute, that's pretty good.
Right.
Also, I have not mentioned the Force Figure from the sideboard of Cloudpost. 2 Force Figures you want to bring in. Against like Exploration makes the lands deck so strong.
Oh yeah.
Ursa Saga, stuff like that. So yeah.
So we're seeing a Leyline at the start of game, and he's hopefully going to get that Flute down as soon as possible, naming Wasteland. Ooh, here comes turn Exploration to Wasteland.
Yeah.
He's not going to have a basic land, so he's going to, even if he gets the Flute down turn 1, it's going to get hit by that Wasteland.
And it's in Caracas too, okay.
Yeah, he's like, dude, put the dummy out there. Go ahead and waste this if you want. Reclaimer.
I see a Plains, a Mox Diamond, Mace of Ith on hand for Yordi, and 1 extra card.
I see a second Wasteland and a fetch land.
Wasteland, indeed.
Oh, this might be really hard for Leon. If he's going to get double wasted in order to get the the Flute down to name Wasteland, that's not going to work out for him.
Yeah, he needs to get that Flute down ASAP.
Draws a post.
Although, yeah, there we go. Flute, okay. So
nothing worth
Yordi does need, because if it's just like I'll waste your pass turn, Leon plays a land, Yordi goes, I waste your pass turn, plays a land. He still needs to find like other stuff too, right?
Right.
Preferably like a Life from the Loam.
Get rid of the Caracas, because that's going to get rid of the Merit Lages.
Yordi not having 2 mana here. Oh, the Elvish Reclaim was still summoning sick, of course.
Summoning sick, yep.
He's just getting in there, okay.
Oh, Flute is on Elvish. Fascinating.
It's an Elvish Reclaimer.
I guess because he can't recur the wasteland, he's not terribly scared of it. But
Also,
it's another glorious second.
Yeah. Also, yeah, he did like. Of course, Yodi smartly hadn't played his second wasteland yet, so he doesn't know there's another wasteland there.
Right.
It is risky, though. I mean, okay.
I think it's a decent play because, I mean, Reclaimer is a 1/2 for this entire game because he doesn't have a graveyard and he can't activate it. Like, it's not a bad way to keep going. Oh, there's the Dark Depths, though.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things to name with the flute that could be potentially dangerous, so it's hard to ever say, like, oh yeah, this locks it down. Okay, I'll win with Mirrorlage.
I think I might have actually been... might be there's just not a second wasteland on... in his hand.
Mm. We got a copy of Caracas from what is that card? Depths? Something is called.
The Caracas on the Leon side. You mean in the graveyard? Yeah. Oh,
yeah, yeah.
Echoing Depths Deeps. Yeah. So that's
Echoing
a land.
Deeps.
It can just enter and tap for a colorless mana, or you have to enter as a copy of any land in any graveyard. And then it ends tapped and it comes into play as a copy of that land. Yeah.
Right. Good against Mirrorlage.
All right, we got some Mirrorlage fans in chat. Good for you. Let's see if he can make one. There's
Ooh, we got the Nexus and just pass.
Nexus pass.
Leon has nothing to do. I see an Eye of Ugin in his hand as well. He's probably gonna hope that he has 7 mana to immediately play it and then activate
wasteland.
It.
Yeah, maybe it was just Yuri just holding that wasteland the entire time, just like until Leon had something important.
Yeah, he was waiting for a good target. No remove count. Yeah, true. You already could be tapping out first.
Just hard. Yeah, exactly. Do the hard way. So Cloudpost. Currently tapping for 3, so I'm guessing the player next. No, that's the Karaka. Ah, so he does have plans.
Oh, he's totally gonna.
For it.
He's totally going for it right now.
So, question is, doesn't Leon have? Is that a Sword Sploshers?
Even if he has Source of Plowshares, he needs white mana.
Yeah, but he has a Planar Nexus. You can filter.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
I'm not quite sure what's in Leon's hand, so let's see.
I don't think he's got swords. I think I see an Eye of Ugin. I think I see an Elvish Spirit Guide.
Here we go. We got a Mirrorlage on the table.
See, we didn't need to remove those counters. Saving some game time.
Attack for 21. Ah, that's it. 1 and 1.
Oh, big oof. That's a rough one. So he potentially had the Swords of Plowshares. I didn't actually see any boarded in.
No, so he does. Might not have boarded them in at all. But yeah, he does probably just. Yeah, I think he doesn't have the Plowshares boarded in.
Right. So I always struggle with, whenever I play against lands, I have a real difficulty understanding, do you know the Who is the Beatdown article and discussion?
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it. Ooh.
Yeah, of course. I know.
I was about to say, wait a second. I was like, ooh, do something today? Well, yep. I guess for the players in chat, the Who is the Beatdown is a kind of like philosophy of there is always going to be an aggressor in the game of Magic, and the game then becomes determining who is the aggressor and who is on defense. So if you misjudge who is the beatdown, that's how you lose a game. If you're supposed to be being the aggressor and you don't do that job, that's how you straight up lose the game.
Mike Flores, I think.
I think Mike Flores. Yeah. You can just straight up, anybody can Google who's the beatdown MTG and you'll get the article. But I always struggle in lands knowing when I'm the beatdown or when I should be playing defense. Like, do you have a clear understanding of that?
No, but it's mostly because of the nature of the deck being able to like. For sure, Lens is always the deck that will take a stance where they're like, all right, I'll try to control the game. But the thing is, because they can instantly pivot to a 20/20 flying,
right?
So like, there might be like you and your turn, you might be the absolute beatdown for 5 turns in a row, and then at the end of your turn, they'll find an opening, and then they're the beatdown. So I mean, the article and the concept is very important. It's just that there are some matchups where it's not always clear or concise or.
Right. Well, actually, more that you could effectively ascertain that you are the beatdown in this situation, but then you already can be like play one card, like crop rotate into
Yeah, exactly.
a completely different situation, and now you're like, oh shit, I wasn't prepared for this.
Yeah, you'll be like, who's the beatdown now, right?
Yeah, who's the beatdown now, bitch?
All right, let's see what we have here.
Okay, we're going. So you already took game 2. We're going Leon on the play. Both players looking at 7 cards.
Mm-hmm.
I see a reflection of Leon's cards in his sunglasses on his shirt. I wonder if this is giving his opponent a competitive advantage. Like, legitimate.
Who knows? Maybe he imprinted really small fake cards in his sunglasses. So Jordi thinks he's seeing the hand, but it's actually
the deepest plays.
I think it'll be fine.
Turns out only the match players with the best eyesight win.
I think Leon is still in the tank about keeping.
Yeah, seems like.
Can't really make out what cards they have on hand, except like I see one Earth Tower in Leon's hand, and
I see a Boseiju.
Boseiju, yeah.
I see a flute. I keep wanting to say bone flute. Different too.
Yeah, I think he has 2 flutes. Not the worst actually. Like naming a thespian stage for a flute, also just like pretty good.
And a Once Upon a Time, definitely saw Once Upon a Time, and a Forest.
Oh, this is.
Oh, interesting. That seemed like a strong opener. He didn't have any like actual like explosive cards like the Cloudpost, but 2 flutes is.
Yeah. There are like things to say for Mulligan and say like I want to have a turn 2 4 mana play to make.
Right.
I mean, 2 flutes opening could be really good, except when Jordi says like force a figure.
Force a figure, get him.
And then you're like, your slow control your hand's not going to do that much, right?
Yeah, that's true. And given that hand didn't do too much without those flutes,
I appreciate the mulligan here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a again sign of a good player is to mulligan a good hand for a better one in that situation.
Knowing when you can or shoot, yeah.
Yep. A hand is only good in very narrow situations, and knowing that like, okay, I could just get blown out, like let's take the more conservative route and mull for a better one.
Yeah, so the question is like, I'd be interested to know the full hand and based on that decide like, you know what? All right.
He already keeps his snap keeps a 7 because how fast that ley line went down.
I think I see a crop rotate there.
You have a Maya, looks like.
Yeah, so that's I think he has a crop rotate. I see a Earth Tower, so he has the ability to make 4 mana on turn 2 if needed. I see a Karn, which might not be too interesting on turn 2.
Has to be that you already kept in Tabernacle.
This is such a strong opening. Yeah.
Like, how few creatures does this play? He makes so much mana. I'm not sure if the Tabernacle is ever going to do anything.
I mean, as you see, it pitches to Mox Diamond really well.
Truly. True. He didn't have better lands in his board.
So this is a main base crop rotate.
Okay.
Going player nexus, he has the tower on hand.
So he's going to 4 mana immediately.
But like, when is he doing this? Yeah, okay. There was a risk of like Jordi just fetch crop rotate wasteland.
Ooh, yeah, that's true.
No, there wasn't because no.
Oh no, because he crop rotated first.
Yeah,
and then play the land. And, yeah, okay. If you do it the other way around, it's a liability.
He does get rid of the Mox Diamonds, which is good.
Oh, that's true. And Karn does have some interaction with Jordi's cards. Like, he can't do a map, and he can't do other diamonds.
If Jordi doesn't have interaction here, and Leon draws exactly an Elvish Spirit Guide, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Then this game is actually over.
Yeah,
because he has a Cloudpost and a Glimmerpost on hand, so...
But again, Jordi snap kept this. Maybe because it was the aggression that he could get on turn 1, but I don't know. Force of Vigor
I mean, that opening is so strong. Like a Mox Diamond Exploration and a Elf Reclaimer, I think you always keep that.
Right. And you already said I see a Dark Depths and I see something else that's green. Might be a loam.
I think you're correct with the Dark Depths. That's a Russian port.
Port
and
Depths.
Dark Depths. Okay.
Port is pretty big here. He's good. Like that's remove 3 mana from your opponent.
Yeah.
What's that? What's
Leon will play Cloudpost here.
Yep.
So Elf Reclaimer, I don't think he can even board here because he needs the mana of Elf Reclaimer and Wasteland. Search of Wasteland, I think.
What's that land underneath the port?
No, he goes for it. Okay. The Dark Depths. Oh, that's the Lush Portico. It's the green-white Surveil land.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's gonna port. Yeah, port the mine. The tower.
He's gonna port the tower. Yeah. Okay.
He's like, I would like to not immediately lose.
Also, that Elf Reclaimer with the ley line on the table is always going to be a 1/2 red.
Right. Like Yordi is fishing for at Force of Vigor. That's gonna
loot actually. That Leon drawn, which is interesting.
Ooh.
What you gonna name with flute?
Is he gonna name Force of Vigor?
I mean, I want to say Wasteland, just because if you play Cloudpost here, and still like Thespian Stage is a good name too.
Right.
So yeah, you see him playing as Glimmerpost instead of Cloudpost, just so he can play the flute.
Right.
Let's see what he names. It's could be a tough call.
And he's not flashing in because there's no like later moment where you're gonna like name a land or anything.
Yeah, like if you want to name I think it's gonna be Wasteland.
Coverage team is gonna have to help us with what he named.
What's being named with the flute?
Combat Karn.
It's got a Caracas. That's some good.
Did Karn not tick up?
I think he might have forgotten to tick up Karn. Yeah. Caracas is good insurance.
Yep. Karn could have turned flute into a creature to block. Yeah, fascinating.
Stage is named with flute. Says it's J. Okay.
These both have for 3.
Yes.
And then of course right after the Caracas is being drawn. I mean, but still the stage with the Dark Depths into Merit Lage and Rishton Port being able to tap down the Caracas is still risky. So.
Right. I think each player is kind of like, I'm going to remove my immediate lose situations. For Yordi, it's 6 mana Lattice Lock, and for Leon, it's Merit Lage immediately.
Trying to get some confirmation of the flute.
Just being stage.
Is my handwriting that bad?
Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah, it is Thatchman Stage indeed.
Yep, cool. Yep, stage for sure.
Yeah, we just got confirmation.
So
yeah,
I have a hard time reading how much mana Leon has available with his lands.
Alright, so you've got a Tower for 3, we got a Cloudpost for 3, and then a Glimmerpost and a Nexus. So basically 8 mana he's got available right now. If you tap 1 Cloudpost, he has, or 1 Tower, he has 5 available. So, I mean...
I think he would tap the Cloudpost because that could potentially be 1 additional if he plays 1.
Yeah, so this could be a really costful... that he forgot to uptick the Karn because it's on 3 instead of 4 now. If he wants to get a Lattice, he has to go down to 1, and then the Reclaimer can just
combat it, and then you may not be able to activate, but attacking doesn't activate anything. So
we get a Crop Rotate.
Got it. Make your flute.
Let's see what happens. I think it's probably Wasteland.
This is the pivot that we're talking about, where it's like, oh, I have a flute naming Thespian Stage. Okay, I'll Crop Rotate the Dark Depths away to waste you. Like, so big. Now, how much mana does he have? Like, 4? 4 and then tap down the one that costs for cast for 2 for 2 mana.
It's a lot less for sure right now.
Did he forget twice? Oh no, he's forgetting to skip the card. Does he know that you don't have to choose a target, or even that choosing his own target would be beneficial?
No, I think he knows. He just forgot to activate it once.
Yeah.
He's now thinking like, should I just like disrupt the flute attack here? Which is, I mean, is a valid option.
Disruptor flute block is actually pretty valid.
So it's
Make this a 2/2.
just double checking until your next turn. Oh, so that is actually a block here. If he,
Yeah, so we've got a 2/2.
I was watching away. Do you see if he? Yeah, he pointed his flute. Okay,
He
so
pointed at the flute. The flute is now 2/2, so there's no more combat for Ultra Flamer.
That's a big flute.
And it doesn't even matter if he swords it or anything, because, I mean, it's already not doing anything.
Oh, Saga not a bad draw.
Saga's a real good draw. He's going to be able to start making a lot of aggression.
Yeah, go ahead.
Already double checking what Urza does.
I know, Leon is showing Micro Spawn on hand, so what he wants is a green mana.
Right.
I think he only forgot once to activate his Karn, actually. What's that? That's an Echoing Deeps. That could be a Planet Nexus. This card, showing Micro Spawn, it's
This will be
really good.
Echoing Deeps, that's now...
Okay.
How much mana?
5 mana. And
Oof, he's so close. Does he even want to Echoing Deeps?
oh, so he boarded out a One Ring, and he can now actually play the One Ring.
Oh, that's genius. Oh, of course, you're not getting your board from unboard. You're getting your board of what you put in there.
That is good. That is good.
All right.
I mean, and then the Elf Claimer attacks for 1, and he still has a Karn around. Okay. I mean, it's gonna be a while before he can actually downtick his Karn to find a Lattice. Unless he finds a new Karn. But I mean, yeah.
Leon's about to draw 3 cards this turn, so...
Have you ever thought about this line, Michael, where you uptick the Karn?
Okay.
And target your One Ring, which is now a legendary creature, which means you can bounce it with Caracas, which means you can replay it and get protection.
Oh my god, you get pro everything. Oh, that's crazy. That's disgusting.
We saw a Forest and a... he should still have it showing Micro Spawn, so he's definitely jumping in mana right here.
Right, and he's just going to exile the Saga.
That's a kick.
Almost for sure.
I imagine it's going to be the Saga. Yeah, okay.
He's going to get a Construct.
And after that he wants to look up a creature. It's 7 rounds into top 8, and this is the last of the Swiss rounds. So after this we will know our top 8.
Right.
Alright, now let's see what he looks up. Is it going to be a Wasteland?
Ooh, because the kicker cost happened on the stack, and then he gets to search. Interesting.
It is a Wasteland, and then he takes care of that one too. This is rough.
That ley line is so crucial against Yordi. I can't
Exploration.
loan.
Yeah. And now he has defense too for his Karn.
Right. Most Karn's gonna take its 1 unless he plays an artifact.
I would have liked to see the 1 and also tap for just draw more cards, but
right. It's a little conservative. It's like I don't want to draw too many cards. I don't want to take that 2 every turn.
Yeah, you're not worried about life at all here.
Right. That's a crazy play to stop you from dying if you plus Karn on the One Ring and then Caracas. This seems crazy. That's actually a play that he can do.
That's cool, right? Yeah.
You already really shuffling those cards, hoping they get better.
Yeah, so thinking about what the outs are, it has to be like an offside weird kind of Merit Lage coming through somewhere.
Right.
Which is the only thing I see.
1, 3, 3, 1.
He can.
Sorry, yeah.
He does have an Elvish Reclaimer, so he can get any land to his deck. But what land could possibly get him out of this situation?
looks like, yeah, Jordi's not feeling too optimistic here too. So there's Cloudpost and another flute. I mean, naming Wasteland. I mean, oh yeah, because the other flute also named Thespian Stage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's get it out there and name Wasteland.
Honestly, I think this flute should name Force of Vigor, because that's really how Jordi comes back in this game. But maybe, like, is he really worried about losing more land?
Are you even worried about a Force of Vigor right here?
Untap?
Maybe.
Yes. Upkeep, I have a trigger, and I assume you want to do something.
Yes, I want to port the cloud.
Yep.
He's gonna get ported. He's got a trigger to take 2 down to 19. Can't quite see what that second flute named, but I imagine it's Wasteland. It's really the obvious one.
Well, I'm not actually sure. Let's see if Marvin has an answer for us.
One ring is on blocking duty.
Yeah, so this gives Jordi 1 turn, because next turn he can just minus Karn and well,
Reclaimer.
no, because he still has 2. But not quite.
3/3.
Not quite. Yeah, but like Jordi has 2 attacks, right?
True. Yeah.
All right. So it was Naya Wugen activation to find out another.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, get rid of the land. Second one named Reclaimer. Okay, thank you. So we got a flute on Thespian Stage and a flute on Reclaimer.
Just goes to your hands, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know what Jordi.
Draw?
Yeah, Jordi's looking real.
The land is gone. Yeah.
I'm not sure what he can draw. Well, damn, this is a pretty good showing for Cloudpost. I mean, resilient, eats a few wastelands, but can reliably find its targets because of the sowing microspawn.
Yep.
And
so
each
microspawn is
so much.
exactly what makes this matchup so good for Cloudpost and bad for lands. And like you see Jordi just basically playing blue,
right?
Just to be able to splash consign to memory, which says enough to like how good the microspawns are against Jordi.
Right.
Against lands.
He's like, I guess I'll just float blue. I won't even try and port you.
Yeah, so now next turn he has an either an Ulamog or or an Emrakul and
yeah. Not that he even needs it, because this is just tons of value.
After combat, -2.
-2, get the lattice.
Yeah, it's got 2 mic spawns. Yeah, this is just yeah.
Ooh.
Both got the consign.
Yeah. I'm just gonna show you this and let you know how
congratulations to Leon beating Jordi on lands with 2-2-1. Jordi on 4-1-2 now. Leon 5-1-1 with a really good shot of making top 8.
Yeah, damn, that was really exciting. I didn't know where that was gonna go, but really shows the power of Cloudpost.
It felt super weird.
It's a strong deck. What can I say? Oh.
Right.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah,
this is probably gonna be it for me. I think Michael and Rouw might be just doing the quarters and the semis. Maybe unless Cloudpost comes back, but who knows?
Right. I'll ping you. Like wake up from a deep slumber like Cloudpost.
Exactly right. And I'll jump back on. Otherwise, thanks for having me over, Michael. It was fun to do a couple of rounds of coverage.
Yeah, it was fun. It was good hearing about a deck from the guy who literally owns it and pilots it so well. So.
And I mean, enjoy the rest of the top 8 YouTube chat, and I will catch you later.
Yep. Thanks, everybody. We're gonna take a quick break, and we'll see you for I guess quarterfinals in a few minutes.
All right, we're back. I'm back. We're here for top 8. In booth here with Michael. You still with us?
Yep. We just had an exciting cut the top 8 of Post versus Lands, and Post made into top 8, but now we're on Bant Zoo versus Dimir Scam.
Yeah, we've been really good at avoiding the Dimir Scam today, but there are still 3 in top 8, so...
And they're place, first place, second place, and third place. So all the viewers in chat can go like, I can't believe it. We need to get grief out of here. You know, you go for it.
Yeah, but I mean, top 8 doesn't necessarily mean you win, so we're gonna have to see. We got 8 players. We got 2 ELM slots, so it should be interesting.
Yep, and we've got Yannick, or better known as Pingu, representing the Netherlands, and Tobias from Germany.
Yeah, Germans looking to maybe take another one of our slots this year. They already took one a couple months ago at the Dutch Open Series. So, who knows, maybe they get a second one. We'll have to wait and see.
So I believe go ahead.
I was going to say, Pingu has already qualified twice in a row, but hasn't qualified for this year. So if he gets the slot, then he will be qualified 3 years in a row, which is a hell of a performance.
It's a good track record. So I think we're going to start with Tobias on the play, because first place versus 8th place, and Yannick looks like he's already going down to 6 for the first mole.
Yeah. So, I'm pretty sure everyone watching this at this point is familiar with ReScaminator, just the tempo shell, but sometimes you just put an Atraxa or an Archon of Cruelty into play as soon as turn 2. But
seems like a strong play.
There's a reason why it's the best deck, for sure. And then on the other side, Yannick is playing what is also sometimes known as Nadu Elves.
It's a crazy mashup. Like, you've got some of the elf things of, I'm just going to bounce a forest to untap an elf to make more mana to do a thing, but then you've combo that with Nadu of, when I target an elf to untap it, I'm also going to get a Nadu trigger, which is really crazy.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
One of the only elves lists that will play Fastest Oracle as a win condition.
Yeah, and also, like, a lot of these creatures are just elf staples and just work really well in this shell when you really want a bunch of creatures to not only target with the Nadu triggers, but also to tap for Court of Calling.
Right, yeah, we've got a 4 of Court of Calling and 4 of Green Sun Zenith. So lots of opportunities to fetch the pieces you need with this Zoo list. It says Zoo, but really it's more like a Nadu list, I would say.
Yeah, Bant Zoo is more of a melee thing where it needs a name. The name isn't in the software, so you know it's Bant Zoo, but it's really Nadu Elves.
Right. We got so Scam's going a bit slow. We just have a UC and a Ponder and pass, and Pingu's going to Green Sun for a Dried Arbor, turn 1, and then pass.
Let's
see if we got something. Looks like I just saw was that an Entomb? Yes, that's an Entomb in his hand.
Yeah.
Oh, fetch the whole thing. Fetch your basic Swamp, and probably going to see something from Tobias. He's probably not going to pass with 2 open mana.
I mean, if he passes with 2 open mana, then I don't know what kind of handicap. Yeah.
Right. Bowmasters. Sorcery Bowmasters. Ping the Dried Arbor. Get that. Just waste you.
Yeah, it makes sense to do that at sorcery speed, because now the Dried Arbor is still summoning sick. You don't get the mana.
Right.
And then we get another Green Sun Seed.
Another Green Sun Seed. I will do it again. Clear and Ranger first, actually. Then play a Dried Arbor from hand. So he actually has 0 Dried Arbors left in library. There's only 2 in the deck.
Yeah, that is worth keeping track of. For sure, for sure.
And the annoying part about this is that I don't think there's a single way to draw cards within Yannick's deck. There's Nadu, but Nadu does not draw cards, so will not trigger Bowmasters.
True, but it is still a good way to put a bit of pressure on the board. We got rid of a Dryad Arbor, so there's that.
Entomb. We're going to see Entomb into Animate Dead. Entomb attracts Animate Dead. Let's see.
Actually funny, this Bowmasters, because this is the kind of Bowmaster where you can really make the comparison with something like Baleful Strix, you know what I mean?
Right. Ooh, I see an Archon of Cruelty getting put in the yard, and that second land coming out, I doubt we're going to see anything but Animate Dead. Like,
yeah, this smells like Animate Dead for sure.
Boom.
Yep.
Animate Dead. Archon of Cruelty is going to be a giant titan that says, when it enters the battlefield or attacks, target opponent sacks a creature or planeswalker or discards a card. Oh, no, sacks a creature or planeswalker and discards a card and loses 3 life and you draw a card and you gain 3 life.
Yeah.
And it's just over. It's just straight over.
Yeah, it looks like Pingu here had an endurance, but he had to resolve the endurance through days as well as force of will, so that wasn't going to happen.
Right. Super rough.
Alright. So, quick look at the sideboard here. I think some fatal pushes from Tobias here are pretty good. I think not much else. Like, Shieldred's Edict is not ideal when your opponent has like 8 creatures in play.
Right. I'm seeing 3 Leyline in the Void. That's obviously going to come in for Yannick. And an Endurance, a second Endurance.
Yeah, definitely the Endurance. Probably the Leylines. I could still see an argument to not, but we'll see.
Oh, it's Scavenging Ooze.
That's also a good one, for sure. And funnily enough, I think Pingu could maybe afford to bring in Harbinger of the Seas.
I was debating on that. I was like, how much does that screw over Tobias? It might. I mean, all the reanimation spells and creatures are in black, so you can't really play the blue half effectively.
Yeah, and if you're on the play, you can maybe turn 1 ramp, then Tobias gets 1 basic, and then you immediately slam the Harbinger.
Right.
But then he gets the Swamp. That's kind of the problem then, right?
Right. Lomer Boy very, very upset about Grief. It is a strong card. I mean, there have been strong things. I always I completely misevaluate cards. Like, I think like Uro back in the day was like, oh my god, this is crazy. When are they gonna ban this? And then like Teferi, the 3-mana Teferi, like, oh, when are they gonna ban this? And then no, it's just like, oh, they just get it's not too great. It's not actually that good. But Grief seems to have some staying power. I think that's something definitely we're seeing here again. The top 3 spots being ReScaminator.
Yeah, Lomer Boy making the argument that it's worse than Breach and Snoko. Snoko, I could see the argument for it, yeah, because it was Oko is just a miserable card as well.
Breach got banned in like a couple days. They were like, this was not a good card for Legacy.
Breach was so fast that I don't even know what to think of it for Legacy.
It was a clear that I was like, okay, that's just gonna get the what was it? It was effectively 2 mana. What's the card I'm thinking about? What was the equivalent? It was a
Brain
black
Freeze.
card.
No,
was it Brain Freeze? No, the Breach. What does Breach mimic? Its effect.
Oh,
Yawgmoth's Will.
Yeah, it's better Yawgmoth's Will in most cases.
Right. But this is what the meta is. Love it or hate it. Hate the game, not the player. So we're gonna cheer on our players regardless. Because if it's the best deck, I mean, you play the best deck. I'm not gonna hate anybody for doing that.
I mean, if one of these ReScaminator players wins their slot, then they can enjoy the slot, and then they have like 4 weeks to work on a new deck before the ELM in September. So
right, like they got to have a backup deck, you know.
So that's going to be interesting. While we're doing mulligans, just a quick top 8 overview. We had ReScaminator in 1, 2, and 3. Then we had Mono Black Storm in 4th. Gruul Initiative in 5th, surprisingly enough. Classic Reanimator in 6th. Mono Green Cloudpost in 7th, and this Nadu Elves list in 8th place. With, unfortunately, Paradigm Shift losing on tiebreakers. Just barely.
Right, that was so sad to see that. Like, oh, 9th place, a Paradigm Shift deck, just barely not making it. But yeah, that's how tiebreakers work. We got a Leyline of the Void coming in beginning of the game 2, and
okay, so we did bring in the Leyline of the Void.
Right.
We have the Lenamore Elf, so maybe turn to some nonsense. We'll have to see. And again, a Ponder start for Tobias.
And again, I think that's where we'll always see the most powerful starts from ReScaminator in game 1. But these disruption pieces, it's whether Tobias can fight through the disruption pieces that really. I mean, again, we've got Oops All Spells as a deck. You know, that wins on turn 1 with almost no way to interact with it. But in game 2s and 3s, you can sideboard heavily to disrupt it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make a mana? Okay.
I think that's a fetch land.
Okay.
Allosaurus Shepherd.
Yep, all my stuff is uncounterable now.
That's a good way to start this match. Because that demands an immediate removal spell.
Yep.
That's an immediate removal spell.
Well, we got a ping on one of the elves. I think he's thinking on which elf to ping. Which one is really the bigger thorn in my side? It's probably going to be the Lane of Wolves. No, it's the Allosaurus Shepherd. Okay.
I mean, if you're taking the elves here, you're basically saying I'm never playing counter spells for the rest of this game, right?
Right. I guess I do see a Daze in his hand.
Yeah.
I do see Daze, two Brainstorm, a what's it called? A Brazen Borrower. Green Sun for 1, keeping up 1 for the Daze. Let it happen.
Interesting. I think Pingu has the Nadu in hand already. That's why.
Force Creature Brainstorm. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. He's likely playing around Daze.
Takes you. Go to 18.
Go to 15, says Yannick.
Psychic Frog? Yep.
Psychic Frog.
Psychic Frog. Yeah, it's another one of those cards that got printed that maybe they should have thought about a second time, because
it wouldn't be a Modern Horizon set unless it broke a couple of formats.
honestly, I think it would have been fine if they had just printed Psychotalk, but no, they had to power creep Psychotalk.
They're like, nah, Psychotalk, it probably could use flying. It probably could use draw a card when it hits somebody. It probably could, like, calm down.
Yeah, like actual counters instead of, it's just temporary boost.
Right. Catching that third land, and I believe we're going to go to Yannick's turn. See a Dryad Arbor.
Dryad Arbor as a land drop? Okay.
Yep, that's his land drop, summoning sick.
Makes sense. It makes sense to just play all the creatures now. It looks like he's keeping up Endurance, just in case, but... Oh, he can just flash it in, and then untap, play Nadu. They have a bunch of creatures in play, and then...
Four blockers? Okay.
Oh, for Nomads?
Endurance?
Endurance flashing in. But he's going to float a blue and daze it.
Works.
Yep. Dryad Arbor is still summoning sick.
So we're still at the declare attackers? Yep.
Gonna end up taking 2, and Tobias is going to draw a card. So you saw a Nadu in Yannick's hand.
I think I saw Nadu in his hand, yeah, but I'm not sure if he has anything to do with it. I think that's what he's still missing.
Right. Did Tobias, before he drew the card from the frog, is that when he's brainstorming? Is this pre-combat? Or pre-damage?
I think so, yeah.
Interesting, okay. He's going to put 2 back and draw 1?
Put these 2 into it?
You may block.
No blockers?
You take 2.
Yeah, it was literally on attack before blocks.
Fascinating.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I'm not quite getting that, but yeah, maybe I always assume the players know best. I'm sure there's something I'm missing.
Yeah, same.
Like they're in top 8, I'm not. At least not today.
I mean, you've had your fair share of top 8s. Let's be honest.
We're working on it. I don't know if it's going to be Cloudpost in the future. It's going to be harder for for Painter.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't think he tapped mana for that brainstorm. No, wait, he did. No, it was because of days. He flashed in the endurance. It got days, but he wanted to use the blue mana.
He's being mana efficient.
Yeah,
Got it. See, I told you. I'm assuming. I'm not saying like, wow, what a bad play. I'm like, no, he probably knows something. I don't. I do agree. Painter is great right now, but we do see a Cloudpost list in the top 8, and I know I played against Alex a decent amount, and Cloudpost actually dumpsters just Painter. It's like a 95-5 matchup. So
yeah, I mean, Cloudpost always has been an impossible matchup for Painter.
Oh, here comes the big bird. Force.
Oh, but another question is, did Pingu actually find something to do with it? I mean, we're not gonna find out probably, but.
And it's exiled underneath the Doubthy Voidwalker. Scary.
Are we gonna see Nadu ReScaminator happen this game? Because that would be disgusting.
Like he's like, well, 3/2 unblockable, or a 3/4 unblockable-ish in another turn, and push the driver over. This is a lot. This has a lot of card advantage for Tobias.
2, 3, 6.
Just goes smack Pingu around a bit.
Going down to 9.
Still keeping up interaction. Might actually be able to bounce the Leyline Void. I think
that was a green sun.
I can't quite see. I mean, we did have a Sultai Nadu player today, who unfortunately dropped out at.
We've got an enchantment on the Llanowar Elves. I gotta look that name up. It's a Springheart Nantico. It's a enchantment creature insect monk. It's bestowed upon him. The enchanted creature is +1/+1, and landfall. You can pay 1 and a green if it's attached to a creature you control. If you do, create a token that's a copy of that creature. Oh, he's gonna bounce the land. Oh, he's gonna bounce actually the Nantuko.
Oh, that's an interesting bounce actually. Oh yeah, because if you bounce the creature, then the Nantuko.
The thing is, still enters the battlefield. Well, Springheart Nantuko only triggers. You may play one of it if it's attached to a creature you control. So
no, and that's the wording that's kind of weird, and everyone always makes that mistake. Even if it's not attached, you still get the 1/1.
Still get a 1/1 insect, but I guess the insect isn't nearly as exciting as having a Llanowar Elves.
It's a creature for Nadu.
That's true.
Exciting enough.
Yeah, I think bouncing the more expensive card is for sure the play, because bouncing Llanowar Elves just means that the Springheart Nantico becomes a creature.
Yeah.
So.
And if you don't care about the Leyline Void, which I don't think you do at this point.
Right. Yeah, this is definitely a transformative game for the ReScaminator player.
And this is why the deck is so good. Because if you don't have the Leyline Void, there's an Archon of Cruelty and you're just done.
Mm-hmm.
It's like second Bowmaster.
Oof. Oh, big oof. This is so rough.
Yeah, this is probably the nightmare matchup.
He's like, can I please get a 4th mana? Head in hands moment.
Like, we somehow need to stick a Nadu, then we need to stick something to trigger it, then we need to survive. It's
too rough. And there's something to be said that like maybe you go next level against the ReScaminator player and you don't bring any ley lines because you know that they're going to board out their graveyard package. And they kind of juke you. You juke them back, but I don't know.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. That unfortunately means that Yannick is not going to qualify for this year's ELM, so that's a streak broken. But, you know, he'll be back next year. It's still plenty of qualifiers to go, so we'll see him at the next Bazaar Boxes probably.
Right.
I tested a bunch against this matchup, but I didn't test against versions with Bowmaster main.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, he's like, I tested a bunch against this matchup, but not against Bowmaster in particular. So
yeah, which is fair because I feel like Bowmasters has kind of been phasing out of these decks because yeah, it's not as good as it was when it first released. Then it was just omnipresent, but now with the frog, it's not as good. But it's kind of coming back a bit, I feel.
Right. For Stifle Not was asking about the archetypes. We got 3 Scaminators, blue-black, and we got a Storm player. Which Storm is this? This is Mono-Black?
Yeah, this is Mono-Black Storm. We have Gruul Initiative, we have a classic Reanimator, we have Mono-Green Cloudpost, and we had Nadu Elves, who we just saw lose to one of our ReScaminator players. You can move the floor cam. We can see what's happening. That might
we're just gonna aim the floor cam at the match, and we're like, yes, we have the technology, chat. Oh my god.
Yeah, screw it. Let's do that.
Just hover, point the floor cam. Yes, our
savior. Here it comes. Here comes that boy.
Oh, earthquake!
If you're motion sick, please look away now.
Yes.
Or if you get motion sick easily.
Look over there. We can see in the wild Magic players.
We can.
No, we try not to disturb them.
Table.
So
yeah,
weird
there we
ritual.
Go.
Wait, is this the best shot we got? Okay, it looks like he's got some permanents in play. He might be trying to tap them. I don't know. He's put down his hand.
Yeah, Marvin, see if you can.
He's working. We're sneaking up. We're coming between the leaves. Oh yeah, this is the creeper.
It's like
view.
a safari.
Chat, you're going on safari today. It looks like no permanents in play for one of our players. I don't know our players by face.
They've been in game 3 for 30 minutes. How's there no permanents? Or he just?
I think he's got lands in between. So it looks like he's got some cards in hand that he keeps flicking. I don't.
Can we get like a little bit closer, maybe? Maybe like on top of Rory?
Like aim it down at this. He looked expectantly up at his opponent.
And then we get someone actually blocking the shot. My god.
It's fine. We can probably guess what's happening. So it's ReScaminator. What has been happening for 30 minutes? Let's just make up our own. Oh, we're scooping. Oh. We see a scoop. There we go. What a game, guys.
Wait, who scooped? What happened?
Not sure. Somebody scooped. Seems like post scooped. I'm gonna trust chat.
Semi-finals time. Thank you for pairing with us, everyone.
Thanks for trying to be entertained by us playing Mental Magic as best we could.
Looks like our finals, as we said, was going to be Ruben on Gruul Initiative, and his opponent's going to be Tobias, who we saw in the quarterfinals, still playing Dimir ReScaminator.
Yes. Yep. Have fun.
Yes, have fun. Good luck.
Yes, this should be actually a pretty interesting one. Again, we haven't seen the initiative player yet, but let me pull up this deck. We've got... Okay, so Tobias' deck. Let's see...
I also have no idea who is going to be favored in this. It's been so long since I've seen an actual initiative deck at all, let alone Gruul, because most of the time it's Boros these days.
Right.
Green giving us Undermountain Adventurer, and looks like 2 copies of Moloch.
You're just saying words at this point. Those aren't real cards.
those are real cards.
Undermountain Adventure, 4 mana, 3/4. Oh, it's the green initiative card. Okay, sure.
Yeah, it's a 3/4 vigilance. It taps for 2 green, or if you completed a dungeon, taps for 6 green instead. And of course, you take the initiative when it enters.
Right.
Also, 2 copies of Punishing Fire. That might actually be a relevant card in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
There's
getting
a lot
grief is a big deal.
Getting a grief. It makes Frog a little bit more awkward. Not entirely, but just a little bit.
Right.
Post board, it probably means that Dolphy Voidwalker is not the thing you want to be doing. It makes the Bowmasters worse. I think it pretty much forces Tobias here to be on the Reanimator plan, and I have no idea how good that plan is against Initiative.
Right. This is going to be not as aggressive at the start. We're just going to get a Fable of the Mirror Breaker out there. So it's going to get a Goblin. The Goblin's going to give him some Lotus Petals, but effectively not really stopping Tobias from doing anything. It's not going to be a Chalice or anything. It's not a unlicensed hearse. There are much stronger openings from an Initiative deck.
For sure, and I think especially if you're worried about the Reanimator side of the game plan, that having a Chalice on one could be pretty good, but maybe not good enough.
Right.
Because Animate Dead being a 2-mana card.
Right, and we've got now we're getting a Swamp Cycling end of turn for another Swamp, and that could be a strong start into Reanimate or Animate Dead on the Troll.
Yeah, I think the Swamp might be just a way to respect the fact that Ruben might present like a moon effect. Like, we know he doesn't, but I don't think Tobias knows that.
Thinking really hard. Second Swamp in play. Looks like I see an Orchestra Bowmasters and an Entomb.
Yeah, I saw the Entomb as well.
It's gonna pass.
I see a Frog as well. Which we can't play now because of the 2 swamps.
Right. Fable's gonna take up. Is he gonna want to? Ooh.
Right.
With the trigger on the stack, do you want to actually have me kill your Goblin if you draw any cards? I'm just gonna turn off the second tick of your chapter.
Yeah, because even a single draw here means that Ruben loses the Goblin Shaman.
To be honest, he's going to lose the Goblin Shaman anyway when he attacks, gets the treasure, and then he's going to block with the Orc Army. But the question is, how much does he want the Petal?
Also, how much does he mind feeding the army?
Yeah, it's true. One still might be the answer, but who knows?
Okay, no. It looks like he opted not to draw any cards.
Safe. Game
Are we getting Punishing Fire here?
I don't think so, but
let's see. Or is it just a 3-mana play? What is a 3-mana? Broadside Bombardiers, maybe?
Okay.
Oh, it's a 4-mana play.
Elvish Spirit Guide. Oh, we're getting an initiative creature. Ooh, it's the Caves of Chaos Adventure.
Straight into the Goka.
Trample. Yep. 5-3 trample. Take the initiative. Bringing out those initiative tokens. Nobody loves having those.
And now the interesting question is, do you attack? Because if you don't attack, you have blockers, but there's no guarantee that you have blockers once you go to attacks.
I will pick it up for the next one.
I think he's going to want to trade the Goblin for a Petal. I think that's.
Yeah, I think
assumption.
Well, is it? Because if you attack and Tobias doesn't block, then you get a free attack in, right?
That's true. But I think Tobias would block here. I mean, getting a Petal every single turn kind of... That's what makes Fable really good. So he's going to get a basic mountain. Free search for that. And he's probably not going to have any other actions this turn except for attack or not.
Go.
Oh, he isn't going to attack. Interesting. Okay, maybe you're right.
Yeah, no. I think that's the safer play. And you still kind of don't want to see a removal spell, but...
Frog.
Resolves.
I think this frog pretty much means that...
Go.
Ruben at least gets one more turn with the initiative.
Right. Yes, the initiative is going to happen. Now he's going to put some counters on something.
Yeah, which is probably the adventure, which... is now a 7/5 Trampler. This thing is a fast clock.
3. Transform.
Yeah, then after draws, that flips. Also worth mentioning that if you attack with the adventurer this turn, the next turn make a copy and attack with both of them. I think that's lethal. Because you also get the trap trigger from the Undercity.
Right. Yeah, Initiative is a terrifying deck. If you ever played in paper. Now he's going to flip, and he can play that card this turn, which is a free land.
Yeah, that is an option. I was thinking about it.
Yep.
Yeah, we are. And then with one attack, 14? Tobias is already at 13. If he doesn't take the initiative, he'll start Ruben's turn at 8.
Yeah, he's gonna get smashed for 5.
Not a caveman.
Ooh, we got a second one coming in. So now he's gonna get smashed for 5.
Then I walk through trap.
Yeah.
Against you. 9.
That's the 5.
Yeah.
And
absolutely
now
brutal.
You have to attack with the frog here. If they avoid, no, you don't have enough cards in the graveyard to actually give it flying. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you entomb something just to get rid of it.
I don't think so. It's probably a reanimation target. He had a black open. He's gonna reanimate. Oh, sorry, entomb something end of Ruben's turn and then reanimate on his turn. But hopefully it's animate dead, not reanimate, because otherwise he's going to take, some out of the health.
Looks like it is going to be Archon of Cruelty.
Okay.
The entomb here. Now the question is, does he have a reanimation spell? Does he have 3 or 4 cards? Oh, maybe he has 4 cards in his graveyard. Oh, yeah, he has 4 cards. Yeah.
Yep.
So he could get flying, take the initiative, and then still have the Archon of Cruelty there, even if he's not necessarily going to use it this turn. I mean, he would definitely... Oh, I think his draw for the turn was Animate Dead. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That was his draw for the turn.
Trigger? Yes.
So just draw the right cards, guys. Yeah, that's really good for him. So now he's going to get, use sack a thing, which is probably going to be the Goblin. Lose 3 life, discard a card. I draw a card. I gain 3 life.
Well, at the very least, you have the Shaman token to sacrifice. Look like Grove of the Burn Willows is the discard. And you are still at a relatively healthy life total here.
Well, I would say very, very dangerous life total, given that the reflection can straight up copy one of these. It makes a copy, it enters, you take the initiative again.
Oh yeah, for sure. The Archon isn't enough here.
Right, because I think he's going to complete the dungeon when he makes the 3rd Caves of Chaos Adventure, and then he's going to attack with all 3 of them, and then he can cast the top 3 cards of his library for free.
No, he's not going to complete the dungeon, I think. Yeah, because Tobias is attacking here, which means he takes the initiative, which means Ruben doesn't have the upkeep trigger.
Oh, he doesn't get the upkeep trigger. Got it, okay.
But he does get the trigger when he makes a copy, and then there's 3 Caves of Chaos Adventurers coming in.
Right. Crazy. Yep. Okay, so he doesn't technically get the initiative yet.
That is true. He could... No, can he? No, wait. I think the reflection is still summoning sick, right?
Yes, it is still summoning sick.
Yeah, so he can't make it end step.
Oh,
so no.
Yeah, upkeep. Oh wait, so you're saying upkeep? He has initiative. Yeah, he would have to do this end step because he can't do it in his upkeep. He's tapped out. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool, so yeah, this was
being tapped out doesn't matter because he's playing Spirit Guides, but having a summoning sick reflection definitely matters.
Yeah.
So he doesn't get the upkeep trigger, but he can still get the trigger for making the copy, which is definitely going to happen. And I think that's still maybe enough.
I don't know. It depends on the 4 and 5. I never get that far in the dungeon.
I always forget what the 4 is as well.
We can get an initiative token.
I'll look it up real fast. It's draw card.
Oh, and he flashes in another Orcish Bowmasters, giving a ping and then getting 2 triggers from the draw card on the initiative. Fascinating.
Right. It's not going to be enough to kill any of the adventurers.
It will be. It's 3 damage, isn't it? So the first trigger for the ETB, and then
right, ETB, yeah.
each Orcish is going to then trigger once.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
Right, yep.
Thankfully, he does at least have the copy already, because the copy is what gave him the draw.
Right.
But I think that means he doesn't...
I don't think he should have killed the copy. He should have killed the regular one.
Wait, did he kill the copy? I'm not sure.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I think the copy's on the left. Yeah, okay. I think the copy is on the left.
Angry Bacon. Yeah. If he attacks first, then he doesn't like. I think with the copy he would have had enough. If there wasn't a Bowmaster, I think.
Right. He needed to make a copy in order to attack with 3 things, and then, but the copy gave him an initiative, which then made him draw a card, which then killed one of his attackers.
Like, I haven't done the exact math, but I think because he had a 1/1, a 1/1, and the Archon, that he was dead on board against 3 of those adventurers. Yeah, because the token gets haste.
Correct.
Mountain? Yes.
But
it's like
now
city,
I think...
He's floating a colorless still.
True.
Play broadside.
Bombardiers.
That might be enough, though.
That's pretty scary. What's the card that he pitched immediately?
I mean, it's probably a spirit guide. I don't know which spirit guide, but
he had a floating colorless from the city. If he's pitched a spirit guide, he didn't need to, I'm pretty sure.
No. He had the 1 colorless from the city, 1 from the mountain, and then the 3rd from the spirit guide. And that way he doesn't have to tap his ancient too.
But broadside bombarders cost 3, so could it just been city? Yeah, so he missed the colors. He used the city to use the shaman to make a token, right?
Yeah.
So he had an extra colorless that he didn't need to use the spirit guide. That's fine. I mean, again,
because
hopefully it doesn't matter.
He tapped the grove, so yeah, he would have had enough.
He didn't need to tap. He didn't need to use the spirit guide because he had the grove, mountain, and colorless floating.
Yeah. So now we have the broadside bombardiers. Everything's attacking.
Looks like we got a judge call, probably like, hey judge, check out these cards in my hand, I got a question. So he's probably going to, broadside bombardiers is going to be able to fling a, an adventure for 9. So he's got 12 trample, and then he can fling one of them for 9. Actually, he can just fling them both. He doesn't even have to go to damage step.
No. It's once a turn.
Oh, boast is only once a turn?
Yeah.
Got it.
Also, yes, that is 100% a Grove the Burn Willows in play, and Ruben is playing Punishing Fire in his deck. Would be real nice right about now, but...
Right. Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, asking how the cards revealed off the adventure trigger when the dungeon is finished on the same trigger. Yeah, true. That's... I guess resolve the dungeon trigger first.
No. We're not getting a dungeon trigger. We're only getting the exile triggers.
Right.
Wait.
This is 4/4. Straight up.
So the 4/4 is blocking the 7/5, I think.
Correct.
Yeah.
Which
then we got
might be lethal.
Yeah, because this...
He'll take 3, go down to 9, and then he'll fling the 7 for 7+2.
No, it's 6. It's 4+2. Oh, wait. Yeah, no.
Oh no, the bombardiers will die. The bombardiers are gonna die.
Yeah.
So they can't fling.
No, that doesn't matter. You can fling in combat. So the one that's blocked by the Archon would deal damage anyway. So you can fling that one, but it's only for 6.
Yeah. So he needed to fling the 7/5 in order to deal 9 damage. That's what I'm saying.
No,
but,
no. It's not power. It's not power. It's mana value plus 2.
Oh, really? Oh, it's mana value.
So both the adventurers would fling for 6.
Okay.
You can only fling one of them.
Sorry, chat. Sorry, I don't read my cards. I haven't played this with them before.
Go to 9. Correct.
Wait,
interesting. Oh, he's just letting them all trade. He's like, actually, this is good combat for me. I'm just gonna trade it straight up. You take 3. All of your stuff dies.
Oh,
some of my stuff dies. He doesn't lose. Where'd the Fable token go?
I think he flung the Fable token.
Flung it to kill the Archon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now that I'm thinking about it, he could have just flung the Case of Chaos Adventurer and done the same thing.
But if he flings the Chaos Adventurer, he wouldn't be able to deal damage with it.
Yeah, but it wasn't going to deal damage anyway, because it's a 5/3.
Oh, it's a 5/3, correct. 4 mana, it would deal 6 damage. Oh yeah, he could have just flung the blocking one and kept the Fable around. Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Tricky.
And I see someone in chat saying that he had lethal there. I honestly don't know if he has lethal there. Like that board state was kind of
tricky. It might have had lethal, but I feel like the Bombardier's dying means that he couldn't deal damage and then fling the same thing.
Could he have flung the reflection at the army? That would have been 5. No, that still wouldn't have worked.
Yeah.
I think the only thing he did wrong was the
big guy.
He could have flung the
So you go to 1.
the copy, because the copy still has the mana value.
Right.
So he could have flung the copy and then kept the Fable. He could have had a reflection now.
Right. Ooh, minus
And
7.
The reflection here would have been lethal.
Right. Minus 8 here, actually. It goes to 1, gains 3, draws a card. You lose 3, discard a card, sack your only creature. What were the triggers off of the, did we get any triggers off of the adventure?
Yeah, I think it was Trap.
God.
I think the fling there is what cost him the game.
Yeah. Big Chaos Adventure was 75. 3 damage over 4/4 Orc. 6 damage faced by flinging the small adventurer.
Yeah, he was at 12.
He was at 12, not 9. Yeah.
So he would have still needed Bolt.
Yes. Which maybe he had Punishing Fire in hand, and then pitching the Spirit Guide when he didn't need to actually cost him.
I mean, there's a possibility that pitching the Spirit Guide cost him. There's a possibility that flinging the reflection cost him, because
right.
As far as I understand that board state, that was unnecessary, but maybe there's something I'm missing there. And then even then you have the Archon, but the Archon would end up chump blocking against... No, it would end up trading with the Case of Chaos Adventurer.
Right, so Solid's saying, if he flings the Fable at the Archon, then it has damage on it, right? So the Adventurer would have dealt 3 damage trample, and the Reanimate wouldn't have worked here. I think it's more that he flung the Fable at the Archon to trade with it with an Adventurer dealing combat damage with it. However, the Adventurer, if you just fling the Adventurer, it will already deal 6 damage to the Archon and kill it outright. It didn't need to deal combat damage.
Yeah, because it was a token, so it was going to die anyway.
Oh, but then if you stack... Oh, I see what he's saying. Because the Fable... Oh, because that's trample. So the Fable would fling for 5, and then 4 damage would trample over. 4 damage would trample
but
over.
Then you were...
3, 7,
then you put
7.
Tobias at 5, right?
It's still 7. Yeah, you can't fling anything post-damage when the Bombardier dies in combat, correct. But I think he's still saying that the trample... Flinging the Fable... gave the trample damage the ability to go over. This is complicated.
Yeah.
And these guys have been playing for 10 hours or something, 12 hours? Almost 12 hours. That was tricky. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think maybe that extra mana from the pitch Super Guide was maybe too extra.
Because what I'm also thinking is, they put Tobias at 9, so maybe they even forgot to assign the trample damage.
Right.
I think it just all went to the thing anyway.
Right. Yeah, he didn't misplay. There wasn't a way to get the Archon off the board without doing it. Yeah, I think that might be right.
Oh, because you just fling the Case of Chaos Adventure, right?
Right, but then you don't get the trample damage. So it's like, I guess it was like sacking a permanent to get another thing and hoping he didn't have reanimate, but...
I think it's worth because you still have the reflection for next turn.
Right.
I don't know.
Open deck list. That's a good question. I'm not sure if the players have been handed the deck list of their opponents, but in theory, that's
these are not open deck lists now.
Got you. No open deck list.
And then I also see... I think I saw somebody mention that you could have copied the broadside bombardiers to have them fling each other.
Alright.
Right, but the thing about it was he played the initiative creature first to try and copy. No, he copied the initiative creature because it would have drawn him a card. He wasn't playing around second.
Right.
He wasn't playing around second.
He drew the bombardiers off of the trigger. That's what it was.
Oh, that's what's it. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, because
that drew the bombardiers. Yep.
That killed one of the Case of Chaos Adventurers, and then the broadside bombardiers came in. So yeah.
Correct. Yeah, you can only bombard once. Also, yeah.
Yeah, once per broadside bombardiers, right?
Right. Wow, what a game.
Yeah, we couldn't copy the broadside bombardiers there. That was not an option.
Yep. So that's 1-0 for Tobias. Hopefully, hopefully we keep it interesting. Yeah, we'll see where this next game goes. Where Ruben's going to go first.
Let's take a really, really quick glance at what the sideboards may look like. I see a Trinisphere for Ruben here, and maybe
Blood Moon.
Yeah, maybe a Blood Moon.
Blood Moon Maguses. I got 4 ley lines, 4 moon effects, 2 Pyroblast, a Trinisphere, Choke, Exocrine.
Yeah, Exocrine is a Tyranid board wipe.
God, X2 red, 2/2. Deals X damage to each player and each other creature. Got it.
We had a matchup earlier today where I said Leyline of the Void is not the thing that you want to be doing against ReScaminator. In this case, I do think it's something you want to be doing.
Right.
Because now the Reanimate plan is what you're scared of, because the Tempo plan I think you can probably beat.
Right.
Yeah, 1-0.
But also you don't want to mulligan for it too aggressively, so... And maybe he has better sideboard cards, maybe he didn't even bring them in.
Right. Yeah, actually, Slod might be right. I think that they didn't track the trample damage from the Fable.
Yeah, no, I think they missed that as well. But that was still 4 damage. That would have put him at 5, right?
Right. He wouldn't be able to reanimate the Archon again.
Oh yeah, they can reanimate your initiative creatures. That is true.
Play Unlicensed Hearse.
Unlicensed Hearse, which is a good option against Reanimator.
Right. It does matter. Yeah, Emirage is correct, because then he couldn't have reanimated the Archon of Cruelty.
Yeah, exactly. That trample damage mattered, whether or not he had enough to actually even cast Reanimate.
Okay, so then that cost him the game for sure.
Yeah, I feel like there's a couple of things that cost Ruben the game there.
Sorry?
Kind of rough to see.
I mean, to be fair, we've been at it since 11, and we're closing in on 9, so that's 10 hours.
Right. Gonna use I'm gonna take both of your cards.
Yeah, the Unlicensed Hearse is definitely gonna help here. Like, you have to keep the Reanimator plan down. I think it's even fair to say that you never wanna crew the Hearse, because then it dies.
Ooh, wait, how does it die?
If you crew it, it becomes a creature, and then you have removal spells.
Oh, sure. Oh, you're like making it vulnerable by crewing it, and Tobias doesn't really have artifact removal. Interesting. That's a way to put it.
I think you need a very particular board state to say, okay, I'm gonna crew the hearse to try and attack with it.
Ooh, city into pass. That's so rough. Like a Trinisphere would be so just dominant, but instead he gets to watch his opponent ponder and shuffle. He needs to find that second land.
Well, we are shuffling off of the ponder.
Looks like you got a fetch.
Go. End of your turn, exile the...
Right, so Shop's the problem was that he drew the Bombardier off of the trigger from copying another card. So he didn't have the Bombardier in hand.
There was no point where he could play the Bombardier and have a copy effect still available.
Yes. Oof. Pitch Spirit Guide? Pitch Spirit Guide. Get rid of that daze.
Oh, that warms my heart. Goodbye days.
Yep.
Bombardiers on the field.
Good to attack.
Before declare attack?
Yep. Yes.
Fetch.
19, right? Correct. Damage.
No, it wasn't just the second adventure, it was the third adventure was a copy. There was 3 adventures in play. So, we got a push on the Bombardiers. Can he sack itself? Can he sack himself?
No, thankfully no, because that will make it a lot better.
Right, he's not going to throw away the hearse that easily either.
That would make it a 3-mana fireball for 6.
Right. We got 2-mana frog.
5.
Mr. Frog.
Math is hard. We have a frog.
Yeah. Go. End of your turn.
Bonds, eat your stuff.
Yep. Just keep eating away.
Take my turn. Yes.
Ooh, I see an adventurer. Does he want to get rid of a city for getting it out there, though? I see a force and brainstorm in Tobias' hand.
I don't know if Tobias has enough cards in hand to maybe just walk with the psychic for.
Ooh, here comes the force pitch brainstorm. Okay, so now Ruben is clear to drop an adventurer next turn.
I think that play is still favored for Ruben here, but I think Tobias had no other option than to protect the frog here.
He has to protect the frog.
No blocks. 1 damage. 19. Draw cards. Yep.
Grief, the draw for the turn, looks like.
I see a grief in hand. Another frog.
Second frog.
Turn, exile those 2.
And eat your stuff.
Take my turn.
And I think the second frog is maybe the thing that's gonna kill him here.
Did Ruben get a... No, he didn't get another land. Oh no. Things are slipping out of Ruben's grasp as we watch.
Yeah, I think this was the key turn where he needed to have something. The fact that he doesn't...
Because now he's going to start drawing 2 cards. He's going to get a 4th land. He's going to get a raw cast of grief.
I might keep up double Bowmaster, I think I saw.
Go. End of your turn.
Ooh, he just passes. Okay. He's going to eat... I'm just going to eat my own stuff because I don't do anything with it. I see a Fable. Oh, that's not going to be good enough, I think.
No, not with the Bowmasters in hand. Again, I thought I saw 2 Bowmasters, but I'm not sure.
At least a push.
Yeah, that takes care of the token.
Die token. Okay. Pass turn.
Now Tobias is going to hold for that Bowmaster, or maybe just play it out so that it just puts more pressure on.
Again, if this is a Bowmaster, I think that pretty much confirms that he's holding 2. I think that's what this says.
Yep. It's so free. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. 1 damage to you.
Ruben gets pinged. We've got an Orc army.
My turn.
Yeah, good run for the initiative player. Pretty hard deck to navigate in a grief meta. Agree. This is kind of rough. Oh, it's a brainstorm.
Yep. No blocks. Let me think for a
Yeah,
moment.
you're gonna take 4. I'm gonna draw 2 cards. I'm gonna brainstorm.
Yeah, there's. I don't think you pump here. I think you wait until the pump is actually useful. I think you just take the
Debatable.
draws.
I mean, debatable because this could change the clock. It depends on if it changes the clock.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe I'm being a bit too quick on the.
Because 4 now becomes 4, 8, 12, 16. That's 4 turns. But if you pump them once, now that's 6 a turn. That's 3 turns.
You pump it twice, right?
If you pump them each once, yeah. I think even once here, there'll be 5. Yeah, you need to pump them twice. So
Yeah,
discard 2 cards.
Because if you go from 4 to 5, then that's still a 4-turn clock. So you need to discard 2 cards to make it a 3-turn clock.
Right.
Cycle Troll? Yep.
Cycle a Troll, get a UC, get a, Basic Swamp.
Your turn. End of your turn. That one and that one.
End of turn, eat anything valuable.
Need some more cards. And just show everyone why this deck is the perfect deck, because you're playing aggro while you're holding up control, and you're drawing for value, and you're also potentially comboing off with Reanimate plan.
Right.
So we are drawing 2 cards off of the Fable here. We need something. Anything.
Yep. Going down to 10.
Game. Okay.
Ruben just laying out the hand because it's over.
Yeah, he calls it.
Well, that would be our semifinals.
A valiant attempt by Ruben here against the ReScaminator Overlord.
The boogeyman.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna have to ask the production team as to what the other semifinals was again, because I think that got kind of lost in the sauce here for us. So I think it was ReScaminator against regular Reanimator.
Right.
They might still be playing. I'm not sure. And then the question is, are they splitting, or are they still playing for finals? Because there is, of course, still the prize money, even if both of them have now qualified for the ELM slot.
Right.
Okay, the other match is still playing.
Well, Tobias is going pretty far, representing Germany. I think that it means he's guaranteed an invitation, right? He's top 2.
Yeah.
Nice.
He gets one of the ELM slots.
Yeah. Well, congrats to Germany for getting getting an Eternal Weekend. Was it Eternal? What is it? Eternal Weekend or?
No. It's the European Legacy Masters. It is
Legacy Masters. That's what it was.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, it is a community-run tournament. It's going to be at the next Four Seasons, which is the second weekend of September.
In Italy.
Which is invite only. It has representatives from a bunch of different countries in Europe. And yeah, that's going to be fun. I'm definitely going to be watching the stream when that comes around. Okay, so the other match is also finished. Let's see if we can figure out who won that. And then if they are going to play their finals.
Right.
Correct. I remember correct. You and
So,
are in the finals.
regardless of whether or not we still have a round, I at least want to give a shout out to everyone who is here on their Saturday, whatever part of the day it is, wherever you at.
Yeah. For tuning in to watch our humble little scene, try and get into a grander stage at Eternal Legacy Masters.
Yeah, this has been a great tournament. We have had a couple of really sweet rounds. I especially recommend watching back round 2 because that was incredible. That was Lance against Super Friends. Definitely go back and watch that.
the one game match. It was crazy.
That was incredible. Also, we have an update on the other semis. Unfortunately, the classic Reanimator list lost against the other ReScaminator. So if we have a finals, it's going to be ReScaminator versus ReScaminator.
Which might actually be an interesting matchup.
It's going to be pretty close between them.
This is fine.jpg.
Yeah, 3 weeks. 3 weeks, and we're hopefully rid of this.
It's interesting. How do you play this matchup? I mean, like when you're griefing your opponent turn 1, I guess you take the reanimation spells, but if they don't have them.
Yeah, looks like we have actual finals. Let's go.
Right.
You can still write it down.
That's what we love to see.
I think ReScaminator wins. It's good prediction.
Let's see who the other player is again. So definitely Tobias, who we've seen a couple times today. Very strong.
Tobias throwing a wasteland clear across to his opponent.
Excuse me? It's the male in the finals who could have seen that coming.
Or is Tobias still on the left or the right? You're right. Does anybody remember the players based on their shirts?
Oh wait, no, I think Tobias on the left. I think I recognize his hair.
Yes, that hair does look familiar. I don't think we have decklists available until the tournament is over, sadly.
Yeah.
They will be published, so they're going to be published on MTG Top 8 and Melee.
And they will probably appear in This Weekend Legacy on MTG Goldfish, so definitely look out for that, and shout out to the Goldfish crew.
Nice.
Because they have always been very kind to the Bazaar boxes.
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna run right back. I'm just gonna get a shot of whiskey. It's been a long day.
Oh yeah, sure, go for it. Okay, so our other ReScaminator player is gonna be Remy.
I'm already qualified, yeah, and I'm going. The trip is already planned.
Oh, I think I just heard that Tobias was already qualified, so I'm actually not sure which players ended up getting the invites for the European Legacy Masters. Maybe Marvin can get some clearance on that. The better standing player is going to be Tobias. Tobias was rank 1 and Remy was rank 2, actually. So it's going to be rank 1 versus rank 2 finals here. Let me have a quick look to see for any particular differences in deck lists.
I'm already qualified.
Oh, there is something interesting.
Yeah, and there were two
Looks
slots,
like
so there's another one.
Tobias is playing Bowmasters, but Remy isn't.
So I would start. Have fun.
And Remy is playing a second Brazen Borrower as a creature instead. I think the lists in general look kind of similar. Oh yeah, and Tobias' main deck has no fatal pushes where Remy does. That also might end up being very relevant. Okay, so the ELM slots, Tobias already had one. Remy did not, so Remy gets one of them. And the other one will go to Rasmus, who was 3rd seed and was our 3rd ReScaminator player in top 8. So congratulations to Remy and Rasmus for getting their ELM slot. And all our other top 8 players on a top 8 finish after a long day, so well deserved.
All right, I'm back. Miss anything?
Oh. Yeah, our first seed player, Tobias, already had ELM slot, so Remy gets one, and then Rasmus, who was third. So, ELM slots for ReScaminators.
Nice, all three of them, yeah. All three of them are scavengers.
So, you know, it is what it is.
Right, the player with the better standing becomes qualified, so now the third ReScaminator player, I believe, in the...
You get when you have good players on the decks.
We're doing shots every time a grief hits the field. I'm down. I don't know about if anybody else.
I don't think I have enough alcohol in the house for that, so I think I'll pass. Yeah.
Pour one out for our non-ReScaminator homies, and congratulate our finalists who are playing a deck for maybe one of the few last tournaments, I think.
Yeah, because it's great, because all three of them are going to the ELM. All three of them are probably going to have to find a new deck to play for that tournament, so...
Right?
Have fun with that.
Wish them luck.
Okay, so it looks like Tobias starting with Wasteland on a multi-5.
Ooh.
That's unfortunate,
Very weak, yeah.
And it's also going to be interesting to see who is favored here game 1. I kind of want to say Remy because of the one fatal push, but
they have
we'll have to see.
Different decks, yeah.
It's kind of close. It's 3 Bowmasters versus a Brazen Borrower, a fatal push, and what is the other card? I don't know. There's one more card difference. I can't see it real fast.
I'm trying to do a very visual comparison.
But I think Orcus Bowmaster is not going to be as relevant as Interaction Piece Game 1, so I think Game 1 is probably favored for Remy.
Right. Hey, Hefe, yeah, glad you had a good time. It was fun casting. I haven't done this before, so...
Yeah, everyone, thanks for watching. If you decide to turn off, I understand. It saddens my heart, but I understand. It's ReScaminator. We're still gonna be here to watch this final, so if you're still with us here...
right. Playing Magic at a high level is still really difficult. So again, I'm never gonna be like, oh, these players like don't know like real Magic or anything like that. Any of that, no, that's all BS. Like these guys work hard to get here, so we're not gonna undermine any of that. So
no, for sure.
We are gonna waste the Surveil land though.
And again, I mentioned it earlier today, but there is actually, I think. Not counting the 2 ELM slots we gave away just now, I think there were 4, maybe 5 competitors who already were qualified for the ELM. So there were some really good players here today. And the fact that you get a top 8 in a 100-man field where there's already 4 people who are qualified, that's really impressive.
Right, this tournament was stacked. Like even Alex on commentary was like going to attend this tournament and then dropped because he already qualified. Right, like this is a pretty big tournament.
Honestly, I don't blame him because this would have been exhausting for just the top 8.
Right.
Response. Okay.
On the frog with a brainstorm.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
I did say that I wasn't sure how good the Bowmasters were going to be. I mean, there is of course always just brainstorm.
And frog. Frog is a card that's going to get to draw cards.
So maybe I maligned the Bowmasters a little bit. Maybe they are going to be the thing that wins the game here, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, it resolves. Go. Fetch. Okay.
But I do still think that having a fatal push in the main where your opponent doesn't is definitely going to be good. Assuming that we even see it, of course.
Right.
Okay.
2-mana turn. Archon.
Now, the question is, does Tobias have interaction for a possible reanimation spell? Is there a reanimation spell? I think there probably is.
Step Entomb definitely leads into that, but it could also just be mana efficient. I do see an Animate Dead sitting in there. Oof.
Yeah.
Does he have a land? Is he going to play around Days? He is going to play around Days.
I mean, playing around Days is so free, you have to, right? Oh, he also has Reanimate.
That's Force. Doesn't matter. Still going to cast Animate Dead.
Yeah, this might actually be in favor of Remy here, because now it doesn't cost him the life. And Tobias could potentially have an answer for an Animate Dead, but I think that's exactly Brazen Borer, which means you can just replay it.
Right.
Assuming we even get to that point. Because
Right.
we lose the Frog, we lose the last card in hand.
And that's going to be rough, because even replaying it means it gets another ETB trigger.
Yeah, and Archon is
Yeah.
just such a fast clock. You can't play creatures anymore.
Tobias like, I'm going to scoop this.
Looks like the draw was Psychic Frog there, and that just does nothing.
Right. Sideboards look like they have a bit more entropy from each other. Harbinger of the Seas, 2 of in Tobias's deck versus 1 in Remy's. I'm not sure if those are going to come out. Consigned to Memory. No Consigned to Memory in the other one. They're slightly different.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Consign to Memory is what you want, because it's only triggered abilities.
Oh wait, let me read that again. It's triggered abilities. Because I was thinking, I guess, the ETB spell of Animate Dead, but maybe that doesn't work like that.
Oh, that's a good question, actually.
Right? It's like, when it enters the battlefield, put a creature, blah, blah, blah.
I don't know.
Exclusively Animate Dead. I'm not sure if that's really the reason to bring in Consigned to Memory, but it has text on it.
I mean, you could do it on like an Atraxa, but I don't think that's where you want to be.
Right.
To be honest. No, and
that's actually not a bad. Like, if you reanimate Atraxa and you Consign to Memory just that trigger, it's like a 6/6 body. Like, I don't know. That's
7/7.
Right. Angry Bacon saying it does work. So yeah, like,
yeah,
Consigned to Memory might actually just be a card to bring in.
I mean, that assumes you have Consigned to Memory and then bounce it back to hand, because it's still a 7/7 with a bunch of keywords.
True. Well, I think you just need to reanimate something more powerful, and denying your opponent a bunch of draws gives you that time to do that, because you're going to be reanimating an Archon or an Atraxa yourself. Hopefully.
I mean, if you're... Yeah... I don't know, it feels kind of narrow, but maybe
mirror matches are
I
hard. Yeah. Mirror matches are hard to evaluate.
Like, these players are in the finals, they can figure it out.
Right, let's the players figure it out. Yeah, maybe there's not enough cards to pull out to bring in Consign. Like, you weaken a plan pretty heavily.
Yeah.
If you want to bring in a bunch of sideboard cards. So Consign is probably low on the list. When it's like, okay, let's put in the Nihil Spellbomb. Okay, let's put in,
Maybe a more interesting question is, do you still want to be on the Reanimate plan, or do you just play Tempo?
Right.
Because usually Tempo decks are really good against Reanimator.
Right.
So
you could just play the Frog play, just take out all the reanimation stuff, and all the graveyard hate of your opponent becomes useless.
But you can still play the Reanimate. You just take out the Animate Deads and the package, and then bring in the Void Walkers and the bushes, and just do your best Delver impression.
Right. Yeah, I know 1978. Yeah, thanks for coming by and watching the stream. Glad it was fun. Like, I'm glad we can put on these kind of events, because 100 people for a legacy event, like, that's that's always great to see.
Absolutely, like it's great to see that legacy is so alive still here.
Right? People are like, oh man, grief. They're like, oh yeah, sure, but we got a 100-man legacy event, you know? Yeah, you don't. Oh, that's a good point. you don't really want to give your opponent a better reanimation target. You know, like discarding a big fatty is going to be like, oh, my opponent can just reanimate it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as well.
So like even the troll seems like a liability, you know? You're like, oh, I'm just gonna swamp cycle, and then your opponent's like, okay, cool, I'll reanimate that.
So it makes sense from like the fact that you don't want to give your opponent the targets, but also makes sense from a general role in the matchup kind of way. It's like
right.
You don't want to be a combo deck that's really easy to disrupt if your opponent's playing a bunch of counter spells, right?
Right. Imagine turn 1 Grief, reanimate Grief becomes Grief, reanimate your Atraxa. Oof! There's a Grief. Everybody drink. I'm drinking.
Pitching Animate that, by the way.
Shots, everyone.
No, actually, can we take a moment to acknowledge that we still have Animate Dead?
We still have Animate Dead. Look at that. Take your Reanimate.
Like, Reanimate makes sense, because it's just a good value piece.
And then
but Animate Dead really says, I'm going to reanimate something.
Right. And then he's going to reanimate that. Oh, take another shot. Grief hit the battlefield twice. I'm glad we're doing this at the end of the day. No round 1 ReScaminator mirrors. Tobias left with 2 lands in hand and a Draw Frog and a he's got the Troll as well.
Frog is a great draw here.
Yes.
But again, coming back to the Grief pitching Animate Dead, I have this horrible feeling that what we just said, it's like, oh, I'm gonna entomb a creature and then my opponent's gonna reanimate. I have the worst of feelings that maybe that's what's gonna happen this game, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, you can't cut that many cards. You need to have enough cards in there. You cut the 2 to 3 fatties and 4 entombs. Got it. Yeah, because the entombs are kind of like just giving fodder to your opponent. Animate Dead is still alive with Grief and Troll, and that's why it stays in. Got it. Okay. You sound more knowledgeable about this match and deck than we do.
Yeah, that for sure. Like, I'll be the first to admit that.
But coming out.
Also, yeah. Oh man.
Look at that frog.
It's a funny art. I also love the borderless art. The alternate one.
I've got that on my cube. It's actually pretty sick. It's crazy though.
What's it called?
Yeah, look at that. Thanks, production.
Yeah, the Hypnotoad.
Hypnotoad. All hail.
All glory to the Hypnotoad.
All right, am I gonna take another shot soon? Am I gonna get a 4 mana Grief? Ooh, and a turn Troll. I'm not gonna let you reanimate my Trolls, sir. I would prefer to reanimate myself. I believe Tobias is also down another 3. He should be down to 13.
Is he? Oh, because he took
a second hit from the Grief. Yeah.
If we can get confirmation on that.
Okay.
Brainstorm from Remy at the end step.
Marvin, confirmation if Grief hit once or twice. If Tobias is 16 or 13.
Interesting. He might have just missed an attack? Interesting. Okay.
Oh, really? Okay, then everything makes sense, I guess.
Okay. Didn't attack, didn't block. Got it. Okay, sure.
Attack.
Going in for the attack again. Yep, just take 1, draw a card. Maybe he forgot the menace, I agree. It's been a long day. Surveil. I see a Voidwalker, a Daze, and 2 lands.
Yeah, Voidwalker is also such a great card.
Right.
Like I said it when Mono Horizons 2 came out. I think Voidwalker is actually one of the strongest cards of Modern Horizons 2.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like the Graveyard Hate, it's a what is it, a rest in peace effect that then allows you to cast a card. Again, the play patterns are like, oh, do I want a 3/2 unblockable, or do I want whatever card I'm going to get off of it, which is going to have Summoning Sickness, you know?
Yeah, but also in some matchups, you play it, you play some sort of discard effect, and it's like, oh, there's an Emrakul, let me just cast that. Yeah, like
Dalthi versus Tron Grief, yeah. Tron players in shambles.
Like the card is absolutely insane.
I mean, Tuck Fron, I think is.
All right, see you around, Alex.
See you,
Everyone,
Alex.
Thank Alex for casting a couple rounds. It's been a pleasure to have you.
Get the ones in chat for any of the post players that want to see a post in finals.
Yeah, post finals would also have been amazing.
Right.
Because that deck also does so much.
It's so tricky.
It's had so many good upgrades from Modern Horizons 3.
Ponder. I mean, he's trying to just get enough lands to be able to cast a spell. He drew a UC, or he's seeing a UC on the top from Ponder. Looks like Brainstorm and Animate Dead. Looks like he's got a Daze.
I'm not going to see Brainstorm and...
I want to say Animate Dead in the center, but I'm not sure. He's going to put those back. Draw a...
I think he drew the C.
He drew the C, but he did not play it. I guess he had already played a C for the turn. Dalthi Voidwalker. All your spells are mine now. We got a 4 CUC. Combat. Is this where we're getting a discard to the frog?
Lots of love for Remy in the chat, looks like.
not a lot of love for ReScaminator.
I mean, we can love the player and hate the game.
That's right. That's right. It's the only way to do it.
Take one. Draw a card.
Alright.
He is going to discard. No, he's not going to discard. He's just going to draw. He drew Daze, looks like.
Again, I think it's fine to just sit there and draw a couple cards. Like, yeah, you can get a faster clock, but I think just having a bunch of interaction is also just fine.
The future of this thinks this is boring. I don't know, man. This is actually pretty interesting because again, each of these players know their tools and know the opponent's tools, and either player's deck or hand can be used against them. I think that's kind of tense, you know.
Yeah, I think we've had decks that were more boring B tier 0. I think at least there's decision making to be made here.
Right. It's not as simple as like same card on both sides of the field, like, oh, simple actions. Like, no, these guys are like in the tank for a reason.
Yeah, but I do understand the sentiment of people just being sick and tired of this deck because it's just too good.
Right.
That I get 100%. And I've said it a dozen times already. I'll say it again. 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
3 weeks or riot.
That's right. Get all your griefs at Go to Enterprises. Like, Remy knows he's falling behind in this game, but he's not too confident on whatever play he's making.
I'm not sure what his hand is, actually.
Yeah, if they ban Grief, we're just gonna get sick of Frog. If they ban Frog, we're gonna get sick of something else. You know, that's just that's magic. That's legacy. There's always gonna be a boogeyman. You know.
To be fair, though, I'm not sick of the Frog specifically. I'm sick of Grief, But I think the Frog has enough interesting decision making on both sides. Plus, there are enough answers to the Frog to where it's not overbearing.
Right. Yeah, can they ban Reanimate? They'll probably ban Underground Sea before they ban Reanimate, which is they're not going to ban either. We have a Sorcery Speed Go for the Throat. That's getting forced. Interesting. And now that's exiled underneath the Dauthi Voidwalker, which is also interesting.
I do actually want to come back to your previous statement. I wouldn't be surprised if they just said, Reanimate's the problem. We don't want the Tempo Shell with the Reanimator plan, so we need more expensive Reanimate spells than Reanimate. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, sure. I could see it, but it would take a while. Yes, agreed. Grief creates bad play pattern. I wouldn't say bad, but like less interesting. They're kind of like rote. Like I'm just going to choose the best card in your hand, and then you're not going to have to.
Grief makes bad play patterns because it's like there's nothing you can do about it. You have an opening 7, and you're not even sure if you have your opening 7. It always the best 2 cards.
Yeah, it's rough.
With Psychic Frog, at least it's 2 mana. At least you have to attack with it. At least there's a cost to pumping it.
Right. Like, do you ever see yourself boarding out Daze? Like, of course, right? There's situations where Daze is not good. Do you see yourself boarding out Grief? Probably not, right? and same thing with, do you see yourself boarding out Frog? Maybe, but unlikely.
Yeah, Frog I could see, but like not often.
Yeah, Frog is as interesting. Oh, Frog is as interesting as Deathrite Shaman. I don't think so because Deathrite Shaman is it aggressively and casually attacked graveyard strategies, and it was just like, oh, I'm just gonna gain benefit from my opponent putting cards in the yard. Like I don't know, there was a different level. It was a different meta too.
Also, the problem with Deathrite Shaman is you can just sit there and it does its thing, and you don't actually have to interact with your opponent. Like, at least the Frog needs to attack. Sometimes you need to give it flying, you need to protect it.
It is real cost. It is bigger upside, for sure. Bigger upside than Deathrite Shaman, but it still has a real cost. We've got a Combat Grief. Grief is just going to get in, and then the Frog is going to get played. We've got a Dauthi Voidwalker who can't block, but is clearly untapped. That is probably going to get a... Oh, we're forcing the Frog. Go down to 5.
I think this is the proper spot to force that.
And then that's getting exiled.
Even though we need to be a little bit careful with life totals.
Oh no, I think actually he played the Voidwalker, the second Voidwalker on his main phase, so it has summoning sickness. Never mind, he couldn't activate that. He did get in there with the
Yeah. And I think the force now means that if you swing with everything, you potentially have lethal, assuming Remy doesn't have some sort of interaction.
Right. Worst period for Legacy ever. Someone has clearly never played when Astrolabe was unbanned.
I would say Initiative was worse.
Or Initiative, like raw Initiative. Ooh.
Like pure mono white. That was awful.
Right. I don't think there was a missed attack. I don't think there was.
No, with the Grief all the way at the beginning, where he didn't end up blocking
Remy did miss an attack. That's true. We got a fetch in response to Grief on the battlefield. Oh, Grief on the stack from 4 mana. Also, take a shot.
What are we doing in response to the Grief?
Bouncing the Frog.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, right?
I guess so. I mean, yeah, it's going to get discarded to Grief otherwise.
You need to kill a creature, because there's lethal on board.
Unbend Oko and Renin 6 so that people will play those colors instead of playing Grief. The spiciest take.
What makes you say you can't just play 4 color and play all those cards in the same deck?
Right.
With Daze.
Right, yeah, from Miracle to Deathrite Shaman to Oko nonsense, Minsk and Boo, latest Grief nonsense. Yeah, there's always something busted in Legacy, like...
I mean, is Minsk and Boo really nonsense?
It's pushed, but I mean, obviously it wasn't pushed hard enough to stay relevant. as much.
True. Also interesting, we didn't pick up the Undercity Sewers. We picked up the Underground Sea.
Yeah, he needed I think he needed the second mana to cast.
No,
you need to cast something.
It could matter if you're top decking Grief here. And Surveil. Surveil doesn't go to the graveyard, but it does look at the top card.
Oh. So he swings in for 6. Remy's at 1, and now he's scooped. Okay, I was about to say, I'm not sure if Remy really has an option here. Can't fetch, can't reanimate, can't do a lot of things. All right, we're going to game 3.
Yeah, I think Remy identified that his only out was potentially Grief, and the Surveil wasn't going to matter anymore anyway, because he wasn't going to have another turn to draw afterwards.
It's like, it don't matter real much.
Yeah. Oh yeah, or cantrip into Brazen Borer. That's fair as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'll start with the next one.
Well, he still had Brazen Borer, right? That resolved, I think.
The bounce resolved. He had Brazen Borer, but he couldn't cast it end of his opponent's turn, and his opponent had 2 unblocked attackers that are 3 power.
Oh right, because the Shadow. The Voidwalkers, right?
Yep, he bounced the frog. That was the 2 mana that he needed to bounce the frog, so he couldn't do the Surveil land. We're barely keeping track of what's going on in the game, guys. Don't worry, we're staying locked in.
It also kind of feels like you have like the menace creatures attacking on ground. Right. You have the flyers attacking in air, and then you have the frog doing kind of both.
Right.
And then you have the Voidwalkers on like a 3rd level.
Right. Remy playing a puzzle box version of cutting his opponent's deck.
Like, maybe the problem is that this deck plays like the Infinity Jace. Like, you have 3 zones.
Yes. Prosper staying locked in. I'm not sure if I am locked in, to be honest, but I'm doing my best. Let's go, Remy. I have to be unbiased. Sorry, I'm unbiased. Well, because Tobias already has the win and in for an invitation to 4 Seasons, right?
Yeah, but because Tobias has one, Remy now also has one by default. They're just playing for first place.
Got it. Okay, then I truly am unbiased.
Which I don't think they split the prizes, but maybe they split the prizes and they're really just doing it to make us suffer or something. I don't know.
They're like, how can we upset the casters and viewers as much as possible? Yeah, let's keep playing it out. Let's play it out. Yeah. We could just split. It's fine, but no, we're gonna play it out. All right, I still have half a glass of whiskey, so I hope there's not too many more griefs played. No split. We're playing.
You
for
heard no split. Okay.
Right.
I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Remy with the Mold of 6. Looks like he's going to keep it. He's on the play. I see a grief in hand. I'm worried for my liver.
I hope we don't get...
Here it comes. All right, boys.
I hope we don't get clipped by like Twitch TOS or something.
Oh, jeez. Am I doing something illegal? Shit, I've never been
we're just joking, guys. We're just joking.
Very funny. Stay in drugs and don't do school, guys.
Oh, is that so? Is Remy Belgium? Okay, so this is a Belgium versus Germany finals.
Uh-oh.
Oh, but that changes things.
Oh, we got Turf Wars. Oh, we got Reanimate. We have the duo. All right, I gotta take another shot. All right, calm down, Remy. Oh, jeez.
We got East Coast versus West Coast going on here.
Right?
You're at 16? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, anybody know what this card does? It seems pretty good. It seems like you could do a Thoughtseize, but like not pay the life. Instead, just pitch a card from your hand.
Yeah, guys, just to make sure we all know what Grief does, here it is again.
Right?
Just look at it. 3 weeks.
Right, you can keep looking at the card. It's fine. It won't go away. We got to
That's
shuffle
probably-
off the ponder.
It's probably not going to get banned in Modern, so prizes probably don't even change.
Here we go, scamming. I need the meme of Danny DeVito. I just started scamming. So anyway, I just started scamming. Oh, look at the time. Scam o'clock. Every single hour on the clock is scam.
Okay, some double Wasteland action.
Oh man.
Just to serve as a reminder that once this deck is gone, we're just gonna go back to Delver, and we're still gonna get Wastelanded.
Right? Yeah, like you guys aren't gonna complain about Delver again.
We're still gonna get Dazed. Oh
Right.
my god.
Wasteland's the problem. I don't know, man. Have you seen the post deck? Like, I'm pretty sure Wasteland is the solution.
No, Wasteland isn't the solution because the post deck just double Wastelands you every turn.
That's true. It's gonna be real funny when they do nothing because they haven't sold enough MX3. Yeah, it's true. Gotta meet that bottom line.
I mean, at this point, I'm pretty sure WotC thinks they haven't sold enough Mono Horizons 2.
Yeah.
Because they're so slow on the bannings.
Right.
This is a main phase cycle for an archive, I think?
I think so, yep. And then we're getting to Surveil. I cannot remember. I feel like I'm getting old, man. I literally cannot remember the Surveil lands. I'm just like, I don't know, it's the blue-black Surveil land. Like, I've lost the ability to memorize new card names.
Undercity Sewers.
Right.
I have no idea what that's supposed to represent, but...
Oh, we got a troll. He's like, I learned my lesson. I'm getting basics. Fine, you punished me enough.
Wait, so we main phase cycle troll for Undercity Sewers into we main phase cycle troll for Undercity Sewers.
Oh no, I think Tobias is doing end turn.
Oh no, we went for a swamp.
Yeah, he fetched Polluted Delta 2 Island, cycle a troll for swamp. Now he's got his colors. Yeah, Toby seems fine. He's not so far behind. Remy has the tempo, but that doesn't matter too much because Frog.
Yeah, but he is a 10, so...
Right. He can daze. It depends on how many lands. Like, most of these decks come down how many lands come into play.
Flash, thank you for putting that image in my head. Ooh.
More time to perform it, yeah.
And into a ponder.
He's gonna daze the ponder. He doesn't want to daze the ponder. He wanted to daze the push, but you know, get what you get.
Good sequencing by Remy here.
All of our chatters are gonna get this channel banned for some reason. All right, we got a what is that? Children's Edict.
Yeah.
Okay, starting over.
At least we're not dying right now.
There's trolls in each of their graveyards. Animated Frog. Ooh. We've got a Fetchland, a Brainstorm. Like, I think he's going to go for Frog. All right. Fascinating.
Oh, this.
Oh, kill your frog. I'm so kind of interested why he didn't play the. I see a Fetchland in his hand. I see a Marsh Flats in his hand. Right? It's like a Marsh Flats Ponder.
Is it?
Brainstorm. Yeah, Marsh Flats Ponder Brainstorm, but he didn't play it.
Is he maybe waiting for the Brainstorm?
I guess he wants to brainstorm the flats away. Cards in hand equals bigger. Bigger frog. Oh, true.
Oh, yeah. True. Just keep your 2 lands. You can function on 2 lands.
Oh, master.
It's fine.
Oh. Reanimate.
Reanimate the frog. Well, clearly Frog's the better card now, because I think...
Right, guys? Where's the frog ban? Actually, people are already saying ban frog.
I think we had, like, 2 trolls to reanimate, so clearly this is the better card now.
I think three cards in each player's hand, so theoretically Remy could attack, Tobias could block, Remy discards 1. Tobias discards 1. Remy discards 1. Like, it's a game of chicken with frogs.
This is great. It's just you both play a creature and then dump your hand. It's gone.
Right. Ooh, there's a Delphi Voidwalker on the stack. He's gonna brainstorm response. Frog tastes like chicken. Got it.
Oh yeah, I may have heard that as well. Yeah.
And...
Like any French players in chat can confirm. Or maybe Nugenma is a French player and I just
that's true.
Was completely new.
Called him out. That's how he knows. That's how he knows what frogs taste like. All right, now Tobias has to think. He's got.
So you're at 4 and there's a Voidwalker in play.
Only people haven't tried to say that. Oh, here's the real Frenchie comes out, out of the woodwork to correct the American. we got the politics in chat are keeping chat interested because they don't want to watch frog mirrors.
Okay, so we've been drinking, we got sexual at some point, and now we're being racist.
Right?
What else are we missing?
What, guys, pull up the TOS and figure out what the next thing to hit. Remy looks like he's got a strong advantage. His opponent is at 4 and he has a 3/2 unblockable creature. Gonna play that UC. Just gonna pass.
Okay, so he's functionally at 1. Yeah, he's a 1.
At 1. Not 0. But
no, he's at 1. He's at 1. No worries, chat.
Yep. It's looking rough. He does have a Bowmasters. He's debating on playing the Bowmasters or just a ping.
I mean, this is the wrong player to have a Bowmasters, but it is a Bowmaster.
Right. In response, Remy could brainstorm, but he doesn't have it. He doesn't. It's fascinating that Remy didn't swing the frog also, so it wasn't advantageous for him to like draw a card and then.
No.
Yeah, that's the handshake. There we go.
He doesn't have it, and our victory today goes to Remy, the Belgian player, on Dimir ReScaminator.
Yeah, congrats to the Belgians.
Right, sweet.
Damn,
so
that was
again,
fun.
Both these players are going to the European Legacy Master, along with our number 3 spot in Rasmus.
What was he playing again?
ReScaminator.
Sorry, I knew the answer. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I did this for chat because I know chat's been like, "Oh my god, I can't believe ReScaminator." No. Again, like, all these players have done great. So.
Yeah. So thanks to all these players for coming to the tournament. Thank you, chat, for being here with us today. Thank you, Michael, for casting with me.
Thank you, Rob, for asking me to cast. It was fun.
And thanks to the Bazaar Boxes crew for setting up this tournament.
Yep, Marvin and Michelle working off camera.
And I think Ruben was here for a bit. I think he went home now, but thanks Ruben as well. Thanks the King William II Stadium for hosting us.
Thanks King William II for making the stadium, and
yeah, thanks William II for being the King of the Netherlands. What else?
Alex for casting. Alex did a great job running down through the Cloudpost decks. I hope everybody learned something about the Cloudpost matches because they were great.
Thank Alex, and of course thank the European Legacy Masters for setting up the whole series and getting people excited to play Legacy again. Because, like, the ELM is a great thing.
Right. Go out and play Legacy on Thursdays or Wednesdays or whenever. Legacy's got to stay alive because you guys are in chat and you guys are going out and playing your brews.
Yeah, go play Legacy. Maybe go to bed. Depending.
Also,
on
maybe
you
go
are,
to bed. Yeah, I'm definitely going to bed. But yeah, congrats again to Remy, and I guess I'll have you sign us off, Rob.
Yeah, everyone, thank you one last time, and we'll probably look into raiding someone. I know Marvin likes to raid people, so stick around for that, or don't. It's your life. Do your thing. Everyone, thanks for coming, and we'll see you next time.
See ya.